ReZero Web Novel, Volume 41. Prologue. Account of a Witch's Dream. Just like you, I'm a complete failure of a girl. Thus hearing the witch's words, spoken with downcast eyes framed by long lashes, Aldebaran became unsure of what to say, merely sinking into silence. The grassland upon which Aldebaran's trysts with the witch occurred repeatedly without fail, that place which did not exist anywhere in this world, was an alternate dimension created by the witch, one which could be called a castle of fantasies. Even when he did inquire about its nature, she would invariably attempt to deceive him by saying, "It's something like a dream when you doze off." Upon that grassland, on this day, night had fallen, unusually. Aldebaran, I guess even unusual things can happen. As the star-studded black sky looked down upon him, Aldebaran sighed in wonder. On a fundamental level, the time of the grassland was fixed at midday. Given that this place was merely a landscape envisioned by its creator, the witch, it was divorced from notions of true time. Hence, the plains were always bright, and decorated by clear skies. Albeit the topical person required not any colors aside from black and white, were they truly the possessor of such unexpectedly high spirits that a patch of bright blue sky would peek out of their heart of hearts, without fail? Yet despite the matter of him harboring such doubts, he had been surprised by night falling upon the meadow nonetheless. To say nothing of the fact that the witch in question was dozing off atop the hill. Witch. Her upper body resting upon the white table, the witch took muted, sleeping breaths. As Aldebaran was to inquire on the topic of the unfamiliar nighttime scenery, upon realizing her slumber, he bated his breath, fixedly gazing at the witch's sleeping face. His initial impression was that of thinking, the witch also sleeps, Obvious though it might have been, that was the extent to which the witch's manner of life was an enigma. She was a being who could create something like an alternate dimension at will, so if it happened that she did not sleep, he would not have been surprised. In fact, until the present day, not once had he borne witness to her sleeping visage. Aldebaran. She's infuriatingly beautiful. It was something he had known, but even when asleep, she possessed abnormally prominent beauty. The almond-shaped eyes housing unparalleled knowledge and curiosity were closed, but her facial features had likely taken God quite a bit of time to tune to perfection, and her long, beautiful white hair and seemingly faded white skin seemed to declare that no other color needed be made known to the world. It truly infuriated him. Aldebaran. Thinking about it, this is a rare opportunity. I should hurry and grab something to scribble on her face. Witch. Aldebaran. HK. As soon as he thought to do something rude, a faint noise escaped the lips, causing Aldebaran to stiffen. Despite not having done anything, he felt like a child whose mischief was being reprimanded. However, in the next moment, the tension in Aldebaran's body would break his personal record. After all, in the eyes of the dozing witch, he caught a faint glimpse of a teardrop. Aldebaran. Teacher. Witch. MPH. Unconsciously, Aldebaran touched the shoulder of the sleeping witch, and shook her body. With a faint groan at the call and the touch to her shoulder, closed eyelids slowly opened. As if to ascertain, those black eyes blinked several times, and reflected Aldebaran right before her. Witch. Aldebaran. Aldebaran. Ah, yeah, that's right, teacher. It ain't like yourself to be taking a snooze out here. Witch. Before Aldebaran, as he concealed his discomposure, the witch silently got up, placing her slender fingers to her jaw, the awakening which contemplated the situation. And then, witch. A dream, was it? The fact that it had been so was unfortunate. Such was the nuance carried by the mutter. After muttering, the witch wiped away the tears in her eyes with her fingers, clearing away the aftertaste of slumber. At that nonchalant gesture, Aldebaran felt a strange sense of loneliness. Thus, he unconsciously ended up asking about it. Aldebaran, to cry while dreaming, you a kid or something? What sort of dream was it? So he spoke. Witch. Aldebaran fell silent at the awkwardness, painfully regretting his question. In all honesty, he had envisioned being bombarded with a great amount of knowledge regarding dreams, or to be poked fun at, teased for expressing interest in the witch's dream, the usual progression. But, to Aldebaran's question, the witch did not respond with the usual progression. Instead, presented as an answer was the witch's comment from the beginning. Just like you, I'm a complete failure of a girl. Aldebaran. Ruminating over the witch's words once more, Aldebaran reached the extremities of confusion amidst the silence. Just what on earth had she meant? Did she not care about being posed a direct question such as this? Even though she would usually blather on and on without end continuously, what was the reason behind her being so well-mannered right now? Even supposing he did inquire it, and ascertain it, would the witch remain unharmed? Good grief, just which one of us is the child? Aldebaran, ha! You said that I'd become so small, that I was just like a kid. Worry not, I am not some cute existence capable of being hurt by you. I am a wicked witch, you know. Closing one eye in a wink, the witch voiced her same old line. Witnessing a glimpse of her characteristic childishness therein, Aldebaran heaved a great sigh. For some reason, it felt like there was no true lifelike feeling in it. Aldebaran, shit, to be feeling this sort of way because of someone like Teacher. How peculiar. As far as I know, Teacher is supposed to be a title of honor, and yet I cannot sense a shred of reverence. Even though you were just trying to hide your embarrassment at peeping at a maiden's sleeping face. Aldebaran, you go about these things way too maliciously. That he was on the verge of being traumatized was Aldebaran's protest, yet the witch displayed zero concern regarding his complaints, tapping her finger on the table in good humor. That instant, cups filled with tea manifested, one of them for Aldebaran. Come on now, cheer up. Should I take the trouble of producing confections as well? Aldebaran, it's fine. Even if I eat here it won't fill my stomach, so when I return to the other side I'd be all jumbled up, feeling like I'm full while my actual body's hungry. When you say that, I just want you to eat even more. Aldebaran, you're the worst. Shouting at the witch who did not conceal even a shred of her impishness, Aldebaran rested his chin in his palm. Then, stealing a glance at the gleeful witch, he ascertained that any traces of tears were nowhere to be found. Aldebaran! The teardrops had vanished. And yet, an unfading lump lingered in Aldebaran's chest. That which the witch had said was a joke, was likely no such thing, but the truth. Even she, beautiful and wise as she was, would have times where she cursed herself and wanted to cry. Just who in the world could see the witch as a failed existence? Aldebaran. It's nothing, sleepy-head Teacher. Directing insults at the witch tilting her head devoid of malice, Aldebaran brought the cup to his mouth. Likely, he had missed his opportunity. A chance to question her on that very thing. Would it ever come around again? Supposing it did, would Aldebaran wish to know the answer? If he did wish to know, would the reason be because he sought sympathy or compassion? Or perhaps, Aldebaran, even a fake starry sky is still quite the wonder to behold, yeah? Was his wish perhaps to have those black eyes, which albeit bore a jet-black hue self-same to that of the starry sky, appeared to dazzle even more than the latter, turned towards his own self? Aldebaran, who was the same as the witch in being a failed existence, knew not. Chapter 24. The Enemy of Mankind. 1. Return by death. An authority that, at the cost of one's life, granted them the right to turn back the clock, and redo a time that ought to have passed. Under the interference of that dreadful witch of envy, expending his life in order to remove all the anguish and obstacles he faced, Natsuki Subaru had repeatedly used return by death many times over. And, by no means was that any cute little number like 2 or 3 times. As far as they were aware, death had befallen Natsuki Subaru over 10 times. Not even once had there been a way to die comfortably. Not even once had there been an end unaccompanied by a sense of loss. Not even once had there been any final moments in which he relinquished his life believing that he'd had enough. Not even once had Natsuki Subaru ever desired to relinquish his life. Even so, Natsuki Subaru continued to lose his life, repeating the cycle of return by death. Outrageousness, absurdity, despair, all had robbed Natsuki Subaru of his life. But neither outrageousness, nor absurdity, nor despair were things that could not be avoided if he set his mind to it. And yet, why was it that Natsuki Subaru had nonetheless been unable to avoid death? That was because he's kind. Not a single person had he desired to lose. Not a single person had he wished to relinquish. Not a single person had he grown to detest to the point of wanting them gone. Not a single person had Natsuki Subaru ever once been able to believe deserved to die. Henceforth, Natsuki Subaru continued to lose his life, repeating the cycle of return by death. Every obstacle, every malicious intention, every enemy, every witch beast, every sin archbishop, had stood in the way of his life. Again and again they did kill Natsuki Subaru, granting him death, and crushing his soul. But I know. I truly know. Certainly, many enemies, unthinkable obstacles, unavoidable disasters, had heartlessly taken the life of Natsuki Subaru. That was a fact. Without a doubt. However, I know. More so than anybody else, I am painfully aware. More than enemies, more than disasters, more than absurdity, more than the formless malice known as fate, there was something that had killed Natsuki Subaru more than anything else. That was none other than somebody who had continued to take advantage of Natsuki Subaru's kindness. Ooh. Hey, I don't think you need to worry too much about this. Even if Subaru says something like that, it's not like I can just brush it off. Petra glanced at Natsuki Subaru, leaning against the side of the carriage, and sighed wistfully as she was driving the speeding dragon carriage. However, the Subaru currently next to Petra was not the real Subaru. One could say that it was an illusion created by Petra's brain. An imaginary Subaru. The proof was that he was slightly transparent and see-through, and compared to the most recent image of Subaru in Petra's mind, his face seemed to be slightly younger. Probably because the Book of the Dead that Petra had experienced was set about a year and a half in the past. Back in the tumultuous days when she had just become a maid. Petra. A lot of things happened for both Subaru and me. Considering how much time had passed since then, it stood to reason that they had both grown in many ways, for better or worse. To put it simply, Petra had grown in terms of height and hair length, and she prided herself on her remarkable progress as a maid and as a woman. Meanwhile, Subaru had grown closer to Beatrice, became more boisterous with Otto and Garfield, and grown warmly alongside Amelia, achieving a very dignified and resolute image of what it meant to be a man. That was why Subaru appeared a little more immature compared to how he was nowadays. But even so, he was still in possession of his coolness. Even if he lost some of his masculine and rugged charm that he held today, his cuteness and charming personality would still be an unfair combination. Petra. No. Now's not the time to be thinking about that. Scolding herself, Petra put her hand to her forehead and shook her head slowly. It was okay, she could control herself. It was not the first time Petra had imagined Subaru in her mind after all, making him say what she wanted him to say and strike her favorite poses. She was a seasoned veteran at imagining all kinds of romantic stories and love poems, picturing various situations and casting herself and Subaru as the characters, their cheeks and hearts racing with excitement. If she thought of those as rehearsals, then the imaginary Subaru in front of her now felt even more tangible, more lifelike, and nothing short of real. Subaru. That's already way beyond the realm of imagination. Could it possibly be beyond the level that self-control of yours can handle? Petra. It's fine, it's just the way I'm feeling. More importantly, don't go looking inside my head. Subaru. Don't be absurd. Even if you tell me not to look, I'm literally inside your head, Petra. Petra. Stunned by Subaru's retort, Petra's breath caught in her throat. Seeing her reaction, Subaru seemed to regret his words and scratched his cheek with his finger. The gentle look in Subaru's eyes when he showed consideration for others, and his clumsy reactions that were so typical of him, reaffirmed Petra's affection for him. Natsuki Subaru's Book of the Dead had violated Petra Leighty's mind. That was Petra's self-analysis of what had happened to her. The original avid reader of the Books of the Dead, Ezo Cadner, had said that reading a book was a challenge that put a significant mental strain on one's mind, but it had an even greater impact on Petra than she had personally anticipated. On the other hand, it was possible that the shock Petra experienced from Subaru's Book of the Dead was completely different from what Ezo had warned them about. Petra. Things like returning by death or being from beyond the Great Waterfall. The burden that Natsuki Subaru was carrying was far greater than Petra could have ever possibly imagined. Subaru was separated from his homeland and was all alone. So what was he thinking when he met Petra and the others? What did he go through to save them? What kind of determination did he have in his heart when he fought for them? That was everything. No, what Petra had learned today was just a tiny part of it. It was hard to believe that Subaru, burdened with such a tragic fate, had never had to use his authority since the record in the Book of the Dead that Petra had read after all. There was no doubt that Subaru had experienced that feeling of his soul being torn apart since then, his heart being ripped out, and his life being trampled upon countless times, enduring and surmounting it all to reach today. Petra. The permanent blemish on one's heart that Ezo feared had indeed been engraved into hers. Perhaps, probably, unquestionably, Petra thought with a sense of detachment that her heart was deeply wounded, her mental balance completely shattered, and she was in a very precarious state. She was able to exchange words with her beloved, who was dead yet not dead, and felt everything from joy to sorrow at his words, even in such a situation. This was nothing less than a complete emotional and mental breakdown. Petra. But it's fine. Love is blind. Love is a fever. Petra Leti had been consumed by her feelings of love and had lived like this to this day. As long as I'm fully aware that I'm abnormal, I can control myself, but that's not a convenient line of thinking. No matter how much I claim to have sound judgment, it's the same as knowing not to drive a car after drinking alcohol. Neither Petra nor Subaru have had a driver's license, nor did they have any memory of driving under the influence, but it was the same thing. Petra, cars, drunk driving, traffic lights, Turiants. Suddenly, she was drawn to the words that popped into her mind out of nowhere, and knowledge spilled out one after another like out-of-season clothes overflowing from a stuffed-to-the-brim closet. It was all words that Petra knew, and words she did not know, loosely crossing the boundary between understanding and unfamiliarity, like the feeling of encountering something familiar, yet foreign. If she did not begin to carefully sort them out, Petra might end up wearing men's clothes and carrying a guilty whip around before she knew what had happened. Subaru. Wait, my main weapon is a whip? Isn't that a bit too edgy? I'm being overly clingy with Beatrice, and I can't keep up with the generation gap. Petra. By the way, everyone had gotten to punish the master. Garf-san's reflected on his Chinibu, Otto-san hasn't been sleeping, and Emilianissim's been doing a wonderful job. Subaru. I see, Roswell was the mastermind behind everything. Huh. Hold on? Why was that guy forgiven? Petra. That's something you should discuss with Subaru and Emilianissima. However, Petra still had not forgiven Roswell, so although she did not completely oppose Subaru and Emilia's decision at that time, she did not agree with it either. Of course, there had been many times when Roswell's assistance was undoubtedly invaluable, particularly in relation to the events in the Empire. But that was a separate issue, and Petra intended to never forgive him for the rest of her life. However, right now, there was someone even more unforgivable than Roswell. Subaru. Petra. Petra. Whatever you may say, I'll still feel that way. The combination of Subaru's gentle, quiet voice and sincere gaze forcibly distracting Petra from her breathing and heartbeat, left her with no choice but to avert her eyes like a child. As if ignoring the shameless pleas and cries of her heart beating deep within her chest, Petra focused all her attention straight ahead on the endless sea of sand that stretched out before her. At this moment, Petra and her group's dragon carriage had departed from the Pleiades watchtower and were speeding straight through the Augria sand dunes. Beyond this sea of sand, there was a person they absolutely had to catch up with. Their opponent would presumably utilize the wings of the divine dragon to fly over the sand sea with mobility, surpassing that of a ground dragon, even one equipped with the divine protection of wind evasion, making it extremely challenging to catch up. Besides, there was another reason why Petra and the others needed to hurry. Petra and Subaru. The Witch of Envy. Petra, deep in thought, and Subaru, who shared her consciousness, spoke of the reason for their desperate haste. Without regard for the consequences, she drove the dragon carriage for several hours, covering a considerable distance from the Pleiades watchtower, yet the pressure remained, refusing to let go of Petra and her companion's souls. It was the terrifying witch who was supposed to be sealed away in the shrine, who constantly reached out to punish Petra for reading the Book of the Dead and encroaching on the realm of the taboo. The tsunami of black shadows that had invaded and threatened to destroy the world were now being held back by a single hero. The Sword Saint, Reinhard van Astria. His lonely struggle kept the wrath of the Witch of Envy at bay beyond the tower, preventing the destruction of the world by a hair's breadth and maintaining a delicate balance. However, even now, there was a deafening roar and violent tremors that seemed to turn the world upside down, and flashes of light like distant lightning occurred intermittently, day and night, as if the trumpets of the apocalypse were blowing ceaselessly. How long could this balance last? Neither Petra nor anyone else knew. If there was one thing they knew, it was this. Subaru. If Reinhard were to be defeated, everything and anything would be over. Petra. Yeah. If Reinhard-san gets taken out, the witch will come after me. There's no way to predict how much damage will be done between now and then. Subaru. They don't seem like the type to be polite and give way to others. Subaru's joke made Petra imagine a kind witch of envy who would give up her seat to an elderly person on a crowded train, but she could not bring herself to laugh now. When considering ways to minimize potential damage, Petra should have remained at the Pleiades watchtower and accepted being silenced by the witch, regardless of the outcome of Reinhard's battle. However, if Petra dared to think such a thing even for a moment, Subaru, that's definitely a no-go. I won't let that happen even if it kills me. Petra. When Subaru said that directly to Petra, it felt like there was absolutely no room to argue. She had always been aware that Subaru cared deeply for her. Of course, there is Amelia and Beatrice. Not to mention Remington. She was not so conceited as to think she was treated differently from them, but she was still certain that she occupied a special shelf in Natsuki Subaru's heart, where he kept the precious things that were most important to him. However, until today, she did not realize the true weight behind the words, "even if it kills me," spoken by a seemingly joking Subaru. Natsuki Subaru was truly someone who'd protect what is important to him, even if it kills him. Petra. Yeah, I know. I don't want to die either. Alsan has some way to stop the witch, right? Subaru. Yeah, he's not stupid. He knows what kind of damage that could cause to the world. He's definitely prepared something to stop it before it gets to that point. Petra. Yeah, for sure. Subaru. Definitely. Clenching his fist, Subaru declared forcefully, and Petra nodded in agreement, catching up to Al, who had left the tower, and forcing him to reveal his plan to suppress the witch. Organizing the necessary steps was so daunting that they made her head spin, but Subaru's words were ever so reassuring. Unfortunately, however, the same thing could apply to Petra as well as Subaru. Subaru, who now shared Petra's consciousness, was fully aware of Petra's thoughts and anxieties. The same went for Petra, who shared the same consciousness as Subaru. Petra, if Alsan wants to end the world. The absolute truth that Petra and Subaru confirmed earlier would no longer be the case. In the worst-case scenario, Al had no actual way to stop the Witch of Envy, and was prepared to let the world be destroyed, taking his lifeless heart and mind with him. Al, who lost Priscilla Bariel, his cherished master, or rather, someone he held a much deeper love than just being someone of reverence, had every right to hate the world. However, it was also true that they could not entirely give up on the glimmer of hope. Petra, me, Meili-chan, Garf-san, and everyone else are all still alive. Al, who even had the support of the divine dragon Volcanica, had the power to decide the fate of Petra and the others in the tower. However, he had chosen to exercise his right not to take their lives. Would it be too much to believe that this is a sign that there was still something left in Al? Petra, maybe I'm overthinking it, almost like I'm not really myself. Subaru. Yikes. With a finger pressed to her lips, Petra muttered, and next to her, Subaru exaggeratedly shrugged his shoulders. Glancing over, she saw Subaru give her an awkward smile and wave, which prompted Petra to narrow her eyes. It was unclear just how much Subaru had influenced Petra's current way of thinking. There was no way that the influence of the Book of the Dead only had a positive bonus effect for Petra, allowing her to see an imaginary Subaru. Petra. I've got to be more careful. Petra loved Subaru, but she did not want to be Subaru. Furthermore, she should not become a person who would indiscriminately shower kindness on everyone like Subaru did. Petra had always admired kind people, had always strived to be kind herself, but she felt that people like Subaru and Amelia were perfect just as they are. Petra wished to be someone who did not take the kindness of kind people for granted. For that reason, she must not empathize too much with Natsuki Subaru. Petra-chan, it's time to switch OUT. Then, just as she thought that, the small window of the dragon carriage opened, and a voice spoke to her from behind. It was Meili, who had been resting in the carriage. When she offered to take over driving, Petra shook her head with a no. Petra. I'm fine, so you should rest, Meili-chan. You carried me while I was sleeping, and you even kept the witch beasts away. Meili, I didn't do as much as Flam-chan, who carried Fong Onii-san and Sensei-san. Besides, with the Sword Saint and the witch fighting, it seems the witch beasts don't have much time for us. Meili shrugged her shoulders, her expression betraying her deep fatigue. It was obvious that she had been unable to relax even a smidgen while in the carriage. In fact, feeling the presence of the witch in the distance was like being a frog stared at by a snake. It would have been very strange if she had been able to rest calmly. This must have been even more difficult for someone as responsible as Meili. Petra, how's Flamchon? Still asleep. Meili, yeah, she's still out cold. But I'm counting on Flamchon's divine protection, so I'm glad we made the right call. Subaru, this girl. It feels kind of weird to see Meili here. Meili's gloomy answer and Subaru's feelings of trepidation at her presence overlapped. Ignoring the latter's reaction, Petra thought about Flam and her divine protection. Flam's divine protection of mind speak allowed her to communicate with her twin sister once a day. Although it was only a one-way communication, the ability to send and receive messages regardless of distance was so important that, under the current circumstances, it was undoubtedly invaluable. The condition of once a day for the divine protection seemed to be closely related to the amount of time she slept, and the more urgent the situation at hand, the more time she needed to sleep. However, the means Flam had employed to achieve this sleep were beyond Petra's comprehension. Petra, I never thought she would suddenly strangle her own neck and pass out. Meili, it seems like she couldn't just take a proper rest because she was so worried about Sword Saint-San. Boo-T, the fact that she was so determined to do so is typical of someone connected to Sword Saint-San. She's barely younger than me and you, Petra-chan. She's so different from normal girls. Petra, I don't think you're one to talk, Meili-chan. Subaru, look who's talking. Petra and Subaru's comments overlapped, and Meili's lips curled in dissatisfaction. All she could hear was Petra's words, but by deliberately engaging in this out-of-place, everyday conversation, they avoided facing the reality and the pressure from the witch. And it was probably thanks to that stable mind that she was even managing to rush forward with single-minded determination. Doda Jayuan! A sudden high-pitched cry came from Patrash, who had been working harder than Petra, Meili, Flam, or anyone else. Taking into account the events at the Pleiades watchtower, Patrash shared the same sense of dreadful urgency as Petra and the others, and her neighing signaled that they had finally reached their destination, the end of the Sand Sea. Lying there in the distance, near the edge of the Sand Sea, was the town of Miriela. Meili, Petra-cha-en. Petra, yeah, I know. In response to Meili's call, Petra strongly gripped the reins and leaned forward. Patrash, who had glanced behind her for just a moment, was already refocusing her attention forward and was now sprinting toward the finish line, having had to run non-stop all the way here. Subaru, I love you, Patrash. The imaginary intangible Subaru delivered unrequited words of love and gratitude to Patrash. As she watched the intangible hand that was unable to touch anything stroke the ground dragon's neck, Petra's small head was busy mapping out the roadmap that would be necessary after they arrived at Miriela. The end goal of this roadmap was, of course, to stop the actions of Al, who had betrayed Natsuki Subaru, but there was something beyond that. In order to get to that point, Petra, HK. The dragon carriage finally burst through the town gate and arrived at Miriela. With that, Petra opened her mouth wide to speak, realizing that they had made it through the Ogria sand dunes. To do any of these things, Petra and the others must first seek the help of a certain individual, a person who was unable to enter the Ogria sand dunes and bid farewell to Petra and the others at this location. So, speaking in a paradoxical way, Petra, we're back, so lend us a hand. I know you're listening, Klein Nisama. Indeed, Petra raised her voice and sought a wild card that could reduce any gap to 0. 3. Felt twisted her face into an exaggerated scowl at the small shadow darting past the corner of her vision. Its form, colors, and sheen all provoked a visceral disgust within her, and though she had been sleeping in the slums with them for as long as she could remember, she could not feel any sense of camaraderie or affection toward them. Felt, who had even slept while hugging a giant rat to survive the cold, was still reluctant to befriend even a single Zottabug. Truly, they were an abominable entity, worthy of being called an enemy of mankind. Felt, seriously, I can't stand those Zota being everywhere. With their extraordinary vitality, Zottabugs could establish habitable environments. Anywhere. They were often spotted in unsanitary places, but that was by no means an absolute prerequisite. In fact, it was at this time that Felt caught a glimpse of a Zottabug from her peripheral, inside a building that was properly maintained and well kept, a manor in the noble district of the royal capital of Lagunica. The place was opulent and lavish, filled with paintings and ornaments of a value Felt could not comprehend. Now bereft of its lord, the mansion still retained its luxurious splendor. Felt, hey, that thread of yours can go whoosh really far, yeah? So couldn't you just get rid of some Zota with it real quick? Yay, Ha! Well, here's the thing, felt Sama. The steel thread technique I use is an extremely rare technique that has had no master for centuries, you know? In addition to skill, Ye-chan's brilliant shinobi-made style can only be displayed when I have special rings for the steel threads made by the master of curse tools, Groovy Gumlet. Yet you're calling for someone like me over a Zada bug of all things. Felt, that was way too long. I barely even got half of that to stick. Why don't you just get to the point? Yay. I don't want to stain my beloved threads on something so filthy, so I'll pass. Having said that, Ye turned her face away while tucking her ringed hands behind her back, to which Felt unenthusiastically responded with, yeah, whatever. Her eyes scanned right, then left, looking for the shadow she had seen earlier, but it appeared she had lost sight of it. That left her with an unpleasant feeling. Felt, just 'cause I can't see them doesn't mean they're gone from this world, you know. They're not only still here, they sometimes fly right into people's faces. Yay. I understand. If it comes to that, I'll be prepared to die. Felt, I want to say that you're not gonna die, but brace yourself, just in case. Emotionally, she felt that resignation or despair were a more appropriate alternative than steeling herself with resolve. As it was, the shadow of that Zada bug she had seen prompted her and Ye to have an unexpected mutual understanding, and Felt, with a fresh perspective, took in the interior decor of the mansion in the royal capital, the Bariel estate. A portion of Lagunica's nobles residing outside the royal capital had secondary estates in the noble district, reserved for their periodic stays. The Astria estate, where Felt was first forcibly taken and confined by Reinhard, was no exception, and this mansion, whose construction was personally commissioned by Priscilla Bariel, had been built for an identical purpose. Felt, that princess. I'm sure she had people taking care of this place even while she wasn't living here, but now she's got Zada bugs roaming everywhere. Maybe the maids lost all their motivation the moment their master croaked. Yay. Oop, it'd be wise to avoid saying things like that in the presence of Alsama, even as a provocation, okay? It's gonna make you sound like someone with a really nasty personality, and hearing someone badmouth the madam is something I don't feel good about, you know? Felt. Huh? You're telling me not to piss off the helmet bastard. Yay. No, Alsama surely wouldn't lose his temper. But I think he'll be hurt. That is something I won't be okay with. Lowering her voice just a little, Ye cocked her head slightly at the end of their exchange. Instantly, Felt registered a faint tension on her neck, and she perceived the presence of the nigh-invisible threads with her very soul. The steel thread she had hesitated to use on the Zada bug was once again coiled around Felt's neck. Felt, if you hurt me, that helmet bastard's going to be angry, right? Yay. Maybe. But even so, isn't it a problem for you to say whatever you want, Felt-sama? Especially for me as a helpful all-purpose maid meant to eliminate any obstacle for my master. Felt, there's something off about you calling him your master. The relationship between you and that helmet bastard isn't really that of master and servant. That said, I guess talking so high and mighty from a safe distance is lame. As she replied, Felt held up both her hands to indicate to Ye that she had no intention of resisting. After watching her for a moment, Ye shrugged and retracted the thread. Still, she made clear her intention to mercilessly send out her threads and make a statement by cutting off Felt's finger, or even a limb if necessary, should Felt make any suspicious movement. Having observed Ye's speed and precision, there was merit to having made the provocation. Felt, I already knew it, but you're not someone I can handle. Currently, Felt and Ye were the only two that were staying back in the Bariel manor. If Felt could slip past Ye's watchful eyes or defeat Ye alone, she could escape her current status of being a captive princess that was meant to keep the Felt camp in check. Ye, that strong will to win is just what I'd expect of a candidate in the royal selection. It makes this humble servant's heart flutter at such a noble mindset. But please don't get any reckless ideas, okay? There are some people, like thugs or Heinkel-sama, who I can tie up or slice apart without remorse, but I don't like doing that to lovely girls. Felt, I see. In that case, remember this too. I dislike words like cute, sweet, or that really suits you. Remember how many times you've called me those. Yay. Hiya, scary. By the way, what are you going to do when you count them? Felt, when it's my turn to get you back, I'll kick your ass that many times. Incidentally, Felt had already decided that she would kick Ye's ass 3 times. The helmet bastard, Aldebaran and the divine dragon, as well as Heinkel each had their own amount of revenge she kept score of. Felt always precisely settled each and every one of her debts and loans. Whether they were of gratitude or resentment mattered not to her. Felt, it's not every day you get to kick a dragon's ass, much less the divine dragon's. If you think about it like that, being held hostage is pretty funny, huh? Yay. So tough, you're so mentally strong that even Ye-chan here is intimidated. Even if that wasn't the case, I'm afraid of you seducing him, so I don't want you and Val-sama getting near each other, Felt-sama. Felt, even so, having Reinhard's dad watch over the divine dragon is in pretty poor taste if you ask me. Yay. With Heinkel-sama's desire for the dragon's blood, I suppose an arm or two or three might erupt from his throat. I hope he doesn't get carried away and actually attack Val-sama. Ye smiled mischievously with a finger to her lip, but the contents of her speech held absolutely no such cuteness. In fact, from Ye's point of view, even if this imaginary scenario were to come true, that is, if Heinkel were to recklessly get himself killed by the divine dragon, she would most likely remain unfazed. It was a rather ill-natured arrangement of things, including her attitude toward Heinkel, who was supposed to be her comrade. Of course, the divine dragon was far too conspicuous to be allowed near the royal capital. Moreover, keeping it near Felt, who had a beguiling effect on its mind, was out of the question, so it was inevitable that their arrangement would be skewed. Yay, you're not just a beauty who can topple a nation, Felt-sama, but also a beautiful girl who can topple a dragon. Felt, that's another time I'm going to kick your ass. But tell me the truth, can the old man really get that dragon's blood he wants from that brainless divine dragon? Yay, who knows? But in the case that doesn't work, Al-sama will still keep his promise, even if it means retrieving the older dragon's blood that's supposedly stored somewhere in the castle. That way, Heinkel-sama's sleeping wife should wake up. But from your point of view, Felt-sama, you're not happy with this arrangement, are you? Felt, damn right. Frankly, I'm not a fan of that approach. She had already directly said as much to Heinkel regarding the matter, despite his endless excuses. Felt did not like that plan. However, it was also unreasonable for outsiders to simply deny the thoughts, actions, and decisions made by the people actually involved. So even if it resulted in the awakening of Reinhard's mother, Felt wished to take a different path to achieve that summit than what Heinkel wanted. Felt. What's up? Suddenly, Felt, sitting slumped on the sofa in the parlor, noticed Ye's gaze watching her intently and she frowned. Ye shook her head with a no at Felt's response. Ye, I just thought it was unexpected. That you, Felt-sama, want to wake up Heinkel-sama's wife. That is, the Sword Saint's mother. Felt, you know that bastard sits next to me when we all eat together. Ye. At first glance, Ye had a puzzled look on her face when Felt said something seemingly unrelated. Felt continued to speak, ignoring Ye's confused reaction. In the Felt camp, when it was time for a meal, Flam and Grassies would call for everyone, and with the exception of Felt, who had a customary seat at the head of the table, the seats would be filled based on when they arrived at the dining hall. Reinhard usually sat next to Felt at the head of the table. Felt, while we're eating, I've got the best view of the side of his face. If that aspect were to improve a bit, the food would taste better, yeah. Yay. I stand corrected. Rather than a beautiful girl, Felt-sama is an Ike Men's. Felt, I have no idea what you're talking about, but I'm kicking your ass an extra time for that. Yay. But why? Ye pouted in dissatisfaction as Felt turned her face away, replying no further. She had become used to being held hostage, which was nothing short of disgraceful, but the trick to maintaining mental composure in such a situation was to not reveal too much verbally. And so, when keeping someone who has baited a fish in reasonable suspense. Yay, yes, I'm sorry if I have upset you. For now, please take this. As she spoke, Ye gently handed over a silver tray on which was placed some kind of bread with toasted fillings as a snack, to which Felt's stomach growled. Ye chuckled at the sound. Yay, there are Zada bugs even in a place like this? Felt, those fuckers are everywhere. Even in my stomach. Don't make me think about something that disgusting. Hand it over already. She threw a glare at the bantering Ye, and snatched the silver tray from her hands. She bit into the hazamiyaki as it exuded a faintly warm aroma, its pleasant flavor being neither too strong nor too weak. The taste was to Felt's liking, so she met Ye's eyes with a smile and thumbs up. Ye, how'd you like it, the hazamiyaki? Surprisingly, it's Ye-chan's one and only specialty dish. Felt, damn tasty. But, if it's your only one then it's a different story. You're more or less a maid, right? Or maybe the whole maid thing was a lie, and you're actually an assassin or something. Ye, assassination is one of the main jobs of a shinobi, but the part about me being a maid is the truth. It's just that cleaning is more my forte than making a little bit of food. Ah, I was lying when I said my one and only specialty dish is hazamiyaki. I'm also good at wraps. Felt, in the end, isn't that just the same in the regards to sandwiching ingredients between bread? Incidentally, Felt's impression was that vegetables comprised more of the ingredients used in a wrap. As a matter of fact, she did not know what the finer discrepancies between wraps and hazamiyaki were. At any rate, she was relieved that even the captured hostages were properly fed. On that front, she would not have to suspect that Aldebaran's words were falsehoods. Although, even if that was the case, the issue of the currently absent Aldebaran's actions was still present. Aldebaran was off doing something separately from Felt and Ye, his destination being Felt. The helmet bastard, is he seriously planning to free that Sin Archbishop? If she were to believe his words, then that declaration, that he was going to free a Sin Archbishop, the gluttony imprisoned in the royal capital's prison tower, was something she would also have to believe. Presently, the kingdom of Lagunica had 2 Sin Archbishops in custody, Wrath and Gluttony. Felt had direct contact with Sin Archbishops at Pristella, where their menace and inhumanity had left a deep impression on her. She wondered how the world could have such irredeemable people. Felt, in Pristella, I encountered Gluttony, either the elder or younger brother of the guy who's locked up, as well as the younger sister. I also went with Reinhard to transport Wrath. So let me tell you, what the helmet bastard is trying to do is insane. Yay. That's probably true. In all things, any truly great deeds cannot be accomplished while sane. Everything that Al-Sama has orchestrated up to this point, haven't they been extraordinary events? Felt, though it's not a question of numbers, it's gotten to the point where you start to wonder just how many things have been overcome. Not to mention using the witch to stall. Reinhard, that's something I can still understand. But a Sin Archbishop? Yay. Naturally, that'd be something necessary for Al-Sama's objective, re-GHT? Felt. Not even you know the specifics? Crossing her hands behind her back, Ye smiled without replying to Felt's words. Only, this reply was something she had expected. She did not know Ye's true intentions in following Aldebaran, but no matter the astonishing circumstances she might find herself in, it felt as if she possessed such an intense conviction, obsession, that she would have no intention of parting from Aldebaran's side. Therefore, she would not wait for answers. It was Felt's duty to search for one. Felt, those gluttony bastards, they insolently gorged themselves on people's names and memories. Like Crush, whose memories had been devoured, or the story of the name of Anastasia's knight, Julius, being eaten. Then there was the girl in the Amelia camp, for whom she had heard Subaru was searching for a way to wake up. There was perhaps a possibility that the latter girl was not unrelated to the Sleeping Beauty that Felt and her people were familiar with. In any case, Felt, there's something he wants to feed them. If not that, then there's no way he'd do something like dragging out the shitty gluttony bastard. Kept captive with her freedom restrained, Felt's soul refused to yield. From someone in this world who was surely just as reliable as Reinhard in cornering Aldebaran, that was a life philosophy taught to her by Ramji, live strong. Felt, chomp. Boldly, while filling her belly with hazamiyaki, Felt devoted herself to actualizing this life philosophy. By never ceasing her thoughts, by never halting her steps, born would be the margin to which her hands could reach. In preparation for that moment, she licked up the sauce from the hazamiyaki from the corner of her mouth with her tongue. And to her side. Yay, wah, there really are Zada bugs. Even though it's only been a few days since the custodian was dismissed, this is full. Whether it was the same one that Felt had seen earlier, or a different one, Ye scowled as she seemed to have discovered the enemy of mankind, grumbling out complaints. For a cramped, dark, suffocating place it was. Even the phrasing of its solitary confinement cell being too mild, this space showed no signs of any intention to keep that which it imprisoned alive. And yet, To consolidate that space and the existence isolated within as cruel or cold-hearted would itself be an act of utmost violence. After all, imprisoned there was one who had perpetrated numerous vices throughout the world, a blasphemer without peer. There was a definite demarcation between the manner of imprisonment used generally and this black coffin of confinement, in which an existence was isolated from the world, making breathing and heartbeat unrequired. Henceforth, provisions for the purpose of respecting life were unnecessary in that space. For that very reason, the place could not have been more appropriate to accurse the lives of one another. My bad. Seems like I've got plenty of frustration built up. Really couldn't hold myself back. With a sound of footsteps rising from the cold, hard ground, he leaned his back against the wall of the cramped room. The rear of the helmet hit the wall, and the sound of steel striking rock harshly disturbed the frigid atmosphere of the stone chamber. Attempting to catch his faintly disheveled breath, collapsed at the man's, Aldebaran's feet, was a gasping figure, lying limply and face down. That there was the blasphemer upon whom the kingdom had bestowed this stone chamber fashioned into a solitary cell. Having been defeated without riposte by Aldebaran, left to taste the floor was an unsightly loser, Sin Archbishop of the witch cult, representing gluttony, Roy Alford in the flesh. Aldebaran. A deep inhale, a long exhale. Forcibly taking deep breaths to regulate his disarrayed cardiopulmonary functions, Aldebaran looked around the rock chamber which had become horribly messy in only a minute of actual time, and shrugged his shoulders. With cracked walls and smashed-up floors, it would be valid to describe the utter wreckage that had befallen the cramped room, one that had received nary a care to maintain it, as having been so messy that there was no space left for anyone to place their feet. Considering it was only the size of a coffee shop bathroom, just how in the world had such a huge scuffle unfolded in this place? But then again, it was not as if this huge scuffle was one he had scuffled in by choice. Aldebaran, I just said that if you obey and follow me then I won't take your life, and you had to go do that immediately afterwards. Even if you were going to turn coat and rebel, you'd usually wait a while longer for your chance. Roy. Haha, you say some funny stuff, helmet uncle. Aldebaran's words, laced with lament, brought out a dogged laugh from Roy, the latter laying sprawled out on the ground. Still laying prone, Roy directed his glaring gaze to Aldebaran beside the wall, and while licking his lips with that long tongue of his in a lascivious manner. Roy. By that, do you mean that we, who cannot help but always be starving and starving and starving and starving, must learn to wait for permission? Such a thing, would that be fair grounds to argue child abuse? Aldebaran, unfortunately, I've got no obligation to raise an evil brat like you. It's said that in the Showa era, neighbors would help to discipline kids even if they weren't part of the family, but this is Lagunica, and the current era ain't Showa. Well, I did beat you up this much. I ain't gonna be able to deny the abuse allegations. Placing his hand over the metal fitting on his helmet, Aldebaran rang out a clackering sound, to which Roy let out a jolly ha-ha dash. To respond with such an attitude after having been disciplined by having both his arms and legs broken in a scrupulous fashion, he truly was an eerie brat. At the very least, even in the Showa era in which corporal punishment was largely preferred, this level of discipline would not have been acceptable. Nonetheless, Roy Alford was beyond being an eerie brat. He was a Sin Archbishop first and foremost. Hence, he was hopeful that hedging a risk like this would be deemed within permissible limits. Aldebaran. Well, it's not like I thought this affair would go that smoothly anyway. So grumbled Aldebaran, silently concluding the count at 6022 in his mind. This numerical count, which no longer necessitated any explanation, amounted to the number of attempts Aldebaran had required to subdue a defiant Roy Alford. If he were to enumerate how many bones and teeth had been broken, the number would grow to be several times that, easily. That was how much of a handful disciplining this evil brat had been. Aldebaran, seriously, I never thought I'd end up having to go through the same kind of trial and error I did with Reinhard. Utilizing his moniker of bizarre eating to the fullest, Roy Alford wielded the power of Eclipse to reproduce the abilities and techniques of those eaten by his authority of gluttony. Therefore, being that Roy was essentially stockpiling innumerable warriors within his own self, ditching any ineffective tactics on the spot in favor of immediately bringing out novel fighting styles, this affair had bore a close resemblance to the one against Reinhard, who had adopted divine protections adequate to adapt to any given circumstance. As luck would have it, Aldebaran had already attained experience points in excess of 130,000 from his battle with Reinhard, Thus he had reached a feat in excellence by dealing with a likewise exceptional foe while staying within 4 digits. Aldebaran. Regardless, you were captured right after fighting at the tower. Considering you weren't even given proper treatment after that, you've sure put up one hell of a fight.
Roy.
Being so completely and utterly shut down in everything we tried to do, it was our first time experiencing such a thing. And yet, don't tell me you're trying to comfort us, Uncle? If so, the #1 method to comfort us would be Aldebaran, gluttonous drinking gluttony, will be ringing in my ears till tomorrow. Just hearing it makes this old man's stomach shudder in fear. Digesting fried foods only getting tougher and tougher for people my age.
Roy.
How unfriendly. A smile over his mouth lined with fangs. Roy regarded Aldebaran with eyes opened wide. That gaze of his was tinged with interest and appetite and curiosity and appetite and sadism and appetite and, at any rate, it was a full-course meal that made a chill run down Aldebaran's spine. The pain of his limbs having been broken was even now still surpassed by a feeling of hunger, and that fact had been the reason for the chill. So exhaustively distorted was that way of being. To harbor sympathy for him, he wished not. After all, chosen by the witch factors just like the witches, the Sin archbishops were likewise detestable pariahs who from birth had been separated from the rails of normalcy. Aldebaran. Good grief! Shall I explain the situation to you? Roy. You'll be kind enough to do that? What's this? Started feeling pity for the child whose arms and legs you broke. But guess so. There's no way a decent adult could remain composed after shattering the limbs of such an innocent child. Well, calling you a decent adult with this sort of appearance and helmet over the head, Uncle, is what you'd call debatably. Aldebaran. You sure do prattle on. This place is the royal capital of Lagunica, far removed from Pleiades' watchtower where you were captured. Your counterpart. Roy. He died, right? Aldebaran. Roy. Even we are properly aware of that. Family bonds are far deeper and stronger than you might think, Uncle. Sorry, that was a lie. We simply reckoned as such because we can't feel Lay's witch factor. Besides. Aldebaran. Besides. Roy. Even if it's impossible to tell from the outside, those within these frozen confines are still able to feel the exterior a bit. Despite such a tight seal, for everyone to be so rattled is pretty pathetic. With the repulsive note of his lips being licked, Roy impassively spoke of his counterpart's death. Aldebaran was unwittingly unnerved by his attitude. His equanimity in accepting his counterpart's death, his sibling Lay Baton Cato's, was also part of it, but his attestation that black coffin, a seal belonging to the same lineage as Ol Shamak, had the margin to permit the apprehension of the outside world, was what truly astonished Aldebaran. And putting aside Aldebaran's astonishment, Roy swiveled his body, vocalizing a "here we go." Now facing upwards, the former's figure was cast upside down in his field of view. Roy. That was suffocating. This is much better. So? Uncle, based on our memories you're someone party to the royal selection, right? For you to release us, a Sin archbishop, like this, would that not bring notoriety to your precious princess? Aldebaran. In addition to the fighting styles, you also ought to have taken in all kinds of ways of thinking, yeah? If you don't want to be thought of as an incompetent fool who only gathers tools but can't do shit, then think before you ask. Roy. Wow, such outrage. Stirred the hornet's nest? So nice, quite nice, very nice, isn't it nice because it is probably nice? Surely it is very nice. Won't ask any further than that. Certainly no questions like if you're taught in despair because of your precious, oh so precious princess's death. Godash. Aldebaran. That's so. That'd be helpful. Thank you for your consideration. Roy's facial expression as he bore a baleful smile was acutely strained once his fractured shoulder was vigorously stepped on. Meticulously did Aldebaran grind his heel down into the fractured bones, lowering his foot. The compeer was a Sin archbishop. Though already distinct, from the perspective of proceeding affairs according to plan, he could be denoted as the worst possible party. Even if him snapping to bite forthwith upon the seal's undoing had been anticipated, it was by no means an anticipation that he had been glad about being on the money regarding. A Sin archbishop, the kind of enemy who, if not a necessary factor for the plan, he would gladly drop down the great waterfall, him imprisoned within the coffin as was. However, Roy, to yet go so far that you'd need us. What a tribulation you're in, right, Uncle? Aldebaran, this guy just never stops yapping. Wish your parents teach you to pipe down. Roy, birth parent? Or foster parent? The former died upon our birth and took our little sister with them as well, and the latter would surely be pretty incompatible with you, uncle. Aldebaran, no matter which, I get that neither would be very effective. No choice. Even though a dialogue was miraculously established, there lay nothing to gain from his response. Garrulous hollow tirades were a signature characteristic of the sin. Archbishops, and gluttony was not innocent of that charge either. Only odiousness and repugnance exacerbated, and rather than comfort it only deteriorated the state of mind of the living. Aldebaran. As Roy lay down whilst facing upwards like a carp atop a cutting board, he halfway conceded to him and squatted, interchanging gazes through the helmet with Aldebaran as he looked below. The upside-down Roy rounded his eyes in curiosity alongside a tinge of ache from the stomping of his fractured bones. Roy. What's this? Uncle, what are you gonna do next? Teach a lesson to a disobedient child through torture? But you know, we already have gotten used to that type of pain, you see. Aldebaran. Relax. I'm the same as you. I ain't got much faith in using pain to compel others into doing my bidding. If sentiments surpass the pain, then that ain't gonna make the opponent yield. That's why. Roy. That's why? Aldebaran. What I'll tie you with is neither pain nor sentiment. A promise. Enunciating so, Aldebaran inserted his thumb into the jaw portion of his helmet and bit his fingertip. Accompanying the sharp pain emerged a drip of blood, the dyed finger then being pointed towards Roy. Subsequently, whilst he pressed the finger tinged in blood against the bare body of the collapsed blasphemer, Aldebaran, don't pose needless resistance. Though I was made to practice enough to be able to paint it with my eyes closed. This would be the first time I'm testing its efficacy. Roy. To scribble on the bare body of a child with blood, now that's an interest vulgar enough to make even us sin archbishops aghast. To even perform such a deviant act, what do you want us to do? Destroy the country or something? Aldebaran, I don't intend that, and I could do that by myself if I wanted to. I've gone out of my way to free a detestable lil brat like you. It's something that only you can do. Roy. Only us, huh? As the bloody finger traced his body, Roy flashed his fangs in a grin as he enjoyed the ticklish sensation. That obscene look in his eyes, that tone, that exuded presence, all were urging Aldebaran to vocalize the portion he had yet to put to words. Whilst peevish that it might appear as though he were going along with the other party's intentions by conforming to that urge, he responded. The reason why Aldebaran had unleashed Roy Alford, that was, Aldebaran, there's someone I'd like to have you eat with your authority. I won't be taking no for an answer. Roy, Well, I guess that's so. You did release us. It couldn't have been anything more than that. Inclining his head with his back to the floor, Roy's cheeks contorted at Aldebaran's demand. As to whether the intent behind that smile had been an acceptance or a rejection, Aldebaran knew not. Regardless of which it was, Roy's own will was irrelevant. The means by which he would be made to abide had been inscribed upon Roy Alford's flesh, engraved into his soul. Roy, a curse mark bound by an oath. Thorough to the point of obstinacy, isn't it? Did you come up with this by yourself, uncle? Or perhaps you are echoing some deranged curse arts user? Aldebaran. Echoing. There's no doubt in regards to them being completely deranged, but that person wasn't a curse arts user. They're a magician. Without a doubt, the most supreme magician throughout the history of this world. Regardless of their personality. Roy. And the conditions for the oath? Aldebaran, if you eat someone without my permission, you'll die in a fiery blaze along with your soul. Informing him succinctly, Aldebaran lifted Roy's body onto his shoulders without glancing at his face. The blasphemer had indulged himself in bizarre eating, making a mess of his feed as he pleased. His body, however, was light. Given that his position was that of having snuck into the prison tower where Roy had been sealed, him being light was a great help. He had more or less knocked out all the guards, but it would be best for him to maintain prudence on the return. Aldebaran, after this, we'll link back up with Ye and Lil Miss Felt. In order to have support in the royal capital, he had ordered Ye to keep watch over Felt and left them waiting in the Bariel villa. Late Bariel had had that manor constructed originally, but those plans had been largely altered through Priscilla's meddling, and thus the residence had been completed in its current form. All around, it was a mansion that had been left with the vestiges of Priscilla's favored designs. The fact that they needed a base notwithstanding, it was not a place at which Aldebaran wished to sojourn overlong. Hence, he would quickly pick up Ye and Felt, then converge with Aldebaran, and Heinkel outside the royal capital. Roy. Come to think of it, we also said this earlier. To Aldebaran, who had been ruminating things over internally, Roy suddenly began speaking, being carried atop the former's shoulder. From a sidelong glance, Aldebaran could tell that Roy, with his limp limbs, was gazing at the floor. Following that gaze, Aldebaran knit his brow, wondering what the matter was. Thereupon, Roy, that before you took us out, uncle, even within the frozen confines of that blackness, we could still sense our surroundings, even if only dimly. But you see, this place is completely isolated from the outside world. In such a state, visitations would be utterly preposterous, and so not even rats could enter, let alone a single insect. And yet, Aldebaran, Roy, Zotabugs, it's quite the unusual affair for them to have gotten in here unnoticed, isn't it? Roy's slimy words, they were consistent with the small bug reflected in Aldebaran's vision. Crawling on the cold ground, their form eerie and repulsive, was a Zotabug, an insect abhorred by everyone in this world. They were the equivalent to cockroaches, which could be found anywhere, so it was not strange in the slightest for them to be present in the prison tower. Aldebaran thought no such thing. Aldebaran, I fucked up. Unable to control the dread welling up inside of him, Aldebaran forgot to be considerate of the fact that atop his shoulders was being carried a Roy of broken limbs. Thus he hastily rushed out of the solitary cell, and out of the prison tower. Were he to not expedite his escape to the utmost, before long Aldebaran's infiltration would be exposed. That's enough. The moment he set foot outside of the prison tower, that voice struck Aldebaran's eardrums. Concomitantly, a numbing drop in temperature upon his skin he felt, and likewise, perceivable was the creaking of his helmet due to the thermal swing compared to the interior of the tower. Powdery snow fluttering down through his environs, the arrival of this out-of-season cold wave shook Aldebaran's psyche beyond what a farmer's would be as they imagined the damage to their crop. A voice he knew well, that of a silver bell. Treading upon the thin layer of snow that had piled upon the sprawling garden in the vicinity of the prison tower, her long silver hair glistening amidst the snow's cape, she gallantly made her approach. Always did those beautiful amethyst eyes house a calm, gentle light. But such did not apply now. To an unmistakable extent, those amethyst eyes were blazing aflare. Beyond a shadow of a doubt, by her ire they were blazing. Returned Subaru and Beatrice. A silent, dignified declaration of purpose. A demeanor permitted exclusively to a ruler of sorts. Even if for only a moment, that impression was indeed given. For that was the extent to which the woman standing there was so beautiful, so lovely, so noble. Aldebaran. Breathing visibly white breaths, Aldebaran had ended up freezing in his tracks. Standing before him, atop the snow, the witch of glaciation, Emilia, lifted her well-shaped eyebrows firmly, and declared, Emilia, right now I'm really angry, so I won't be holding back even if it's you, Al. Chapter 25. Emilia was enraged. 1. Emilia, right now I'm really angry, so I won't be holding back even if it's you, Al. Speaking thus, the witch of glaciation, having transformed the vicinity of the prison tower into a wintry snowscape, cast him a stern gaze. The irate emotions ablaze in those amethyst eyes spurred a dry sensation in Aldebaran's throat. Even in the Empire, many a time had he borne witness to the sight of her kicking her long legs with all her might, doing battle with a look of seriousness on her beautiful countenance. But that look of seriousness had always been deeply tinged with her courage and thoughtfulness, never colored with the hue of fury. Hence this was the first time. Aldebaran. The first time that he had come across a scene where Emilia's eyes were filled with anger, casting an intense gaze upon somebody. Not to mention, to think it was a moment in which that anger was directed fully and entirely unto himself, even the act of imagining that. Aldebaran. To say that I never even imagined it. Guess that'd be asking for too much. Hijacking the dragon husk of the divine dragon Volcanica, and mobilizing the Witch of Envy with the objective of halting the sword Saint Reinhard, he was an enemy of the world. Even before all that, the moment he sealed away Natsuki Subaru, even if not on the scale of the whole world, there were a great number of people who thus became enemies of Aldebaran. Emilia was at the forefront of that list. This confrontation was the inevitable price he had to pay for the decision he had made. What's this? How peculiar. It seems like you've angered her quite a bit, uncle. That one Isan is terrifying when you anger her. Did you know? Aldebaran. Shut up. Oh, scary, scary. Carried on Aldebaran's shoulders, the immobilized Roy sneered in ridicule. The circumstances of Roy's capture had been through combat with Natsuki Subaru's group at the Pleiades watchtower. Naturally, Emilia was also present there. It made sense for him to know her. Even before that, Roy had eaten many names and memories in Pristella, and it would not have been strange for some of those among them to have known Emilia. Hence, what he currently ought to focus on was not Roy's slimy persiflage, but rather, Aldebaran. Yo, what a coincidence to run into you here, miss. Laboring to select the words for his first vocalization, Aldebaran opened his mouth. But, unfortunately for the effort he had spent to select those first words, it had been meaningless. That was because Aldebaran, HK. Halfway through Aldebaran's utterance, which aimed to examine his opponent's approach, Emilia pitched forward, ushering an explosion of the snow accumulated by her feet, her silver hair fluttering as she kicked off the ground. Amidst his snow-blanketed vision, directly after he perceived the glisten of her fluttering silver hair, Emilia, hiya! Sparing no measure, a gauntlet of ice was driven directly into Aldebaran's solar plexus. Ooh! Rewinding time a bit before that blow to the solar plexus. Subaru and everyone else. That's the word from one of my people. Everyone in the tower has been taken out. The one who informed them of this was Felt, who was staying in the royal capital at the time. It was their first reunion since the events of the Watergate city of Pristella, but they had no time to catch up on old times. To begin with, Emilia's reason for visiting the royal capital was not a pleasant one. She had to report to the royal castle that Priscilla Bariel had lost her life in the Valachian Empire. Emilia was deeply grieved to have to bring back news that would significantly affect the royal selection and, above all, sadden the many who knew and loved Priscilla. What Felt had told Emilia was a huge blow. Emilia. Al. Why would he do something like that? Those were words Emilia could not bring herself to say. If Al were to do something reckless now, there was no way it would not be related to Priscilla's death. Al's devastation at losing someone so important to him placed him into an unbearable state, which was why Emilia and the others listened to Subaru's plea and saw them off to the Pleiades watchtower. She believed that this would give Al a chance to recover, or at least a chance to move forward. But despite that, Felt-sama, may I ask you for more details? Next to Emilia, who was biting her lip and clenching her fists, was Otto, who had come to the royal capital with her, and asked Felt. In contrast to Emilia, who was overwhelmed by the devastating news, Otto's expression, with his eyes fixed on Felt, was calm, and his voice was steady. But Emilia knew what it meant when Otto acted like this, that he was at his angriest. Felt sensed the quiet pressure emanating from Otto's anger, which was well known to everyone in Emilia's camp, and crossed her arms, replying, Yeah, sure. Felt, the Knight Nyai-chan and the little spirit are being held captive by the helmet bastard. I don't know how, but it seems he doesn't intend to kill them. Otto. No intention to kill? What about the others at the tower? Felt, Flam contacted me and said they're okay. Meili and Emilia Nichan's maid are safe. But our sensei and that Garfield guy got pretty beat up. It looks like he didn't take their lives. Otto. Is that so? Thank you. Felt. That ain't something to thank me for. I would have felt worse if I knew how they were and didn't tell you. After telling her everything without hesitation, Felt looked at Emilia, who was still clenching her fists. Struck by the intensity of Felt's gaze, Emilia gasped. Then, Felt continued as Emilia's cheek stiffened. Felt, we've decided on our plan. We'll use Reinhard to get back to our territory as quickly as possible. We need to consult with Ramji and figure out what we need to do next. Emilia, isn't that the Istria domain? If so, it's close to the Augria sand dunes, so we can go with you, Feltchan. Otto. No, we should not do that, Emilia-sama. Emilia. What? Emilia leaned eagerly forward, but Otto's calm voice stopped her. However, Emilia was confused, as she did not understand why she was being stopped. After all, she had to rush to the tower where Subaru and the others were in trouble. Emilia, is it because Reinhard will have a hard time if there are more of us? Well, It would really be difficult to lighten up anymore, but I'll do my best. Felt, even if Amelia and Zada Bugny can join in, it won't make much difference to that guy's workload.
But that's not what you're saying, right?
Otto. Regardless of your perception of me, Felt-sama, yes. Felt and Otto nodded to each other, while question marks flew above Amelia's head. However, although Amelia was unable to keep up with what the two of them were thinking, she held no doubt that those thoughts were correct and had been thoroughly considered. Amelia. Felt-chan, be careful. Tell Reinhard as well. As for Al. Felt, naturally, when it comes to the helmet bastard, I can't make any promises.
Sorry about that.
Amelia.
No, I'm glad you clearly told me that you cannot make any promises. Their reunion was short-lived, and the content of their conversation had not been pleasant in the slightest. Still, Amelia gave Felt a parting hug, and saw the girl, whose expression had become strange, off from the royal castle. Afterward, Felt and the others had been flown to the Astria domain by Reinhard. Thereupon, it was a matter of performing a large variety of tasks that would be absolutely vital. Even so, Amelia. Subaru. After Felt's tempestuous departure, Amelia remained in the royal residence with her gaze cast downward. Even now, she had not been able to relax her tightly clenched fists. Felt had said that everyone sent to the Pleiades watchtower had suffered terribly. However, among them, the one Amelia was most anxious about was her knight, Subaru. Even in the Empire, he had put in a great effort for the sake of Rem and Spica. He had fought alongside Abel, had been shrunk down to a child, had grown big again, and yet he had not been able to save Priscilla. The way he had punished himself, by having his many friends from the Empire beat him up, was something she could not bear to watch. And yet, the kindness Subaru had shown in consideration of Al was betrayed. Amelia. A strange sensation had been lit deep within her chest, and it bubbled forth, making Amelia aware of the heat within her own heart. A feeling that was neither sad nor heartbreaking. It was an emotion that Amelia had rarely harbored, and was thus greatly perplexing to her. A sensation like this, within her chest, in the depths of her eyes, at the very core of her heart, this feeling as if vigorously boiling. The last time she had felt this way was during her confrontation with Regulus, back in Pristella. At Regulus, who had bound the hearts of his brides, Sylphie and the others, for utterly selfish reasons, Amelia had been truly, truly furious. The same rage as back then, or perhaps one even greater, now burned within her. Otto. Amelia-sama, thank you for granting my plea. Amelia. Otto-kun. Amelia, who had realized that she was greatly furious, to the extent of being nearly unable to contain it, had intuitively understood that Otto, who wore a calm expression, was also feeling the same. That was to be expected. After all, being worried for Subaru and the others, Otto was one among those who had accompanied Amelia and the others to the Empire. This state could not be allowed to continue. Amelia. Eep. Making a loud thwack sound, Amelia slapped her own cheeks with both hands. It was an act so unexpected that Otto exclaimed, Amelia-sama, in astonishment. Feeling sorry about that, Amelia lowered her hands from her stinging cheeks. Amelia. Just now, my mind was going haywire, and I didn't feel like I would be able to speak properly, that's why. But now, I feel all right. Well, the all right part was a lie, but I can speak properly. Otto. Is that so? In that case I too shall. Amelia. Yikes. As Amelia nodded, a thwack resounded as Otto also slapped his own cheeks the same way she did. Having done so with such a strength, Amelia was startled by the sound that was loud enough to invoke doubts about an impending nosebleed. However, Otto did not get a nosebleed, but his cheeks were likely just as red as Amelia's own. Otto. I shall explain the reason behind why we did not accompany Felt-sama. It is because there would be no point to us going and to prepare for an unlikely possibility. Amelia. Please continue. Amelia did not interrupt the explanation that Otto, with both his hands upon his cheeks, was giving. She had questions. She had plenty she wanted to say. But first, she would listen to everything the other person had to say. For Otto would have already prepared a proper reply for nearly everything Amelia was concerned about. Otto, if Reinhard-san is on the front lines, then there is no point sending in anyone based on their military might. Felt-sama must also understand that. Then, the reason why she still decided to return to her domain would be Emilia, that's so she could prepare?
Otto. Correct.
Just think about it.
Aside from Natsuki-san and the others, if Felt-sama's companions in the tower were attacked, Reinhard-san would obviously appear.
Despite all of that, Elson, that man took the plunge.
Finally, Emilia began to understand what Otto was trying to say. Reinhard was overwhelmingly strong.
Most likely of the people Emilia knew. No, even including the people she did not know, Reinhard was the strongest in the world. Puck had said so himself, so it had to be true. Understanding that he would clash against Reinhard, it was strange to expect that Al had nothing prepared.
Meaning, Al had definitely prepared something, and so even Reinhard could be in danger.
Emilia, Felt-chan was worried about Reinhard, so she went back in order to prepare. But then, what about us?
If we were preparing, we probably should do so with Felt-chan and all of the others.
Otto, we are the ones after Reinhard-san, that Felt-sama and the others have prepared for.
Emilia. I see. If he knows Reinhard is coming, and he was preparing for that, and she is planning for that preparation. Otto. That's right. Of course, if we begin talking about preparing for preparations, then there would be no end to the discussion. The reason behind that man's reckless actions is because of what happened in the Empire. Even if his plan is thorough, it does not seem likely he would have had much time to prepare.
Emilia, yeah, that's right.
Thanks to the careful and detailed explanation, Emilia's understanding had caught up to Otto and the others.
While Emilia admired the depth with which he thought, she could not help but feel terribly and profoundly sad when Otto intentionally shifted from calling him Alsan to that man.
Otto had a strong sense of camaraderie. Among Emilia's friends, his was surely the strongest. It was what made him so reliable, but it also forced him to make painful compromises.
Nevertheless, Emilia, I too don't know what to think, Al. He had a reason. There had to be one. But, even if he had a reason, there were some things that she could not allow or forgive. She was worried about Subaru.
Was Beatrice okay? She had heard that Garfield was injured. Petra and Meili were undoubtedly filled with anxiety. Subaru's beloved Petrash, she might also be crying. With roaring flames, the inside of her chest grew hot.
Otto, this is my fault.
Like that, in front of Emilia, whose heart was set ablaze with emotions, Otto suddenly muttered this.
Not understanding the contents of his utterance, Emilia's eyes unconsciously widened, as she became lost for words. Otto covered his face with the hands that had been resting on his cheek up till now, and stared up at the ceiling.
Because he was taller than she was, when he did this, Emilia was unable to see his face.
However, the trembling of that voice, she understood that it came not just from simple anger.
Otto, I thought Natsuki-san was getting too involved.
Moving for the sake of what Priscilla-sama's death had left behind, I forced myself to agree in order to save him with a distraction from himself. I tried to convince myself that it would be fine if Beatrice-chan, who had been separated from him, would be by his side.
The care and follow-up, I thought I could leave it to the brave Petra-chan.
Emilia, Otto-kun.
Otto, above everything else, I entrusted everything to Garfield. Those things that we should have done, we forced onto our straightforward, ever-honest, sensitive Garfield.
Emilia, Otto-kun.
The moment the tremble in his voice bordered on a complete breakdown, Emilia grabbed both of Otto's arms and lowered his face with her hand, so that she could face him head-on.
Then she saw it.
For the first time ever, she saw Otto's blue eyes moist with tears.
Otto. Damn it! Why am I always so thoughtless? Emilia. Otto. When my hands cannot reach, when my feet cannot even make it in time, I have no choice but to use my head to make up for those shortcomings. Even though I act like I understand that, even though I pretend to be clever, at the most critical moments I always...
Emilia.
No longer did she want to hear any more of Otto's continuous self-blame, with that tearful face twisted in sorrow.
So Emilia, without releasing the arm she had been holding, drew him towards herself and hugged Otto's head against her chest.
Perhaps it was the suddenness of Emilia's unexpected action that rendered Otto frozen without a sound. In the meantime,
Emilia, don't talk about yourself like that.
Otto-kun is always doing his best. We all understand that. And that's why we want to properly hear what Otto-kun has to say. Otto. Emilia-sama.
Emilia. I know. Even though I say this, Otto-kun probably understands it too, right?
But I only have my own words, and I can only say what I am thinking, so I can at least say it with my own feelings.
So, Emilia, nothing is over yet.
We really can still do so much more.
Emilia spoke with a resolute declaration as she tightly held Otto's head in her arms.
It was as though she were telling this to herself, yet at the same time, she still carried the belief that her words were true.
It was something that none other than Emilia's knight, Natsuki Subaru, had woven into her being time and time again. Together, Emilia and Subaru had crafted this unshakable trust to be the very thing they took the greatest pride in. Emilia, we are really bad at giving up. Indeed, they were not good at holding their heads down in distress, curling up and fleeing from it all.
And, precisely because they could not do that, they had no choice but to unyieldingly press on and do their best without ever giving up.
Perhaps Emilia's appeal had found its way to him. Suddenly, Otto's body, which had been rigid until this moment, relaxed, and then, Otto, please let go of my arms, or Natsuki-san will definitely kill me. Emilia, no, no one is going to die. It's precisely for that reason that we are doing this. Otto, I understand, so please let go of me.
Emilia begrudgingly let go of the squirming Otto's arms.
She watched him intently, as if to ensure that he had truly recovered.
Otto wiped his brow with a handkerchief and let out a sigh.
It was a large, deep sigh. Otto, I know it is not the time for this, but I just remembered. Emilia, what did you remember? Otto, the reason as to why I am giving my assistance to Natsuki-san and Emilia-sama. Otto spoke these words calmly, using his handkerchief to lightly wipe away the remaining traces of his tears.
The expression he held now was a stark contrast to the anger that had once contorted his features just moments before, for whatever he had just recalled had now conjured a newfound face of bravery.
Otto, the enemy has abducted both Natsuki-san and Beatrice-John.
There must be a reason as to why they did this.
The aim of abductions is generally to threaten their related parties, or perhaps even the abductees themselves. Emilia, so it's either us or Subaru, right? Otto, yes. If the divine dragon truly is involved, it will prove to be an issue for the entire kingdom. Whatever role we must fulfill, let us do so in the royal capital. Emilia, yes, let's do that.
We have to move chipperly.
As she listened to Otto's future plans, Emilia was doing her best to suppress her own impulses.
Emilia.
These delayed impulses were an overwhelming urge to rush out at once to help out Subaru and the others.
Things that Otto's rationale had constructed, such as Reinhardt's presence and Felt's readiness, her fervent desire threatened to push them all away.
She wanted to touch him. She wanted to look at him. She wanted to hear his voice. When he got hurt, when he surely wanted to lower his head, she yearned to be by his side.
Emilia. Subaru. Anger was not the emotion that scorched Emilia's chest, yet she could not grasp what it was that stirred within her whatsoever.
3.
Emilia.
Hiya!
Diving in without so much as listening to a word, she drove a strike carrying every fiber of her being into AL's solar plexus. All of this was in accordance with the instructions of Otto, who had dispatched Emilia here.
Otto, please suppress the urge to listen to the opponent's pleas or side of the story. All of that can be sorted out in due time, but for now we must ensure the opposing side does not play their hand.
Otto, who had urged Emilia onward as she bolted out, had been invoking his divine protection of the soul of language to trace the whereabouts of Al and his accomplices, causing his already pale complexion to blanch into the deathly pallor of a man beset by illness. She did not want him to be reckless. But when it came time to do so, there would be no other choice but to be reckless. Emilia, too, did not live in a way so bereft of recklessness that she could stop him. That was why, in order to bring an end to that recklessness even a little sooner, Emilia was doing her best. Emilia, how about this?
As Emilia began to formulate those words, she felt a peculiar sensation in her ice-hardened fist.
The gauntlet should have made contact with Al's bare skin, but the recoil was making it feel as though she had punched a hard, steadfast wall.
Al, how abrupt!
Al uttered these words as if wringing them out from his throat, his torso shielded by a coat of stone armor.
This was the preemptive strike that Otto had told her to perform, but it had failed. Still, this was not the time to dwell on it. If the first strike did not connect, Then she would just have to try again a second and a third time. Al, the fact that you ain't even gonna lend an ear is kinda cold.
Emilia, that's... Al's the one who... Empathy. Al. Empathy.
Emilia, I promised not to.
Say.
Though Al's stone armor had absorbed the punch, the impact had flung him backward. As he said those things, Emilia had forcibly shut her own mouth mid-retort, then formed a two-handed hammer of ice, sweeping it at him in a horizontal strike. The one-armed Al was bearing a small figure slung over his right shoulder. Whilst thinking it unfair to exploit that handicap of his, Emilia deliberately aimed a blow toward Al's left side. The strike, unleashed at her full strength, was going to be very painful if it landed. But painful was not all that it would be.
Al. TCH.
Al caught Emilia's underhanded attack with his left arm, a limb of stone forged through magic. But despite blocking the attack, he clicked his tongue, and promptly destroyed and discarded the arm he had gone through the trouble of creating. The reason for this was that the area struck by the ice hammer was beginning to freeze over, the encroaching frost having been about to reach Al's body. Otto, if we set aside our emotional concerns, capturing that man alive is an absolute necessity in order to rescue Natsuki-san and Beatrice-sama. In that respect, your fighting style is a compatible fit, Emilia-sama.
Nonetheless,
Emilia, I promised that I wouldn't be reckless like Subaru. Keeping that exchange and the promise she had forged with Otto before her departure close to her heart, Emilia conjured a new set of twin ice swords. Emilia's ice brand arts, her usage of it had gained a new variation. Her weapons of ice would freeze her opponents upon impact, robbing them of control over both their body and weapon. It demanded a modest increase in mana consumption in comparison to her ordinary weapons, but was within the standard error deviation so long as she would not be fighting too much to stop an opponent without taking their life. The possibility of this new martial art was what Emilia had desired.
Ahaha.
Uncle, it seems you've gotten yourself into a real pickle, haven't you?
Al.
Shut it. Casting aside the artificial arm that had begun to freeze over, Al shouted at the heckler he was carrying. Upon seeing that the person that Al had gone through such lengths to carry was none other than Roy Alford, who had been held in captivity in the prison tower, Emilia bit her lip. Roy, the Sin Archbishop that Emilia's comrades had done their utmost to capture at the Pleiades watchtower with the help of Anastasia's own group. Julius in particular had exerted the utmost of efforts, and his decision to not take Roy's life, as well as Anastasia's courage to accept that, were things that Emilia had looked exceedingly favorably upon. Emilia, but now they'll both be so disappointed. Whatever his reasons might have been, Emilia would halt Al here and now. And alongside him, she would also detain the one whom Al brought out, Roy. Al, I ain't got a single reason to go along with your intentions, though. Immediately after vocalizing such enthusiasm, Al's feet underwent a sudden upheaval, and the two runaways were launched into the sky. In such a manner, he was distanced from Emilia, and made an attempt to flee from the scene. With a late start, Emilia would be unable to catch up to him even were she to extend out her ice. But, Emilia, icicle line. A barrier of ice and snow was deployed around the prison tower, preventing his escape. With a cry of "Gwoa dash!" ringing out across the sky, Al's escape sequence ended in failure, thwarted by the canopy of ice spreading out to completely cover the area surrounding him. Then, as Al's head collided against the glacial ceiling, he was left to plummet upside down. Emilia circled around to the spot where he would hit the ground and slammed her twin swords of ice into the suspended Al. Emilia. HK. The twin swords parried by a hard sensation. Emilia's eyes widened, her breath catching. If Al had received the blows with a prosthetic arm, as he had done earlier, it would not have surprised her. Al had indeed created a new arm, but that was not all that had been created. Manifested there were twin swords, fashioned from rock. Al, Earthbrand arts, or something like that. Emilia, you copycat. Al, it was not Suki Subaru who came up with this, yeah? In that case, I've also got the right to use it. Before Emilia, her eyes wide open, Al spun from the recoil of their clashing twin blades of frost and stone. As distance opened up between them, he once again landed upon the snowy ground. Giving rise to sound in his vicinity, stone weapons began to form one after another around Al. Bracing herself at the fact that Al could essentially replicate her ice-brand arts with his earth magic, Emilia realized something. With a stone-forged arm, Al wielded stone-forged armaments,
But Roy, who was supposed to have been on his shoulder until a moment ago, was nowhere to be found.
Emilia, don't tell me. Al, I let him get away in the turmoil just now. It would have been cool to say that, but I couldn't let it happen either. I just discarded him, 'cause he was getting in the way. Over there. Emilia's shoulders had been jolted, but Al just shrugged and jerked his chin.
He motioned toward the pillar of earth that had risen earlier, to which Roy was affixed upside down in the center. Covered in a quilt of earth, Roy was bound to the pillar, cackling upon receiving Emilia's gaze.
Roy, do your best, Wani-san. If Wani-san doesn't win here, we'll have no choice but to do whatever that uncle says.
Wait a sec?
But even if Wani-san wins, we'll still have to go right back into that prison tower. Haha dash. Guess it doesn't even matter who wins, re-GHT. Emilia, if you can wake up and reflect on your actions, then do that.
Giving that answer to Roy, whose gaze fixedly clung to her, Emilia felt relieved for having not let him slip away, and she turned back to Al. Roy, having been freed from the seal that had encased him in magic, was exceedingly dangerous, but with his time having been frozen as well, they had been unable to make him reflect.
Thus, Emilia's compromise had been manifested. She was going to confine him in an environment from which he could not escape, and while his consciousness remained, he would be forced to reflect on everything he had done.
Emilia, all that can come later, once everything here's all sorted out.
Al, that's all fine and dandy, but, what, you finally feel like talking to me now?
Emilia. From here then. From here on out, I won't say another word.
Al, how cold.
Lil miss, I figured you'd understand if I just talked to... Whoa! Al was eager to continue speaking, but towards him was hurled a stake of ice from Emilia, a proclamation of her intent. Al leapt sideways to evade it, and Emilia circled around to his side, thrusting a spear of frost into his flank.
The tip of the ice spear was caught by the blade of a rocky sword, shattering both simultaneously.
Instantly, the two forged their subsequent weapons, Emilia a rapier of ice, and Al a sword of stone. Thus the clashing of their blades commenced. 'Twas a duel in which blades would be forged upon shattering, and blades would be shattered upon forging.
Roy, how nice, so nice, quite nice, very nice. Perhaps it's nice, isn't it nice, it's probably nice, because it appears to be nice dash. Gluttonous drinking dash.
Gluttony dash.
The sound of Roy's voice as he licked his lips could be heard as he watched over Emilia and Al engage in a sword fight of frost and stone.
Whilst deliberately ignoring him, Emilia unleashed a multitude of nimble attacks that she was certain would strike true, and yet, Al had precariously dodged each one, with each narrow evasion filling Emilia with a growing sensation that something was amiss. Her attacks would not hit even when they seemed like they would.
It felt akin to driving a kick into formless water.
Above all else,
Al, I don't want to praise it too much, but that's a well-refined technique.
I envy your mutual love and understanding, Lil Mississippi.
At that remark that had gone too far, Emilia was enraged.
She resolved to do whatever she must to rid the land of that evil and ruthless king.
Remembering that cliché stock phrase that Subaru had told her that people used when they got angry, Emilia was enraged.
She did not want Al to speak about herself and Subaru in such a manner.
But what had infuriated Emilia even more was the knowledge that Al did not genuinely
believe his own words. He had been merely prodding her in a deliberate attempt to invoke her fury.
In addition, Emilia, I've been thinking about this for a while, but why do you look so lonely when you talk to me, Al?
Al. You said you wouldn't speak with me.
Emilia, don't bring that up only when it's convenient for you.
Also, one more thing. Raising her voice, Emilia lifted her great sword of ice high aloft and swung it down, prompting Al to position his stone sword above his head to receive the strike. Then suddenly, somebody latched onto Al's legs and waist. Gasping, Al realized that what had latched onto his body was none other than the owner of a pair of icy arms, a soldier of ice. At the presence of the ice soldier sculpted in the likeness of Subaru, on whom Emilia so deeply relied, Al grit his teeth with a, "That's the worst." Thereupon, Emilia raised her foot, clad in a slipper of ice, overhead.
Emilia, when you talk to me, look at me properly. This time, her wholehearted kick pierced through the rocky defenses, slamming directly into Al.
Ye's reaction, slightly raising her eyebrow with a twitch, did not go unnoticed by Felt's perceptiveness. It was not as though she held conviction. Only, in a pathetic situation where she could not do a thing, she would attempt to cling to every last shred of hope, believing any further disgrace to be insignificant. One such shred, whilst recalling a previous occasion on which she had been instilled with the resolve to die, was the hope that this conversation between herself and Ye was perhaps being eavesdropped on by an insignificant something. Ye, be quiet. Opening one of her usually narrowed eyes, Ye advanced towards the door of the room. The pressure of that demand possessed enough power to convince Felt that if she took any careless actions, the thread fastened to her neck would enact her execution. Ergo, leaving the immobile Felt there, Ye reached out her hand to open the door. That instant, the sharp point of a sword pierced the door with nary a sound, mercilessly surging towards Ye's throat. Felt. H.K. Felt's breath caught, and visible to her was the sight of Ye's white throat, sword piercing through, but it did not. The tip of the sword came to a halt just barely before it could slit Ye's throat. It was not that her opponent had stopped. By binding a thread to the tip of the sword, Ye had narrowly averted the attack. By a hair's breadth, she had narrowly snatched survival from the jaws of death, however. The crisis befalling Ye did not end there. A sword distinct to the one that had been curbed erupted with a flash of light, cutting down the door as its shining steel ran amuck. Ye, faced with the oncoming storm of swords, Ye leaped backward as she brandished her threads. A sword for one, and a thread the other. Nevertheless did the clash between the two weapons spark the clangor of steel on steel throughout the room, scorching the eyes of the onlooking Felt with the scintillation of swords. With skillful control over her hands, Ye released a volley of thread attacks that blanked all sight, tearing apart the room's luxurious interior design. However, her opponent also put on an impressive display of swordplay with both hands, clearing away her ferocious onslaught head-on, and forcefully sweeping aside the threads that had entangled their own sword. Gyah! Ye! Guh! Unleashed was a front kick, landing squarely upon Ye's slender waist. Promptly twisting her body, Ye did a half-spin whilst being blown away, planting her feet on the wall before landing on the ground. Her hands clutched her stomach. Then, training her gaze upon the intruder who had performed those acts. Ye, to so suddenly deliver a kick to a lady's stomach, what a relentless guest you are! Was such a thing necessary? Relent, for a shinobi such as yourself. Ye, isn't that discrimination against shinobi? That's not very gentlemanly behavior, now is it? Unfortunately, I possess no recollections of ever deserving to be called a gentleman. No matter where the wind blows me, I cannot be anything more than a swordsman, with no talents save swinging the sword. With those words, the individual shook the threads off both their swords, turning their calm, blue eyes towards Ye. Hearing that self-assessment, Felt softly muttered, "Stop spewing that crap." To be sure, she did not know if he was a gentleman or not. Only, the evaluation of swordsman alone could not encompass his entirety. There were many who would not accept such as a description of this man on its own. This Felt knew. After all, this man, styling himself as a swordsman, was the sword demon who had once surpassed the pinnacle of the sword. Wilhelm Trias. Upon catching wind of the predicament driving the kingdom into ruin, I came at once to offer what little help I could. Upon hearing that introduction, Felt retreated to a corner of the room, and sighed. At the arrival of an unthinkable reinforcement, she was filled with terribly complicated emotions. Felt, Zada Bugniken, you really do whatever it takes, don't you? What the hell is wrong with all these guys from Emelianichen's place? With that, she muttered in equal parts exasperation and admiration. Chapter 26. Sword Demon vs. Crimson Sakura. 1. An intense aura of swordsmanship hung over the chamber, and it was no joke that goosebumps erupted all over her skin. Her mind had been trained to remain unshaken by most situations, but even when considering circumstances in which the unexpected and unforeseen might occur in rapid succession, a scenario such as this would be considered an anomaly, demanding to be deemed as an exception. Yea, Wilhelm Trias. Rolling the name that had been given around within her mouth, Ye Tenzin quietly sharpened her vigilance. They had exchanged but a single clash, yet her opponent's opening move had been slamming her with a kick, forcing Ye to find herself at a disadvantage. Even after she leapt backward to dampen the impact, the damage from that kick had left a heavy impression on Ye's slender frame. Had she not retreated, the force might have opened a shoe-sized hole in her stomach. He had delivered a kick to a woman without restraint. As he himself had claimed, he could not be called a gentleman. There was a worthy title for this old swordsman, which had been readied by the nation for more than 40 years.
Namely, Ye, Sword Demon San himself, gracing us with his presence here.
To think I would meet such a legend myself, I'm so moved. That episode in which you avenged your late wife, it must truly be an honor to be the kingdom's sword, huh? Wilhelm.
Ye, oh.
But if I'm not mistaken, I heard you had an unexpected reunion with your wife afterward. Surely the events in the Watergate City must have been terribly painful for you, no? I can only imagine your anguish, boo-hoo. Wilhelm.
Whilst observing her opponent's every move, Ye dabbed a finger at the corner of her eye in a pantomime of tears.
Beneath Ye's crimson gaze, the old swordsman, Wilhelm stood dignified and unwavering, the two swords in his grip radiating a sharp aura as he met her stare.
Within the calm light of those twin blue eyes, Ye understood that her attempts to unsettle her opponent by brazenly trampling on his heart had proven to be fruitless. She had merely succeeded in playing the role of a villainess.
Ye, the image I had from what I've heard of you led me to believe you were a more passionate person, but
apparently, that impression had been unreliable. Given that the source of this information had been none other than Heinkel, if even details regarding his own biological father lacked credibility, then what exactly could she expect of him? Frankly, it would have been better to assign him to take care of Felt rather than the dragon. And, should Heinkel have allowed Felt to escape, then the pretext of eliminating her and cutting ties with Heinkel altogether would simultaneously hold ground.
As for Ye's reasoning as to why she thought such things, Ye, aside from the old village chief, there shouldn't be many people who are able to notice my presence concealment. Felt-sama, might you have done something mischievous?
Felt, the hell kind of accusation is that?
You know full well I've not been able to even lift a finger, you bastard. Wilhelm. Felt, besides talking to your sorry ass, I haven't done anything.
Right now, that's taking up all my effort.
With a hint of self-resentment in her voice, Felt spat thus as she retreated to a corner of the room.
When it came to feigning anger, she was not the type to be adept.
If she truly possessed the refined acting skills to modulate even her vocal tremors, then such a masterful deception would truly be one worthy of awe. Therefore, Ye, giving a subtle tug on the steel thread around Felt's neck, just enough to make her aware of its presence.
Ye, please don't even think about running away, okay? I'd hate to make Felt-sama's adorable head bid a tearful farewell to her torso.
Felt,
that's another kick your ass is getting.
And it's not for me to say, but... Ye. What? Felt, I don't think you have the time to be looking away, now do you, you bastard?
Felt stuck out her tongue with a blunt bleh, and the act's lack of charm was itself cute. But Ye did not need a reminder, as she had never once let her guard down against Wilhelm. He remained rooted in his original position, unable to determine how to respond to Ye's unfamiliar steel thread technique. Such was only natural. Most shinobi techniques specialized in exploiting an opponent's openings.
That was why, unlike the fighting techniques of warriors utilized in battle, the techniques of the shinobi utilized for killing were called jutsu.
Ye's steel thread technique was a prime example of that distinction. The more veteran the warrior, the more cautiously they would approach combat.
Meanwhile, the true skill of a shinobi lay in setting trap upon trap, like the web of a spider, 10 layers, then 20, until... Wilhelm. 4 moves.
Ye.
What was that?
Suddenly, Ye furrowed her brow, unable to comprehend the words born from Wilhelm's lips. To Ye's query, Wilhelm offered no verbal reply.
But there was a response.
His eyes narrowed slightly, and a piercing aura of swordsmanship was released, cleaving through Ye's entire body as an answer.
Ye. HK. The moment she sensed the incoming attack, Ye mobilized all 10 of her fingers without hesitation, but rather than attacking to subdue, she rained slaughter upon the sword demon with her steel threads.
So long as AL's order not to kill was kept in the end, it would be fine.
It would be preferable for her opponent to survive when the intention was to kill. But if an attack was unleashed without the expectation to kill, would it work on this adversary?
Thus, from all directions, first subdividing into 16, and then further into 32, was launched an overwhelming assault of steel threads, each new strand finer than the last. In response, the twin blades in Wilhelm's grip flashed.
Wilhelm. Oh, wait! The whirlwind raised by the swing of the twin swords quite literally swept aside the approaching murderous steel threads of carnage. The extreme speed of the sword's movement caused the collision between blade and thread to be heard in unison,
generating sparks that gave Ye the illusion that her eyes were being seared. Though her initial strike had been neutralized by the overwhelming force of the sword, her steel thread technique remained uninterrupted. Slackening the steel threads emitted from her rings, she readied an assault of even further segmented threads. In that moment, the floor of the room was cleaved upward before Ye's eyes. That which rose was a portion of the floor that had been slashed and stepped upon, lifting its face. The size of this floor rivaled that of a luxurious bed, blotting Wilhelm from Ye's sight. Wilhelm! With a thud and a forceful step, the floor was kicked, launching it straight toward Ye. Within the confined space of the room, there were no gaps she could use to escape. Therefore, using her left hand, Ye adjusted the angles of the steel threads she manipulated to combat the incoming floor. However, rather than slicing it, she instead bound it, deflecting it with a bounce. The floor recoiled with the full momentum of the initial kick, returning along its trajectory with even greater speed and danger, barreling toward the sword demon with the aim to blast him away. But then, Ye, ha! A sharp, piercing sound resonated, and Ye's eyes widened upon the sight of the floor being pinned midair. Its momentum had accelerated, its force doubling in proportion to its weight. Yet, the sword demon's blade struck the rebellion of the floor in the dead center of its mass, its tip aligned to the surface with surgical precision, voiding all of its power. It was truly a divine feat that transcended what mortal hands could accomplish. Ye, too, understood this, having spent a great deal of time being hailed as a child prodigy beyond the limits of ordinary humans. Even in his old age, the sword demon's swordsmanship was planted in the realm of the divine. Wilhelm. 3 moves. Within the vision of the breathless Ye, Wilhelm murmured so from beyond the floor, which was still suspended in midair. Hidden behind the floor of modest width and ample height, Wilhelm remained beyond Ye's sight. Yet, the true advantage of her steel threads lay in their capability to land strikes that would not otherwise land, in places she could not otherwise see. She made her threads snake around the floor, forcing the sword demon on the other side to move either to the left or right. Yet, no matter which side he chose, left or right, the threads would be awaiting him. Immediately afterwards, piercing through the suspended floor, the tip of his sword approached Ye's nose. The timbre of steel striking steel resounded, and the sword launched at a velocity which rivaled even the most tightly drawn bow. The sword that had been thrust into the floor, to stop it was struck from behind, causing the floor to be penetrated by the sword. This far exceeded her expectations. Faced now with a projectile that defied all norms, Ye abandoned any attempt to entangle the sword within her threads, and instead slightly deflected it as she tilted her slender neck just enough to avoid a fatal strike. The tip of the blade passed right by her throat before it was lodged into the wall beside Ye with a thunk. She had dodged it, and, even in that fleeting moment, Ye never once averted her eyes from the sword demon. And so, in that same breath, she recognized that she had made a tactical misstep. The sword had been buried deeply, sticking out just to the right of Ye's neck. Her only means of escape was to the left. And thereupon, Wilhelm, Ruah! Using the floor as a springboard, the sword demon then kicked off the ceiling to accelerate, descending with a slashing strike. The blade executed a seamless monk's robe cut, aiming for Ye's very life as his blade carved deeply into her left shoulder. Ooh! Wilhelm van Astria. No, Wilhelm Trias had been sojourning in the royal capital, seeking a way to heal his master, Crush Karsten. In the midst of the battle against the witch cult that had unfolded throughout the Watergate city of Pristella, the Sin Archbishop of Lust had poured a wicked poison into Crush, corroding her body and soul. She had continued to suffer through such accursed agony. Even the kingdom's greatest healer, the very one bearing the title Blue, Ferris, had been facing the hardship of his inability to alleviate her suffering, nor had any ray of hope emerged for some time. There had been no dramatic improvements in Crush's condition. Only, a means that opened up new possibilities. A path to the Pleiades watchtower had been paved, tidings of such had arrived. Were they to borrow the power of the sage Shala, one of the 3 great heroes of the kingdom of Lagunica, rumored to be omniscient and omnipotent, perhaps they might find a way to liberate Crush from the malevolent poison afflicting her. Ferris, if it's to save Crush-sama, then don't we have to do whatever it takes, no matter what that might be? As desperation drove Ferris to cling to that news, Wilhelm possessed no words to admonish him. Having been robbed of her memories at the hands of the witch cult a year prior, Crush had been left as a largely changed person, and it was Ferris who had devotedly supported and assisted her. Ferris himself must have experienced hellish agony and confusion as he attempted to rebuild his relationship with Crush from scratch. After nearly a year of suffering, a bond of mutual trust had finally been formed between the two of them. A bond different to how it was before, but still unshakable in spite of the difference. It happened right around when that bond had been formed. That was when the Sin Archbishop of Lust, Capella Emirata Lagunica, utterly wrecked it. The following suffering that Crush went through was as had been described prior, but the pitifulness of Ferris as he nestled to her side was an exceedingly painful sight to behold. That was why, when they heard that Subaru's group, sights set on the Pleiades watchtower, had succeeded in reaching it, a fire of hope was ignited within Wilhelm and the rest, more acutely than any of them had anticipated. Although it was disconcerting that Subaru's group had not relayed that information directly, there was no way to dig deeper into the movements of the other camps. However, he had heard that a trial run was being conducted in order to ensure that visiting the tower could be done reliably. Unable to sit idly by any longer, Wilhelm and Ferris made their way to the royal capital in order to ascertain the success or failure of that expedition, and, if possible, request to join the next group bound for the tower. Then, in a room inside the royal mansion, reserved only for dignitaries to stay, there is a matter I wish to share with you, and something I would like to ask for your assistance with. And so, the young man, bearing the role of Internal Affairs Minister within the Amelia camp, delivered to Wilhelm a summation of the catastrophe poised to shake the kingdom's very foundations, along with the names of the two individuals who served as Wilhelm's reasons to take up the sword. Wilhelm, Rea Ag. Blasting off the ceiling, he delivered a devastating shoulder-to-hip arc to the red-haired girl, nay, to the masterful shinobi. The impossibly fine, thread-like weapons proved to be lethally versatile. He scattered their oncoming threat through erratic trajectories. Such was the result of seeking a swift and decisive end to the bout. For every second the conflict raged on would only multiply the chances of being caught off guard. With a single brutal motion, the blade bit into her left shoulder and carved diagonally across her torso, bisecting her very life with a monk's robe cut. Or so it should have. Girl. HK. In an instant, the girl's body sank into the floor as she gritted her teeth. No, she had not sunk. Shredded to smithereens by her threads, the floor itself had come apart. Then, the girl's body plunged into the basement ahead of Wilhelm, to which he gave pursuit. Promptly extending his arm out, he wrenched out the sword that had immobilized the girl from the wall, securing his twin blades. Though he had failed to sever the girl's left shoulder, there was no mistaking that the wound was deep. What was truly formidable about shinobi was their vanishing act. The moment they would slip from sight, they would become 5 or even 10 times as troublesome than they would have been visible. All this to say, girl and Wilhelm, this is where I take you down. And, without prior rehearsal, Wilhelm and the girl's voices had overlapped. As Wilhelm plunged into the gaping maw of darkness below, for but a moment he caught sight of glimmering filaments, reflected by the light shining through the darkness. The pit leading underground bristled with murderous threads, spun like a spider's web. 3. As she fell backward toward the basement, Ye bound her left shoulder with her steel threads to stop the bleeding. She admitted that the blade had penetrated deep into her maidenly soft skin, yet the chastity of her life remained intact, so she refused to accept her loss, and at the same time marveled at the terrifying swordsmanship of the sword demon. The first move defended against Ye's steel thread, the second move kicked away the floor he had cut up, the third move seized the floor she had sent flying back, and the fourth move slashed at her with a sword that had pierced through it. Just as he had declared at the outset, she was about to be killed in 4 moves. Yea, all these pesky old men. The first elderly man that came to mind was the vicious old man, who had the worst possible personality and was the closest to Ye, followed by the elderly giant who had tormented Al on the plains until he was on the verge of defeat, and finally, the sword demon, an elderly man who had reached the pinnacle of swordsmanship despite his age. All of these elderly men were people who did not know how to grow old peacefully. To begin with, it was the way of the world that one's life could be extinguished at any moment. Nevertheless, the fact that they were still alive at such an old age meant that they had survived natural selection. That's why old folks are so damn terrifying. If you think old folks are weak and fragile, you'll end up dying before you even get old yourself. Well, I'm kinda an exception to the exception, since I'm such a long-lived shinobi, but still. Her cheeks twitched as she was reminded of the loud laughter of the village chief, who had lived and survived a particularly harsh life. The ultimate technique of a shinobi was to steal their opponent's attention, cloud their mind, immobilize them, and take their life. Ye was an excellent student in the art of clouding the mind,
but she knew that she was no match for the village chief's years of experience. Ye believed that she was probably not that twisted, nor did she anticipate living long enough to become so. In fact, Al nearly killed her once before. She had no expectation that her good fortune would continue. After all, the whims of a kind monster were nothing more than a miracle. Ye! Wilhelm chased after Ye as she fell, pulled the sword from the wall, and dropped down into the hole as well. As the sword demon moved with confidence that appeared to be born from actual combat experience against shinobi, presumably shinobi deployed by the Valachian Empire in the past, she held unending resentment towards her shinobi predecessors who had failed to kill Wilhelm then. Ye took in a single breath and exhaled. With that, a switch flipped inside her with a click, and her field of vision expanded, allowing her to see as clearly in the darkness of the basement as if she were standing in the brightness of daylight. This was the result of training to become accustomed to the darkness of night, a type of physical manipulation that altered her blood flow around the eyeballs to adjust vision. As the white figure of the sword demon emerged within her now gray field of vision, Ye spread her arms wide, as if finally bringing him into her own realm of expertise. Ye and Wilhelm, this is where I take you down. They both uttered the same words in unison, but there was neither a smile nor a feeling of surprise on either side. They resolved to kill each other. Since mental attacks were deemed futile, they abandoned all techniques designed to disrupt the mind and focused solely on reaching the opponent's life with sincere determination. This was the location Ye had prepared for that purpose, the Crimson Sakura's killing field. The underground passageway in the Bariel mansion was not something Priscilla had built when she had renovated the mansion, but rather a remnant left behind by the legacy of the original owner, late Bariel. Priscilla's late husband was said to have been plagued with pathological distrust and paranoia, and had made preparations for any eventuality, not only in the mansion he built in the royal capital, but also in his other residences and hideouts within his own domain. This hole that led to the basement was also one of those preparations. It had been originally intended as a secret escape route, but Ye had destroyed it beforehand because it could have been used as an entry point for enemies, leaving only the deep hole that continued underground. Ye had never met Leip and felt nothing but disgust and contempt at him for forcibly marrying such a young and beautiful wife like Priscilla, and then trying to use her as a puppet to control the country's government. However, she sympathized with Leip's attitude of wanting to be prepared for any potential disaster and was grateful to take advantage of the opportunity he had inadvertently given to her. A gallows for slaughter, where she could string up her steel threads and only Ye could move around as she pleased. She had infiltrated the royal capital in order to, if such a time were to come, assist Al. She had kept Felt, brought along so that she would be under surveillance, in that room so that it would serve its purpose in such an emergency. That was why. Ye. From here on out, no more holding back. Having said that, Ye bent her knees in order to smoothly slip off her shoes, extended her toes wrapped in black stockings, spread the toes of both feet, and shot steel threads from rings fitted to each of them. Literally, without mercy or restraint, skillfully manipulating all 20 digits of her hands and feet, Ye Tenzin's masterful killing technique rampaged in the darkness. Ye. Both sides sought a swift victory. As she fell, Ye hooked her knee around one of the threads she had spun, stopping the momentum of her descent and reversing her direction. Utilizing the tension of the thread within the large, well-like cylindrical pit, she sprung up and began her attack. With the agility of an acrobat, Ye danced like petals twirling in the wind. Ye's graceful dance was accompanied by silver threads that lured those entranced by their beauty to their deaths, and around her, the blood of those whom she had danced upon blossomed like flowers, hence the name Crimson Sakura. These were beautiful, yet cruel, red cherry blossoms that bloomed in all their glory by feasting upon the blood flowing from those fallen corpses. Wilhelm, H.K. The ferocity that earned itself its nickname was wielded without mercy, and Wilhelm's entire body, left to free fall, was torn apart, his well-tailored clothes torn open, his flesh and blood scattering into the air. As she fell, Ye's hair was blown back by the wind created by his twin swords, and she was astonished by the intensity of the sword demon's gaze. Unlike her steel threads, the swords could only reach as far as the arm wielding it. Therefore, on the gallows she had set up, Wilhelm had no choice but to focus on defense. Naturally, with Wilhelm pulled by gravity and thus restricted, Ye, who could move freely in the darkness with the help of her threads, would never approach him. Maintaining a safe middle distance where his sword could not reach no matter what, she unilaterally continued her attacks with her steel threads. Before the dance was finished, before the sword demon reached the ground and regained his freedom, Ye calmly raised her arm. Blood sprouted forth.
Ye's slender legs smoothly traced the wall in midair. Blood sprouted forth. Ye's slender body twisted and contorted to its limit. Blood sprouted forth. As Ye's dance approached completion, the sword demon was stained with his own blood, unable to completely defend against the relentless barrage of steel threads. The sharp steel threads carved wounds into his legs, torso, shoulders, neck, cheeks, and forehead, and the sword demon was lured towards death as he bled. However, Ye, what unpleasant eyes! His eyes, filled with a terrifyingly serene aura of swordsmanship, did not dull his will to fight one bit. Ye! In addition to the steel threads wielded by both Ye's hands and feet, there were also threads she had already spread throughout the basement. It went without saying, but if one were to inadvertently touch a taut string with their arm or leg while being preoccupied with Ye's actions, that limb would be lost, and if one's neck or torso were to come into contact with it, one would simply lose their life. For Wilhelm, this deep pit was now like the jaws of a witch beast he had jumped into without thinking, his flesh being torn by its teeth, its tongue lapping up his blood, and finally dropping into its stomach to dissolve his life. Yet his eyes were not those of one who pointlessly resisted in despair. Yea, but there's not much you can do, is there? Even without that look in his eyes, Ye did not underestimate the sword demon enough to believe this was the end. She had long since dismissed Heinkel's assessment of Wilhelm as unreliable and evaluated him based on what she had seen with her own eyes amid the struggle for life and death. Therefore, as the sword demon fell helplessly, she was prepared for two attacks. One was for him to kick off the wall of the pit and deliver a sword strike equivalent to the one that had knocked Ye underground. The other was for him to throw his sword at Ye's vital points, just as he had done above ground. Whichever of the two options was chosen, the decision had to be made in the blink of an eye. Ye! Tisk! Immediately after her extended black-clad feet drew a circle and inflicted 3 wounds on Wilhelm's cheek, he swung his dual sword straight down and repelled the steel threads. The sword demon's strong legs moved back rhythmically, and he planted his sawls against the wall. With the sword demon's knees slightly bent, he gathered enough strength in his legs to launch himself through the air, and at the last moment, he swung his arms and launched his 2 swords, surging towards Ye's life. 2 silver streaks flashed through the air, but Ye dodged them with a series of dance-like movements. Using the stretched threads as a foothold, she performed a somersault, the blade just barely passing between her thighs and the curve of her back, and emerged unscathed. Then, she struck the sword demon who flew after his blades with the steel threads attached to her feet. With both of his swords gone and no way to defend himself against the steel threads, Wilhelm twisted his body and shielded his head, escaping the web of threads with minimal damage. However, Ye was already out of the way, and the unarmed sword demon could not reach her as she rebounded from the threads and escaped. With that, both threats that she had been wary of were successfully averted, but it was still too early to breathe a sigh of relief. Wilhelm! Oh wait! Wilhelm had kicked the wall, missing Ye, and landed on the opposite side of the cylindrical pit. There, the twin swords he had thrown earlier were stuck in the wall, and Wilhelm grabbed them and kicked the wall again. Wilhelm pursued Ye, who had escaped diagonally upward, and took a path upward with the speed of a bullet. He leaped forward, kicked off the opposite wall, and flew toward the other wall. Repeating this over and over, he quickly caught up with Ye, who was rising upwards in a dance-like motion. Ye! You've got to be kidding me, HK! Ye's throat trembled in shock as Wilhelm pursued her with all his might. He kicked the wall and ascended using a 3-step jump. That was not surprising. Ye could do the same. What was unexpected was that Wilhelm was repeating this in a place where Ye's hands had stretched out countless of her steel threads. Naturally, if he flew without taking the time to check his surroundings carefully, there was a risk that he would hit a thread and be torn to pieces. However, Wilhelm was not afraid. Why? Because when he had fallen through that space once before, he had noticed where the threads were, and he jumped up so as not to hit them. That was his terrifying way of fighting, possessed of both an exceptionally keen sense of combat and powers of observation, as well as the unwavering determination to risk his life based on what he saw with his own eyes. As the sword demon fluttered and dived boldly into the storm of silver threads, Ye had no choice but to reach for her trump card. Ye! Yeah! Building momentum with her threads, Ye sprang high up, and reversing her stance, she extended all her arms and legs. She let loose steel threads from all 20 digits, entwined them with the thread she had previously placed, and drew in all 4 limbs. Ye's masterful steel thread technique utilized entwining threads and the surrounding objects, and was even capable of binding over 100 ruffians at once in forest combat.
Taking that into account, Ye exerted all of her strength, to the point that it felt like all of the muscles and bones within her body would be torn asunder, and simultaneously pulled all the steel threads tight.
That instant, within the cylindrical pit that led underground, the torn steel threads ran amok.
With a mechanism similar to that of cutting a sausage with a string, Ye utilized the tensile strength of the strained steel wires being torn to completely and utterly ravage the space, a thread-rending onslaught of trajectory and magnitude that not even Ye herself could read.
Furthermore, thereupon, Ye, a capable maid, always goes the extra mile. Witnessing the space below her being crushed by the innumerable thread attacks, Ye brought the rings on both her hands to her mouth, kissing them. Immediately after, tongues of flames licked down the threads extending from the rings, and after a beat, the infernal flames exploded. In addition to the berserking threads, a scorching hellfire that burned all to naught. Playing two of her trump cards, Ye's merciless shinobi techniques engulfed the sword demon in a crimson radiance, scorching him to a crisp.
Ye, as expected,
unable to uphold the policy of not killing anybody, Ye found the result of this combat rather vexing.
But it was something she had thought the moment it began.
This was not an opponent who could be defeated without going for the kill.
Only by fighting with the intent to kill would one have a choice between survival or demise. That was the sort of opponent this man was.
For that reason,
Ye, let's keep this a secret from Heinkel-sama.
Wilhelm, that will be fine.
He too had better know that I am coming.
That instant, the sword demon burst through the explosive inferno, the glint of his blade slashing through to caress Ye mid-air.
Ye, torso scythed by the flash of the honed sword, Ye spurred blood to helix in a manner different to her usual dance as she revolved through the air. Having been unable to disperse the might of the blow, as her eyes widened, she groaned in confusion regarding what had just occurred. That which had occurred was clear.
The enemy had survived both the tempest of steel threads and the explosive flames that had followed. The question was, how in the world had he done it? Wilhelm's final leap had been straight upward, much unlike the trajectory of his previous leaps, where he kicked off the walls and flew diagonally.
Thus, in order to achieve such a leap within the pit, he would have had no choice but to use the same method as Ye, using the steel threads as a foothold, and jumping.
Ye,
how did you, my threads?
Wilhelm, you demonstrated it many a time. Your threads are terrifyingly sharp weapons, but with a specific angle and application of force, they can be used to bind without cutting.
Wilhelm's answer was accurate, having fully seen through the properties of Ye's steel threads. What was strange was that he had seen through it in such a short time whilst amidst the heat of battle, and that he had not hesitated in his decision to risk his life on something for which he possessed no definite evidence.
Another baffling matter was,
Ye, then the fire?
Wilhelm,
I cut it. Receiving a terribly blunt answer to which nothing could be argued, Ye breathed an exasperated sigh.
In all likelihood, he was telling no fib.
The response had simply been that bold.
While accepting that, Ye simultaneously suddenly recalled some words from a corner of her mind. Words that Ye had once dismissed as useless and thrown away.
My father is strong. To an absurd degree.
You and that Aldebaran guy might be pretty capable yourselves, but still, it's my father who scares me more. That's what's known as the sword demon. It aggravated her to full throttle, but Heinkel's assessment was accurate. Ye could not recognize him as being stronger or scarier than Al, but he was at least more terrifying than she was. At this moment, Ye Tenzin made a miscalculation in her assessment. That was the fact that she had estimated the credibility of the information to be around half accurate based on Heinkel's opinion. And above all, the fact that since the battle against the White Whale, the subjugation of Sloth, and the siege of the Watergate City, all of which Ye had investigated, Wilhelm's skills had only continued to be honed. This was something Ye had no means of knowing, but he was once again reaching the levels he had achieved during the prime of his active duty, the age in which he had defeated the Sword Saint. Ergo, the battle that had commenced at the Bariel Villa, between the Crimson Sakura and the Sword Demon.
Wilhelm, Zua!
Thwarting the completion of her dance with a flash of his blade, the Sword Demon, having stained the Sakura of crimson with blood, was thus declared the victor.
Chapter 27. Words of a Child. 1.
With a cross-shaped swing, the twin swords carved a decisive wound into their opponent. Bleeding from countless shallow wounds that covered his entire body, Wilhelm was unable to hide his frustration at his own poor sword skills.
Wilhelm. Weak.
What poured out from behind his clenched teeth was disappointment and frustration toward his aging and worn-out self. As time passed and he grew old, he felt so ashamed of his own inadequacy that he wanted to hide his face. If he had been a poet or an artist, the accumulated years would have become knowledge and skill, and his words and brushstrokes would have become more refined, reaching heights he could never have achieved in his youth.
However, that was not the case for a swordsman. The passage of time had made him feel his age, and had only intensified his passion, leaving him with no excuses.
His strength, skill, and speed were nothing compared to when he was at his peak.
And that was simply frustrating.
He had experienced the same frustration many times before.
Even when he decided to withdraw from the front lines and retire from active duty as the captain of the Royal Guard.
Even when his wife was lost to the White Whale and he spent 14 years seeking revenge, only then did he realize that he had no choice but to face his sworn enemy with weakened sword skills. The unbearable frustration that now consumed Wilhelm was unparalleled by anything he had yet experienced in his life, equal only to the moment he first learned that Teresa was the sword saint during the demi-human war, when he realized he was no match for her.
Weak. Far too weak.
In a world where strength was valued above all else, that weakness was an unforgivable sin.
In this world, petty excuses did not work.
Being strong or weak, those were the only factors. Talent, slothfulness, illness, old age. None held meaning once one stepped onto the stage where strength was pitted against strength. After all, a sword cannot choose its wielder.
Then, it was only natural that those who wield swords had no excuse.
No, in this world, there was a sword that chose its wielders.
Hence why, the one chosen by that sword stood atop a world without excuses.
That was precisely why Wilhelm Trias, who could not use his advancing age and declining condition as an excuse, had to defeat this opponent with his own hands at any cost.
Wilhelm.
Regardless of Wilhelm's self-assessment, the battle where he demonstrated his most formidable swordsmanship in decades came to an end, and the formidable shinobi was defeated. Among all the shinobi Wilhelm had faced, she was undoubtedly the most skilled.
It was impossible to imagine how much training the girl had undergone to reach such heights, but there were no consolation prizes in the world of combat. That was the cruelest aspect of the way of the sword. Even if one loved the sword above all else, whether or not the sword reciprocated that love had nothing to do with the depth or magnitude of their love. Instead, the deeper and greater that love was, the more the heart would crack and break irreparably when that love was not reciprocated. With that sentiment in the back of his mind, Wilhelm remained vigilant even though the outcome had already been decided.
In the distance, the body of the fallen girl caught his attention, hanging in midair upon a single thread. Blood dripped down her upturned body, but her thin torso was not severed.
That was the reason for his caution.
In such a life-or-death battle, there was no room for mercy. Wilhelm gave no consideration whatsoever to his opponent's age, gender, or circumstances.
He had swung his sword with the intention of taking her life, of this there was no doubt.
And yet, the fact that the girl's body was not sliced in two demonstrated not only Wilhelm's lack of skill with the sword, but also that the girl had somehow avoided a fatal blow. The most likely reason being,
Wilhelm. Threads, is it? Using all of her fingers and toes, the girl had weaved threads that extended into the hole that led to the bottom of the underground chamber.
In order to wield them freely, one would need rare talent and painstaking training. This technique could be used as a blade to cut through opponents, or as chains to restrain enemy movements. When wrapped tightly around the body, it could even serve as armor to protect against sword strikes. As the final blow was about to be delivered, the girl made a move to protect her neck and heart, and Wilhelm slashed at her exposed torso with all his might. Such was her momentary evasive maneuver. With her split-second judgment, the girl had managed to keep a glimmer of hope alive.
He had nothing but respect for her.
Although he remained vigilant, Wilhelm also wanted the girl to survive.
This was because it was the common opinion among his allies that it would be preferable to capture her alive if possible.
A faint moan escaped from the suspended girl's thin throat.
Wilhelm was about to approach the girl by positioning himself, thrusting his sword into the wall.
Sensing his presence, the girl's trembling eyelids opened, and her red eyes reflected Wilhelm. Wilhelm remained on guard in response.
However, he was certain from the feeling of his sword that it was impossible to counterattack from that position.
He had wielded the sword for 50 years now, and during that time, he had danced with death in countless life-risking battles and reaped the lives of numerous opponents. All the past experiences of bloodshed and taken lives were telling Wilhelm the exact depth of the wounds he had inflicted on his opponent. Wilhelm. Therefore, no matter how much the girl tried to hint with her deceitful gaze at still having some kind of trump card up her sleeve, Wilhelm saw through it as the desperate bluff it was and did not stop his ceaseless approach. Wilhelm, I do not know the details of the situation either, but it would be best for you to stop resisting and us not to fight any longer. Soon, Aldano shall be held in custody too. Seeing through her bluff, Wilhelm attempted to stop the girl from pointlessly resisting any further. That girl was one of the individuals who had conspired with Priscilla Bariel's knight, Al, or so Wilhelm had heard. He could only speculate that the tragic and unfortunate loss of Priscilla's life in the Wallachian Empire might have been the catalyst that had driven Al to commit these crimes. Wilhelm understood all too well what Al, someone who had just lost a loved one, was currently feeling. He must have felt like his body had been mutilated, his heart torn apart, and his soul feeling as if he was burning endlessly with an unfathomable sense of powerlessness. However, the world could not be allowed to be destroyed purely because of those negative emotions. Moreover, it was impossible to overlook the fact that one of Wilhelm's benefactors was among the victims of this rampage. Al's plots must be averted. This was tantamount to suppressing all who were complicit in the scheme and cooperating with Al for whatever reason. The same applied to the other co-conspirators, no matter who or what they were. This shinobi girl was merely one of the cogs that needed to be removed from the machine. Yea, this is the worst. These words were uttered in the weak, faint breaths of someone barely clinging on to life. The girl suspended in the air seemed to realize that her bluff had not worked on Wilhelm, and could not hide her immense disappointment in herself. That was, yea, I can't believe I'm dragging you down like this. If she had not been suspended in mid-air, her deep remorse might even have been accompanied by actual tears. If that remorse had only been based on the outcome of the battle with Wilhelm, Wilhelm might have finally let down his last shred of caution. However, he did not. Immediately after the girl's muttering, a sound was heard. Overhead, from outside the hole, there was a heavy thud, like something falling to the floor. Following that, Guh. Hearing a sudden cry of pain, and realizing it was Feltz, whom he had left in the room above, Wilhelm kicked off the wall and jumped up, using the sword that he had stuck into its structure for support. Wilhelm performed a triple jump and leaped out of the hole, his eyes wide open in a frantic hurry. Felt. HK. Floating in the air was Felt, frantically kicking her legs, desperately clawing at her neck with her fingers. She was hanging in midair from a thread around her neck. However, the girl who orchestrated this most likely did not have the energy left to do so. Then, Wilhelm saw that part of the wall had collapsed in the corner of the room, and realized that it had been the source of the sound he had heard earlier and the mechanism that was now keeping Felt suspended. A thread had been attached to Felt's neck, and when the wall, which had been cut at an angle in advance, collapsed at the appointed time, the thread was pulled, leaving her hanging in mid-air. This way, no matter how the battle progressed, regardless of whether the girl lived or died, the trap would have been activated and Felt would be dangling in the air. Wilhelm, I will help you now, Wilhelm was about to say, running over to Felt with sword in hand. The thread was strong, but without its user, its strength could not surpass a sword strike. Rescuing Felt was simple, and the girl who set the trap could not possibly escape. Originally, her purpose in setting up the time trap must have been to distract Wilhelm from herself in the event of a prolonged battle, and to catch him by surprise or to allow for a quick escape. However, the battle had been decided before the trap ever had the chance to be set off, and the girl was too severely injured to make an escape. The trap gave her no opportunity for a surprise attack, or time to escape. Either way, Felt, who had gotten the brunt of the surprise attack, was still being hanged. Or so Wilhelm thought. At this point, Wilhelm's train of thought was natural, and no one could blame him. After all, at that point, the only people who truly understood the significance of Felt's hanging were those who were the source of the threat to the kingdom. It was just, yea, I can't believe I'm dragging you down like this. If there had been time to fathom the true meaning behind the remorseful words of the girl hanging in mid-air, things might have been different. The girl's regret was not in her defeat itself, but what came after. What she regretted was not her defeat, but the insurance that followed. Felt, away. Just before Wilhelm's sword strike cut the thread, Felt, who was being hanged, was desperately trying to make some sort of appeal with a hoarse breath.
It was not a plea for help. It was a plea for him to run away. Wilhelm. Immediately after, Wilhelm's eyes caught sight of it. The giant arm of a dragon effortlessly smashed through the wall of the Bariel Manor, and mercilessly struck Wilhelm from the side.
Ooh. To infiltrate the royal capital of Lagunica and release the Sin Archbishop of Gluttony, held captive in the prison tower. When Aldebaran revealed that utterly preposterous, Bat's-hit insane course of action, before promptly entering the city on his own, Heinkel harbored some complex reservations. The root of Aldebaran's objective, this had not been shared with Heinkel. He seemed to possess a similar amount of information as the obedient Ye, but unlike Heinkel, who sought recompense for assisting Aldebaran, the reason behind Ye's participation in these plans seemed to stem from a distorted obsession regarding Aldebaran. Heinkel, a distorted obsession, huh? How could anyone declare that so shamelessly? Neither love nor hatred, the emotions Ye bore for Aldebaran were enigmatic. When he measured himself against that, Heinkel derided himself in a terribly bleak manner. To begin with, through what means could one even measure whether something was straight or distorted? If Ye's obsession was to be evaluated as distorted, then what about his? What about Heinkel's obsession, which had reduced him to a traitor in pursuit of the means to awaken his ever-slumbering wife? Heinkel, H.K. A soliloquy tinged with self-condemnation and derision. As it triggered the outbreak of a fissurating headache, Heinkel pressed a finger into his temple, attempting to mask the pain. Normally, the best remedy for this pain, akin to a fog that gave no answers, was alcohol. Though it would not alleviate the pain, alcohol would numb him, allowing him to temporarily forget about it. Though he knew it to be unhealthy, Heinkel could not so much as open his eyes to see things properly unless he was swimming amidst the intoxication of alcohol. And yet, right now, he could not afford to drink, to seek that intoxication to mask the pain. At long last, the time might finally be upon him. After nearly 20 years of pursuit, the time for the dearest wish he had longed for, coveting to the point of fissuring his very soul, was upon him. Heinkel. Luana. On the backs of his closed eyelids, as his lips spun the name of a lovely woman, her visage emerged. Just the same as the day he met her, the form of his youthful, sweet, lovely wife had not changed in the slightest since the year she began to slumber. That was not because of a lack of forming any new memories. Her sleeping visage had truly disregarded all passage of time, continuing to be as it always had been. He wished to see her open her eyes again, spinning words with her lips, with nary an inhibition in contrast to her pretty appearance, unable to sit still for even a second. He wished to burn her lively way of being into his consciousness. So long as that came true, Heinkel's life could end without desiring anything further. Heinkel. Old man, you being negative again? You're giving off that sort of vibe, you know? At the sudden voice from right under him, Heinkel's breath caught. As Heinkel continued to bore into his temple, the divine dragon called out to him like so as it spread its wings. Contrary to its grand and mighty presence, the divine dragon spoke in an exceedingly frivolous manner, and despite not even being able to see Heinkel riding upon its back, it still perceptibly picked up on his subtleties. At a question that could not be classified as concern from the divine dragon, Heinkel was at a loss for an answer. That was a matter of course. After all, for Heinkel, being left alone with just the divine dragon like this was something akin to a flying dragon or water dragon having their favorite food dangled before their snout. In order to wake up the slumbering Luana Astrea, Heinkel had searched through all sorts of methods. Magic and curse arts, meteors and magic creation tools. He had tried everything. With each and every one of those hopes severed, Heinkel's final ray of hope was the dragon's blood. With that great treasure, said to cure every disease and bring about bountiful harvests to even the most barren of lands, he would awaken Luana. And right now, the heart fueled by that very treasure was asserting its presence, beating in a place so close that Heinkel could draw his sword and reach it. But then again, Heinkel, leave it be. Don't concern yourself with me. Divine Dragon, I said to stop having such sulky reactions. Old man, I get that you want to hurry, and how frustrating it must be for you to be alone with me. That's why I intended to properly put on the brakes for you, old man, as my own sort of consideration. Heinkel, consideration, you say? Don't tell me that's what you think this was supposed to be. Divine Dragon, I did intend on telling you that's what I thought this was, but I guess saying it'd be no good? Without a hint of ill will, what the Divine Dragon's seemingly puzzled words were referring to, it was none other than the current location of itself and Heinkel, that being far from the land,
high above the clouds.
Riding on the divine dragon's back, Heinkel was present in high altitudes of the ether. Perhaps because the divine dragon was controlling the wind, he was exposed to no shaking or strong gales, and excluding the stiffness of the scales, it was a comfortable environment.
But the consideration that the divine dragon was speaking of, it likely had nothing to do with this comfort. Rather, for the unlikely chance that Heinkel drew blade, it was regarding the maintenance of this high altitude permitting no salvation.
Divine dragon, even if you were able to gouge out my heart and obtain my heart's blood, it'd be meaningless since we'd both plummet to our deaths. Hence, even if we're left alone, you can't lay a hand on me here, old man.
How about it? Not too shabby an idea, yeah. Heinkel, I don't want to hear that from you.
First of all, that sort of thing shouldn't even be called concern or a calculating move. What if your planning was off? There's a possibility that I just draw my sword without thinking of the consequences. Divine dragon, nah, you'd never do that.
Old man, you're too decent for that. Heinkel, wah.
Divine dragon, decent guys, they always consider fear.
I've come to know many various people with a screw loose until now, and you'd never be like 'em, old man. Saying all it had to say, everything it pleased, the divine dragon's oracle caused Heinkel's mouth to gape open and closed, unable to form an immediate refutation.
Only, the reason for his ears flushing a bright red, was it anger or embarrassment?
In the case of the former, then the fact that he did not begin shouting curses without thinking about the consequences was in accordance with the divine dragon's expectations. In the case of the latter, then the fact that he had an idea of what he was being chided about was in accordance with the divine dragon's expectations.
In other words, the moment his ears flushed red, Heinkel's defeat was set in stone.
Heinkel, me decent, you say? Pressing his finger into his head with greater strength, Heinkel's voice rasped at the divine dragon's evaluation.
Decent. Considering Heinkel's current position, it was far too ironic of an appraisal. What the hell was the divine dragon thinking? Would a decent person fall to the extremities of self-centeredness, turning traitor against their country? Heinkel was neither decent nor honest.
He was not worthy of an appraisal that expressed such virtue, ubiquitously earned by many townspeople.
Heinkel, that's why, when Miss Priscilla passed away, I went along with Aldebaran's proposal. Intervening in the national crisis befalling the Valachian Empire, Priscilla Bariel had lost her life.
Heinkel was in a position such that, no matter what, he would never say that he had pledged loyalty to her. His relationship with her had been a cooperative one, born of shared interest. Even that, with how things were now, Heinkel would never know just how much value Priscilla saw in him.
Only, though Heinkel had not pledged his loyalty to Priscilla, neither did he doubt her capacity as a ruler to win the throne, guiding the people of the kingdom as their new monarch. With outstanding capabilities, the wisdom to see ahead, and a beautiful appearance, all fine attributes befitting a queen, Priscilla possessed the qualifications to become the queen of the kingdom of Lagunica. Upon the dawn of her ascendance to the throne, he was supposed to have received a license to the dragon's blood as his reward. That hope had wilted in the empire, alongside Priscilla's life. From the bottom of his heart, he found it unfortunate. The fact that he had been unable to secure the dragon's blood, and the fact that Priscilla's rule over the kingdom of Lagunica never came to fruition. Thus, having lost all hope, the stricken Heinkel was proffered a hand by Aldebaran. In exchange for assisting him, and becoming an enemy of the world, he could obtain the dragon's blood. To Heinkel's ears, that proposal rang far too sweetly. The hope that he was supposed to have obtained, seeing it ripped away right before his eyes, was harsh. Moreover, this was the second time for Heinkel, the second time that the light of hope was extinguished right when he was but a step away. The first time, he had missed his chance due to a foolish mistake, and the accompanying feeling of helplessness was difficult to forget. Hence, this time, Heinkel would absolutely cling to any wretched possibility. For him to be decent was extremely off base from the divine dragon. Divine dragon, has your husk been filled with displeasure again? This may be coming from me, but there's nobody who'd love a difficult middle-aged man, yeah.
Heinkel, it's too late for that sort of thing.
Divine dragon, you sure complicate things, don't you now? Well, it's seriously like a boomerang, so I won't say anything more. Even with just the simple gesture of shrugging its shoulders, the divine dragon's body was far too exaggerated. In that eerily human gesture, Heinkel found a certain commonality with Aldebaran, and ignored the increasing pain of his headache at the inscrutability.
To not be loved by anyone. That was exactly what Heinkel desired. That he had not been loved even once, he was not such a fool to make any such warped, careless remarks.
Heinkel had been loved from birth, and there was no shortage of people who had loved him since.
And not only did he fail to repay the affection that had been directed towards him, he betrayed it, marching through the rain.
Divine Dragon.
Come to think of it, we never really get this sort of one-on-one time, and I remembered that there were some things I wanted to check with you, old man. Heinkel, can't you just be quiet and wait?
Divine Dragon, I'm the type who can't bear silence.
Might be, 'cause I was always with someone who would never stop talking.
He was completely ignorant regarding how the Divine Dragon operated, but the other party had not spoken much about it, and Heinkel was not eager to know. Either way, once this was all over, this was an individual whom he would have died in order to procure its heart's blood. There was no need to go out of his way to add any reasons to feel guilty for doing so.
Besides, though consideration might have been the reason, he was grateful for the flow of the conversation to shift from what it had been to that point.
Were they to discuss another topic, then perhaps this headache might fade a bit.
Heinkel. So, most esteemed Divine Dragon Sama, what was it that you wanted to ask me?
Divine Dragon. It's nothing too important, but you're excessively sturdy, right, old man?
So, I was wondering if you had any idea of why you're so sturdy.
Heinkel. Divine Dragon. Huh?
Did I do something?
At the Divine Dragon's innocent words, Heinkel ground his teeth in annoyance.
The pain in his head intensifying, this served as proof that Heinkel's plans from a moment ago had failed.
He had hoped for the focus of the conversation to change, but this was evidence that it had not.
Heinkel. Hushed in silence, Heinkel looked down at his open palm, and sighed. The Divine Dragon's query had been in regards to Heinkel's body. Of course, that was his own body. He was aware of its abnormality, and was also properly aware of the reasons for it. Among the many sins Heinkel had committed, this was punishment for an especially grave one.
Luana Astria's unwakeable slumber. Including Heinkel, that was undoubtedly the beginning of the Astria family's division, but more decisive had been the events of 15 years prior. In the midst of Teresa van Astria's deployment to the subjugation of the White Whale, the transfer of the divine protection of the Sword Saint had resulted in the change of Sword Saint, and Teresa's death.
Serving as the impetus to all that, was the abduction of Royal Prince Ford Lagunica's esteemed daughter. The night of the incident, Heinkel had perpetrated an unforgivable betrayal, and the worst possible mistake that had made his betrayal meaningless. The divine punishment bequeathed was the current Heinkel. Heinkel, I've got no reason to deliberately reveal that to you.
Divine Dragon. Oh, you're really saying that? In that case, if you don't tell me, I'll report to the other me that you were being uncooperative, old man, annulling that promise you guys had. What if I threaten you like that?
Heinkel. You! Divine Dragon. I'm kidding, just kidding. There's probably 50 or 100 things that you don't want to say. You and me both, old man. Heinkel. 100 things, that's a lot.
As the Divine Dragon made small talk that could not be perceived as anything small, Heinkel feebly responded with just that.
It had said 50 or 100 things, but the things Heinkel harbored could be counted on a single hand. And that single hand was already heavy enough to crush his fragile self. Even so, connecting that which had been fractured, dragging along that which had been tensed, just a little bit more, if he just continued a little longer, then finally, Divine Dragon. Heinkel.
What is it?
Perceiving a slight change in the atmosphere, Heinkel questioned the Divine Dragon. For a moment, hesitating on whether to regularly call it Volcanica or not, he ultimately settled with an innocuous phrasing. But paying no heed to Heinkel's indecision, the Divine Dragon took a nosedive, facing downwards, below the clouds, towards the royal capital. And then, Divine Dragon. Hold on tight, old man. Heinkel. Guo a dash. The next moment, as a windstorm seemed to push down on him from above, it slammed Heinkel down onto the Divine Dragon's back as if he were prostrating himself. Without even the time to catch his breath from the sudden impact, the Divine Dragon descended in one fell swoop with Heinkel affixed to its back, piercing into the royal capital skies. Their act of lurking above the clouds to conceal themselves while Aldebaran was raiding the prison tower came to naught. That was to say, the need to reveal themselves had been born. In such a manner, the Divine Dragon arrived at their destination with such speed that Heinkel had not even been able to lift his head. With a swing of its unruly dragon forearm, hole was perforated through the wall of the building alongside an intense sound of destruction. The reason and the target of that exceedingly sudden violent outburst were entirely unknown to him. Only, the building on the receiving end of the Divine Dragon's calamitous strike was ruthlessly demolished, the dragon claws thoroughly crushing everything inside. Divine Dragon, you've got to be kidding me! That was a voice of absolute shock, spilling from the mouth of the Divine Dragon who had perpetrated that merciless act of destruction. Sharpening its golden eyes, the Divine Dragon surveyed the interior of the building it had thrown its arm into, and faced with the result of its relentless demolishment, it expressed its astonishment. That was only natural. The Divine Dragon's claws, tougher and sharper than most of the blades in this world, had been severed, torn off, and reduced to dust. And, as for the one who had done that, Heinkel, esteemed father, taking a stance with their twin swords in the half-destroyed building, was the being who had just fended off the Divine Dragon's claws. The sword demon, Wilhelm van Astrea. 3. My thanks. Parrying the dragon claws, barely managing to repel them as both his arms went numb, Wilhelm proclaimed his gratitude to Felt, who had informed him of the looming threat. A thread bound to her neck, Felt had been hung up in the air. Whilst in a situation in which her own life had been in danger, she had nevertheless commanded Wilhelm to ready himself, rather than seek his help. Thanks to her, he had managed to take a defensive stance by the skin of his teeth. Nah, normally, that ain't something you can stop even if you react in time. And in regards to Wilhelm's deep emotions, the one to raise their voice was the enormous body standing outside the manor, a presence so fearsome and mystical that many would prostrate themselves upon merely laying eyes on them, an individual harboring absolute power. The imposing form of the Divine Dragon Volcanica had been peering into the mansion from outside. Felt, cough, cough. I'm in agreement with that dragon. I told you to run away, yeah? Not to get him, yuff. Of all the things for Felt to have said in her violent coughing fit, she expressed agreement with Volcanica's opinion. Taking advantage of the chaos of the dragon claws, she had been released from her midair suspension. No, Wilhelm's eyes had grasped the events that had come to pass in even more accurate fashion. It was no coincidence that Felt had been saved without a hand from Wilhelm. Wilhelm, it cannot be you came to save Felt, Sama? Volcanica, it's tough to say yes or no given our positions, but if I went and said yes here, would Felt-chan then be publicly considered to be a member of our team of traitors? Felt, they aren't my allies. But there's no doubt that it came flying in to save me. With a faint lingering sensation of having been hanged, Felt responded so as she rubbed her neck. No refutation came from Volcanica's end, either. It seemed that through some means, the dragon had sensed Felt's predicament, and had flown to this place in order to rescue her. In other words, the shinobi girl had aimed that far ahead in attaching a thread to Felt's neck. Be that as it may, Wilhelm, it appears to be a sore spot for the person in question. After all, the fact that you have come here would mean, Volcanica, I can't go to back up the me over there. Wilhelm, indeed. Incidentally, your manner of speech has altered quite a bit. Compared to 40 years ago, when I merely captured a glimpse of you, you are almost a completely different person. No, a different dragon. Volcanica, there's a saying that goes, if you don't see a man for 3 days. 40 years is a hell of a long time. A summer can work real magic on girls, Grandpa. Wilhelm, I see. Though those words had been given in response, it was not an answer that provided him with an understanding of Volcanica's change. Only, Wilhelm had not the time to investigate that change in demeanor here. There were things to prioritize over that. In its intrusion, Volcanica had not been by its lonesome. It seemed that the dragon was carrying another upon its back. For their mouth to have remained without use up till this point, concealing their presence, had not been with the intent of catching Wilhelm off guard, but rather, Wilhelm, are you unable to even show your face before me, Heinkel? Heinkel, HK. At Wilhelm's call, the other party recoiling could be felt through the atmosphere. Even if he lowered his head, stifled his voice, and endeavored to conceal his presence, Wilhelm had already been made aware that Heinkel was among those complicit with Al, who had become a traitor opposing the kingdom. Al's actions were already more than enough of a threat to the survival of the kingdom. To not swing his sword amidst this critical situation was an impossibility for Wilhelm, former commander of the royal guard as he was. Even without such underlying circumstances, The reason as to why Wilhelm had resolved himself to take initiative and take up the sword was Heinkel's presence.
Wilhelm, in rough terms, you have been told that you will be lent dragon's blood if you cooperate, yes? Through those means, you intend to awaken your wife, Luana, correct? In that case, your discretion has been far too lacking. Stored in the royal castle, dragon's blood certainly housed tremendous power. With that power of the kingdom's greatest treasure, even awakening Luana Astria, slumbering for reasons unknown, was entirely possible. However, Wilhelm, you believe that Aldano, no, that the turncoat known as Al will keep to his word? That individual betrayed those left behind by the master he served, Priscilla Bariel Sama, and is even attempting to cause a stir by deceiving those who had worried about him. Why in the world would he grant your desires alone? Volcanica. Nah, well, I get that it might be dubious, but that's way too one-sided. Wilhelm, exalted dragon of Lagunica, I am not speaking to you at the moment. As Wilhelm displayed an attitude and words that left it no place to interject, Volcanica fell silent with a mach. Towards the other side of the hushed dragon, to the person hiding on its back, he resumed. Wilhelm, what is the matter, unable to say a word? Perhaps I have hit the nail on the head, or perhaps you had not even considered it. I suppose that is right. For a long time already, you would do nothing but avert your face, plug your ears, run away from anything you found unpleasant. That is why even now, you do not even attempt to look at anything other than what is convenient for you. Heinkel, HK, shut up, shut up, shut up. Wilhelm, Heinkel, anything you please. HK, you just say anything you fucking please, don't you? No matter what I may do for Luana, you've got no right to say anything about it, father. With a blood-curdling bellow, a silhouette rose up from Volcanica's back. A face he knew, a voice he recognized. At the temper of the trembling finger thrust towards him, Wilhelm deeply sighed. It was a sigh consisting of exasperation and disappointment, as well as a faint relief. There were various reasons for that relief. One being whether he would still have any fighting spirit left to raise his face after being spoken to so insultingly. Another being whether he would attempt to lay low as a coward whilst cooperating with a traitor. But what could be said on the whole? Wilhelm, so you have finally shown your face? Heinkel, Wilhelm, well then, have you no objections other than shouting noisily? Is your reason for supporting that man in accordance with my guesswork? If that is the case, can you think of why he would grant your desires alone?
Have you worn yourself out by wishing, causing your eyes to cloud over? Heinkel, I am HK.
As Wilhelm piled on the questions, the silhouette on the dragon's back, Heinkel, hung his head.
Wherever that explosive temper of his from a moment prior might have gone, it was easy to tell that he was dejected, and the act of Heinkel shrinking before Wilhelm was not something that had only begun now. Such had been the case for a long, long time already, ever since he had taken his vows to become a knight, and had been granted Wilhelm's former beloved sword, Astria.
Felt, there's no doubt that Pops is aiming for the dragon's blood with the objective of waking up his sleeping wife.
In place of Heinkel, unable to form words with his eyes cast down, it was Felt who answered Wilhelm's question.
Lowering her hand from rubbing her neck, Felt straightened her back.
Despite being the most powerless person present, she wore an expression that gave no such impression whatsoever. Felt, I heard it straight from his mouth, though I haven't heard all the details. Wilhelm, no, I thank you for your answer in my incompetent son's stead. Furthermore, I am sorry that you had to go along with such a dialogue.
Felt, I don't need any backward apologies. I told this to Pops as well, but it's simply a matter of his methods being different to mine. It's got nothing to do with them being good or bad. Despite having been embroiled, and having suffered damages herself, there was no anger in Felt's response. From that dignified way of looking at things, Wilhelm certainly saw the capacity to be monarch within her. Unmistakably, Felt, like Crush, was one of the 5 individuals selected by the Dragon History Stone. And despite that, for that very divine dragon to be obstructing the way like this, Wilhelm, there would have already been many bearing witness to the sight of you having descended to the surface, mercilessly swinging your claws. The foundations of the Dragon Kingdom are shaking. Have you awareness of that? Volcanica. Yeah, I feel a bit bad.
from the very bottom of my heart.
But you see, even if the Dragon Kingdom reverts to being the Lion Kingdom, it'd still be way better than the complete destruction of the world.
Wilhelm, although I believe this rebellious spirit of yours is a matter of concern grave enough to be on par with the world's destruction.
At the very least, there was no doubt that violent tremors would run through the kingdom of Lagunica in the near future. Those tremors would likely cause the jeopardous foundations of the kingdom to fissure, and those emergent cracks would likely swallow many.
Even supposing the actions of Volcanica and the other traitors were for the purposes of opposing something that eclipsed even that.
Wilhelm, even if an anomalous dragon is among them, that is not a situation for a mere few people to decide.
Especially given that one of those few people is yet inexperienced, unable to see anything beyond their own feet. There is no salvation to be had for you lot.
Volcanica, when including this exalted dragon, wouldn't it be a miraculous oracle from the heavens?
Wilhelm, in that case, as you once did before, right now, at this moment, please save the many people who are struggling through the pain.
And then, furthermore, given the greater amount of people it contains, you ought to save the entire world.
If you are unable to do so, Volcanica, if I'm unable, Wilhelm, then I shall have no other choice but to consider you the same as my foolish son, puppet by sweet words.
Stating thus, Wilhelm held his twin swords at the ready, squaring off against the divine dragon Volcanica. The numbness that had arisen from repelling the first strike had faded from his hands.
But, if that was an example of a volley, merely 3 more exchanges would suffice in wresting his sword away from him, either evasion or parrying to a much higher degree. Volcanica, don't move, Lil Miss Felt.
I'm not confident in being able to have a soft touch on this.
Felt, maybe I shouldn't listen to anything you say. Ever since Ramji tried to pull the wool over my eyes, I've had plenty of resentment built up.
Wilhelm, if that is the case, then I apologize for any inconvenience this may cause you for the time being.
Felt, stop acting like you're on friendly terms with me.
Shouting in anger, Felt scowled at Wilhelm and Volcanica in turn, sticking out her tongue.
Sparing a minimal amount of his focus upon her, Wilhelm observed every single action of Volcanica's.
Its position, likewise, was that of having rushed to the shinobi girl's rescue.
With their figure having been sighted already, before long the commotion would magnify, and their freedom to fight would be limited.
This, too, would be a short yet decisive bout. Volcanica, technically, even if decayed, I'm a dragon of legend, yeah?
Shouldn't you be looking into options other than fighting? Wilhelm, unfortunately, I was just thinking that now is the time in which I must once more surpass a legend.
My deepest apologies for making use of this convenience, but please endure my company.
Heinkel, H.K. Volcanica's intimidation was met with Wilhelm's response. It was apparent to the latter that Heinkel, having not spoken a word for a good while, had his breath hitch, had his cheeks stiffen.
By using the battleground to one's favor, by taking advantage of the opponent's emotions, it was indeed possible to edge towards victory.
But that was inelegant.
And beyond being inelegant, it was extremely impertinent, unbeneficial, and futile.
A victory stolen through underhanded means, rather than skill, to make up for swordsmanship that was lacking. What value could such a thing possibly hold here and now?
The sword demon was a man who had lived on the battlefield.
The existence of battles fought for the sake of survival, of history untold by any save the triumphant survivors, of defeats and deaths that could not be excused. Of these he knew all, by virtue of the weight of his victim's blood clinging onto his soul. However, the current time was different. Nay, from this moment forward, in all the clashes the sword demon would grip his blades, doing battle against individuals through his steel, there would be no meaning in stolen victory. Through his swordsmanship, he would force the surrender of the one against whom he possessed the greatest need to emerge triumphant.
Along that journey, the sword demon had not the time to squander on detours.
If he was going to forge this old, withering body into the steel it had once been, he could not squander his time on anything but steeping his soul in the most scorching of heats.
Sword demon! At the raging blow of a sword-like wind, the dragon's claw, peeled and sliced off, danced through the air.
Cramped. In order to swing his swords, in order for the divine dragon to wield its tail and fangs to the fullest, this battleground was far too cramped. The sword demon's heels exploding, his shimmering swords flashed at a speed that consigned all notions of sound and wind to oblivion, piercing into the chest of the divine dragon, and causing the space around them to burst asunder.
A dragon's scales, Their hardness was greatly influenced by the aggregate amount of mana possessed by the individual.
The mightier and longer lived the dragon, the more robust and tenacious they grew. Henceforth, in regards to the divine dragon who reigned supreme over all others, its draconic scales were of a hardness that surpassed even diamond. Against those diamond dragon scales, the sword demon relentlessly swung his steel, repeating attacks of the striking, slashing, and stabbing variety. Even after all that, the steel in his grip was in prime condition, specially prepared for the sword demon to accomplish his goal. The twin swords trios were a masterpiece of the same swordsmith that had forged the renowned blade Astrea, with which he bore a deep connection.
Their handles fit comfortably in his hands, and integrating their weight with his body, the sword's shimmer traded blows with diamond, still unchipped. Sword Demon.
In regards to the sword demon's furious onslaught, the divine dragon was not one to allow itself to be ravaged unceasingly like such. Even if the mind concealed within was not the original, there was no hesitation in exerting the abilities of what could be called the strongest dragon husk in the world. Thus the divine dragon manifested might on the level of a natural disaster as if elementary. To transform the shape of the world, to append unto reality any conclusion in accordance to what it deigned, forcing its showing upon the stage, was the right bestowed upon the divine dragon by Od Lagna, unmistakably.
A roar shattered the sky. Dragon claws cleaved the earth.
Dragon scales repelled the sword demon's fullest wrath 100 times over, and the draconic aura emitted from the entirety of its body stained the royal capital's atmosphere in the hue of the divine dragon. The tail slammed down, striking the aged sword demon true. Nay, the sword demon had thrust the tip of his sword into the tail to evade the strike, before immediately dashing up its length, drawing near to the throat.
An intercepting roar. Light torn to smithereens head-on. A decapitating glint flashed.
With the dragon scales on its shoulders it deflected, instantly poising itself to go again. The clash began anew.
Sword Demon.
Unfurled wings becoming as if blades, the divine dragon ushered in a gusty storm of swords that carved up the royal capital.
As the sword demon slipped through that gale, the former drawing a band of blood, the tail slammed to align with his trajectory, carving with it death's dominion. At the echoing tremors of demise, the sword demon's body was furiously blown backwards.
A direct hit, falsehood, as upon perceiving its unavoidable nature, the sword demon had aligned himself with the revolution of the tail, and from his fingertips, his ankles, his knees, his hips, his lumbar, his ribs, his shoulders, his neck, and the top of his head, he released all strength, allowing the lethal impact to pass through his entire body, as he flew and flew and flew.
Slamming through 1, 2, 3 buildings, the sword demon drove his sword into the ground, and lifted his visage.
His fighting spirit was not shaken in the slightest.
Thereupon, the divine dragon's breath took the form of a corona, and drew near. Sword Demon.
A flash of swordly shimmer, the sword demon cleaved through the breath's cusp, forcing his body through the meager gap that had only been formed, and reached salvation from the scorching light, waiting in the open air. Then did the divine dragon beat its wings, swooping down to mercilessly snap its maw at the sword demon.
Dragon fangs, boasting durability and sharpness that exceeded even that of draconic claws, moved to sink into the flesh of the sword demon.
Perfectly aligning the tips of both his swords together, the sword demon created a support brace that prevented the jaws from snapping shut. Supposing he had instead aimed the tips of the swords towards the maxilla and mandible respectively, the jaw would have closed, crunching his life to naught. It was his sense of smell that rejected death. Nay, his avariciousness to seize victory that had prevented that, thus prolonging his life. With the sword demon captured in its unclosing maw, the divine dragon abandoned its efforts to plunder his life by means of its fangs. Giving a powerful click of its tongue, the dragon gave birth to an explosion within that space and struck the sword demon's body true.
Sword Demon.
As blood spurt forth from ears left and right, his ruptured eardrums, and the semicircular canals within, each quivered. Gnashing his teeth, the sword demon stood his ground as the dragon's tongue extended to strike him, launching him outside its maw, out towards the high skies of the royal capital, defenseless. During his capture in the jaws, the sword demon had been carried off to the sky by the flapping wings of the divine dragon. Jostled around by the wind, in free fall, bereft of the means with which to counter, his altitude high as to cause those faint of heart to swoon upon a mere downwards gaze, he faced straight towards the ground, descending in a swift, unceasing motion. Were he to continue and descend in this manner, sword demon though he might be, he would not escape harm's way. Between a human who lived on the ground, and a dragon permitted to lord over the skies with its large build, that was the definitive.
Sword Demon. But, even in a situation that appeared as a decisive blow, the divine dragon did not abandon the sword demon to chance. The dragon greatly inflated its lungs to ready a breath, the release of which would give rise to tremendous damage to the sprawling royal capital below, shattering the endeavor to abstain from killing. No, the noble district directly below had been evacuated. Somebody, having established this place as a battlefield beforehand, had evacuated every residence liable to being caught up in the damage, thus constructing this arena. He regarded that skillfulness with admiration and gratitude. Sword Demon. The breath unleashed was greater and more sweltering than before, blitzing towards the Sword Demon as infernal heat. The Sword Demon, unable to even look straight at the white light as he was, and possessing not the wings or the methods with which to resist the force of gravity, would have no choice but receive the blast directly. That instant, below the Sword Demon as he revolved his body midair, a foothold hastened. Sword Demon. One of the buildings the Sword Demon had slammed through, before ascending to the sky. The tall time tower intercepted the path of the plummeting old swordsman, functioning as a foothold for the Sword Demon. Bending his knees, the Sword Demon landed on the tower, held his twin swords tightly, and gazed to the sky. Across the breath, the Sword Demon and Divine Dragon exchanged glances, and that instant, a beautiful flash of sword clashed head-on with a white light. Sword Demon. A chain of sounds akin to water's surface being flicked, to the shattering of fragile glass, and the corona was split asunder from within. The Divine Dragon's breath, it was, and in it dwelled both the power and the right to engulf the many things it collided with, flaying their outer layers, and stripping off the profound to lay them bare. Nevertheless, the Sword Demon had ignored all that to his heart's content as it was thrust before him, cleaving through the light with a brandish of his blades. As something truly pure, allowing no interference from the wicked, the sword flash beautifully bisected all. Sword Demon. As the breath, severed as it was, radiated across the surface, it demolished the noble district of the royal capital, leveling it flat. The tower stood on by the Sword Demon, which had become the epicenter of the explosion, and the Crimson Mansion under the protection of the Divine Dragon, were the only things to have escaped direct harm, but aught else had learned the tremendous degree of the dragon's power. The aftershock of the white light had stained the Sword Demon with white soot, jumping off the crumbling tower, and the Divine Dragon flapped its wings, still continuing to exert its hostility from the heavens. Between ground and sky, their gazes crossed. And then, Sword Demon. As swordly aura, surging forth rather than reaching its limit, and draconic pressure, compelling aught to surrender, clashed anew. All living things in the royal capital of Lagunica, organic or not, shuddered. Ooh! Do you like flowers? Amidst a world hazed in white, audible was the voice of a lovely woman, her back towards a bed of yellow flowers. The world misshapen by the draconic aura, Wilhelm spun his body through the advance of a fatal zephyr, and as he brandished the gleaming swords carried in both his hands, a multitude of reminiscences flowed within himself. Have you come to like flowers? A lovely woman, she had been. Drawn to her at first sight, the foolish man had placed a lid over those sentiments unfamiliar. Yet still, as their relationship went unsevered, Wilhelm had indulged in that environment, fearful of cutting too deep into it, immersing his body and soul in moments of laxness, of terrible, oh most terrible timidity, neglecting that time went by. To swing the sword to protect someone. I think that's nice. His hometown enveloped in a blazing inferno, a sword flashing with beauty had delivered Wilhelm from the clutches of death. The woman had harbored no desire to take up the sword, yet nonetheless was loved by the sword. The reality that he had conferred her with a reason to swing the sword filled Wilhelm with myriad anger, his soul a conflagration born of repudiation. Towards weakness, towards the secrets, towards his own inadequate being, anger, anger, anger. Cleaving through the anger entire, overpowering it, by devoting his everything to the act of channeling that violent sentiment into his blade, at last, he attained the right to stand before her and cross swords. And thus, he had rescued the lovely woman from the abominable sword god, making her his own. Are you in love with me? Nay, was it that he had made her his, or had he been made hers? He knew not the answer. But they had been happy. They had been fortunate. From the very moment he had met Teresa, to the very instant he had lost her, Wilhelm had continued to be blessed to the greatest possible extent. The death of Teresa was unmistakably a tragedy. Unable to even exchange words of parting, failing to convey the words he ought to have imparted, Wilhelm had been dominated by grief and lamentation. Amidst his despair, by overlooking much, he had erred.
But the days he had spent with Teresa, for Wilhelm, had been those of happiness. That joyous time shared between the two, was it really something that could conclude with it all being ruined, fading as if its entirety had never even occurred, the moment it had come to an end with a single day of tragedy? Even if its color had faded in transience, could he truly remain without ever desiring that it ripen with fresh color once more? Decidedly that could not be so.
So that Teresa's death, that her life, would not come to an end alongside a tragedy, he sought vengeance.
Thus, if swinging his sword for Teresa had returned color to those days, then he,
to a similarly dulled scene, unceasing in his struggle to do so. A raging gale, the savage roar by the divine dragon unleashed.
Stabbing the tip of his sword into the dragon's ire as it immolated the world white, he sliced it apart. As ever, there, beyond the cleared vision, did he witness the blood-curdling remorses into which he would need to cut.
An overcast sky, a headstone marking a vacant grave, ceaseless weeping and desolate voices, words of prayer imploring serenity.
Present at the center of the many weeping individuals who had gathered for she who had been beloved, he could not recall what words he had chosen to speak, to impart, to deeply engrave Teresa's nature in them all.
What he recalled were remorses. Immensely powerful, towering, and unerasable were Wilhelm's remorses.
A child yet unaware of reason, a child who had not been with the mother and father with whom he ought to have been. The words the child had chosen as consideration and consolation his own foolhardy self had rejected, unable to accept them. In that moment, dull had turned the sky, the ground, the faces of the people, his own self, the child.
It's all right, honored grandfather. When she passed, honored grandmother wasn't the sword saint.
That's why the sword saint didn't lose. Wilhelm, please stop. After all, the sword saint shouldn't ever lose. Father said so.
Wilhelm, I am begging you, please stop. So, don't be so sad. The Astria family is safe and sound, honored grandfather.
Wilhelm, right now, right here. Please don't speak of that.
Again and again, words of rejection bereft of power.
Over and over, words of consolation from a child settled in that which he believed. And then, I'm the next sword saint. Just before honored grandmother passed away, I received it. Wilhelm, stop already.
What is it that you want me to say?
Do not make me say that it was your fault that Teresa, that your grandmother died. Wilhelm, do not make me say it. HK.
Amidst the faded scene, erasing aught else, he and the child were made two.
Through his immature, foolish self of that day, of that moment, Wilhelm thrusted sword and pressed forth.
Words that remained forever unspoken, would never be imparted unto the other party.
Even supposing a mutual understanding of feelings between both parties, the thousands, tens of thousands of words that ought to have been devoted, would never be delivered unto the other party. And likewise, the words that had ended up being vocalized, no matter the manner in which they had formed, would always end up being imparted unto the other party.
How exactly that would be received depended entirely on the capacity of the receiver. But, to pour more water than could be deemed acceptable into a yet incomplete container, and blaming that container for overflowing, unable to take it on whole, how foolish of an act would that be? The face of the child, of Reinhard, in the faded world of that day, he could not recall.
After all, once he had let slip words that he ought never have, he had not even been able to look upon his face. It was not that he could not recall it. He did not even know to begin with, for he had failed to look upon it.
Thus, those who received the words he had ended up speaking were not confined to that single person. I heard that you were blaming the kid at Mom's funeral service.
And yet, you still want to see Reinhard? You can't even make the distinction on what's not fine to say, Dad, and yet you think you've got the right to apologize to him.
That child is mine and Luana's child. To say he let Mom die, that he stole her divine protection, that's all some sort of misunderstanding.
I'll prove it. I'm not you, Dad. I'm me.
This is something I have to do, no matter what. Once words had been uttered, no longer could they be retracted.
Wilhelm's reckless remarks towards Reinhard had spread in the blink of an eye, even reaching the ears of Heinkel, who had not attended the funeral service, causing him to lose his chance to apologize and explain himself. Concurrently, the foolish reprimand from grandfather to grandchild had been spread even to those outside the family, so as a result of that scandal, the truth of the succession of the divine protection of the sword saint became widely known. Heinkel, had absolutely not allowed Wilhelm to see Reinhard. Reinhard had avoided Wilhelm in accordance with what Heinkel had told him, severing all interaction.
Wilhelm had kept his distance from Heinkel and Reinhard, devoting himself to vengeance by his lonesome. The relationships between those three, in conflict as they were, once more came together due to crossing the corpse soldier Teresa at the Watergate City, and once more had definitive cracks been born. Were that to be the finale, then it would indeed be a tragic ending. But for Wilhelm, who had opted not to permit Teresa's death, her life, her existence to end in tragedy, he too would chant objections to this relationship drawing to a close as a tragedy. And as for the way to exclaim objections towards that overpowering fate, he knew no method but to exclaim them through his sword. Reinhard was the sword saint. So long as he continued to bear that as an unshakable duty, never would the chance come around to exchange sentiments with Reinhard, present behind the veil of sword saint, never would the chance come to restore color to that faded scene. Henceforth, Wilhelm van Astria, nay, the one who dispossessed sword saints of their swords, Wilhelm Trios, had no other choice but to bleed his very life into his sword's shimmer. 3. Again.
Indubitably, that had been a stanza of a battle that would go on to be told in legend. The battle unfolding between Sword Demon and Divine Dragon amounted to a back-and-forth bout with a score of factors at its conception, pitting the tempered swordsmanship of steel against the power of an apex lifeform by birth. In the royal capital, the area of the noble district that had become a battleground had been leveled, the collapsed buildings and pulverized streets telling of how tremendous the clash between those individuals present in the same domain, unreachable to any ordinary person, was.
Even considering their body size, the presence or absence of footing, and the trading of their decisive blows, the sword's shimmer and the draconic presence were evenly matched.
A battle between dragon and man, in the current world, was a fight to the death of such rarity that whether it would be possible to witness one such event in the span of 100 months, or even years, was
impossible to know. And yet, astonishingly, this made it twice the sword demon met a dragon in battle.
The gist of that was karma that could not be explained by anything but the fact that he had continued to desire and tread foot upon the most dangerous battlefields in this world, and that the large something that governed fate had continued to provision the sword demon with worthy enemies.
Considering the preconditions, the sword demon had been at an overwhelming disadvantage going into this fight.
The slashes of the sword demon's twin swords could not pierce the tenacious scales of the divine dragon, whereas the divine dragon's claws and fangs would easily pluck the sword demon's life from his flesh with as much as the slightest graze. The sword demon had continued to evade them with techniques employing the most strenuous of his efforts, but he would eventually reach his limit. In theory, that would be so. But just who could possibly imagine the sight of the sword demon, stained in blood, covered in white soot, swinging his swords as his back was scorched, using up the last of his strength as he succumbed to the divine dragon's talon? The blood-curdling visage of the sword demon, the swordly aura so intense that merely being exposed to it from head to toe would cause one to feel as though the edge of a blade had been trained to their life, the swordsmanship hot on the heels of the prime in which he had once defeated the sword saint, all of them refuted the natural reality, instilling onlookers with a manifestation of irrational hope and expectation.
The sword saint was the sword of the kingdom of Lagunica, the bearer of hope.
At the time that hope had been unseated by the sword demon, the people ought to have despaired, turning to the heavens.
The sword saint had been defeated, so such a continuation would be logical.
However, reality had differed.
Not a single person had lamented the fact that the sword saint had been defeated, setting aside their sword. Rather, the masses had blessed it. That had been because a new hope had sprouted. They had begun to harbor new expectations, for the sword demon who had bested the sword saint. Pursuing strength and strength alone, unable to do anything except hone his own self much like the steel he brandished, was the sword demon. The sword demon's direct unyielding way of being had caused a great many people to raise their visages, instilling them with hope, giving them expectations for the future.
Now, in this moment, the impossibility of imagining a future in which the figure of the sword demon would be laid low by the divine dragon was the same as that.
In witnessing the sword demon's way of being, people would end up finding hope.
So long as there remained a desired scenery for that sword to cut through to, it would instill the belief that it not being reached was not a possibility.
Ergo, the battle between sword demon and divine dragon was at a deadlock, with the two involved, each unable to discover a winning move, having been constantly ascertaining how they could excel their opponent in this life or death bout. That was why the progression of the bout between individuals transcendent was performed by neither sword saint nor divine dragon. Sword demon, divine dragon. At the nexus of the townscape transformed into a theater of war, Sword Demon and Divine Dragon crossed gazes, exchanging silence.
However, albeit the result was mutual silence, the essence of that silence differed between the two. To one, patience, the other, shock.
Both were emotions meriting silence, but that which followed was different.
Sword Demon. Guh.
A faint groan, accompanied by great volumes of blood, spilled from the Sword Demon's mouth.
But, with his twin swords yet clasped, the Sword Demon made no attempt to stifle the overflowing ichor, and looked down at his own body. He caught sight of a sword's tip piercing through his abdomen, stained with blood.
The blade had entered from behind, perforating the Sword Demon's torso, and causing blood to spill outward. The sword responsible for that act was a sword the Sword Demon knew well.
It was none other than his own former beloved sword.
The sword inscribed Astrea, its current owner. Sword Demon, Heinkel.
Blurred by the frothing of blood at his mouth, he bore no confidence that his mutter had become a definite sound. But, from the quivering of the sword thrust through his body, he understood the intentions that had charged the deed.
If he turned around, it was possible that his torso would be torn asunder. Hence the Sword Demon grit his molars, and stood his ground.
Behind him, while tightly clasping the hilt of the sword that had stabbed the Sword Demon.
Heinkel, with your way of doing things, I can't get Luana back. Sword Demon.
Heinkel, I'm not you. I'm not you, Dad. I'm me.
This is something I have to do, no matter what.
A wrung-out voice it had been, mixed with sobs that seemed to be tearing his chest apart.
As he listened to that, the stabbed Sword Demon took a long, deep exhale, and reminisced.
The figure of his own child, whose cries brought about by his own self in the midst of training had been cause for his wife to scold him, which in turn had led him to badger his child to bear through the tears.
As far back as those times, all odds of victory would be lost upon his child's cries. That had been the deciding blow interrupting the climactic bout between dragon and man, driving the stanza of legend to its coda.
Chapter 29. Foot of the Table. Tempestuous wind and land, collisions of preeminent power, as if being composed was truly a new stanza of legend.
A blink after the bout between Sword Demon and Divine Dragon, transcending human comprehension, had commenced. In that meager of an instant, Heinkel had tumbled off the dragon's back, ousted from the legend.
Heinkel! During their descent from above the clouds, the Divine Dragon had fastened him in place with wind, but as soon as it had begun combat with the Sword Demon, the dragon had lost that consideration. No, that leeway, forcing him to fend for himself.
And thus, bearing no fruit whatsoever, Heinkel had been promptly cast off stage.
Incapable of even clinging to that back, he fell to the ground, and pitted himself as being a wretched, pathetic disgrace.
Even that excessive self-punishment was not permitted to Heinkel at the current moment.
Heinkel! The battle that had commenced at the Bariel Villa had already greatly expanded its stage to encompass the noble district, and the extraordinary combat between man and dragon unfolded alongside a fantastical sight, as if it were a daydream. From that, Heinkel had been unable to remove his eyes. Heinkel! In his heart, he wished to look away. Not only did he want to avert his gaze, he wished to turn his back and run away.
If that would not come to fruition, then he wanted to hold his head, cower, plug his ears, and reject everything.
But he could not. He could not do that.
As Wilhelm van Astrea swung his sword, how could Heinkel Astrea attempt to avert his gaze?
Heinkel! As the aged body of the Sword Demon flourished with vigorous motion, he challenged the Divine Dragon that towered over him with a build several tens of times his size. Evading the borderline of death many times, he delivered innumerable sword strikes that seemed to chip away at the dragon scales.
Encroach, leap, brandish, parry, posture maintenance, body weight transfer, vision guidance, applied technique, utilization of obstacles. The ultimate swordsman who made use of everything to elevate his swordsmanship beyond any shadow of a doubt, Wilhelm, wielding his swords against the dragon, was the strongest swordsman Heinkel knew. For not even an instant could he take his eyes off that Sword Demon's exquisite performance. Catching his breath, forgetting to blink, to the point that even the beating of his heart felt as if it were a hindrance, he was enchanted by the numerous sword flashes. 'Twas nothing so elegant or polished as the likes of a sword dance. The nature of the Sword Demon, who sought to cut deep into the lives of his opponents from whatever angle necessary, was more uncouth, violence akin to a beast's instincts. The violence would be turned to drive, sublimated from drive to technique, finally arriving at the legend vying against the Divine Dragon. Heinkel! In Wilhelm's figure as he traded blows with the Divine Dragon, Heinkel caught glimpses of countless battlefields. Of the Watergate City, of the figure crossing swords with the youthful form of Teresa van Astria.
Of the Lifos plains, of the figure swinging its sword against the mighty foe known as the White Whale so that he could take revenge for his wife. Of the commercial city, of the figure lopping off a mighty head of the three-headed blight dragon, dominating the skies. Of the same commercial city, of the figure carving its name into history as it clashed with the Eight Arms Kurgan, strongest of the empire.
Of the royal castle Lagunica, of the figure dispossessing sword Saint Teresa van Astria of her sword. Of the demi-human war, of the blood-stained figure sentencing numerous enemies to fodder for its blade, who would go on to be called the Sword Demon. Of countless other battlefields, of the figure that had come to bring about victory through its sword as the greatest sword wielder. Heinkel perceived all in Wilhelm's current figure, and concurrently he understood. As things were proceeding, the divine dragon would be defeated.
Heinkel, it's no good.
Ringing those words out, Heinkel, who had fallen to his knees, stood up.
As he used his hand to ascertain the presence of the sword carried at his waist, Heinkel was provoked by that conviction.
The divine dragon would lose. After all, its opponent was the sword demon, who had decided on victory. Heinkel.
Alas, Heinkel's eyes could not perceive the upper limits of the sword demon's and divine dragon's strength. Just as how those who stood upon the ground could not be sure of the scenery present above the clouds, even supposing there had unfolded a scenery beyond their wildest imaginations, they would never get to lay their eyes upon it.
Hence, there was no other choice but to put his shoddy imagination to work, and envision it. Thus, in the world conjured by Heinkel Astria's meager imagination, the divine dragon would succumb to the blade of the sword demon. Considering the preconditions, the divine dragon had been at an overwhelming advantage going into this fight. Even as Heinkel saw it, the sword demon's blades pierced not the divine dragon's scales, and even after many attempted assaults, a decisive blow had yet to be delivered. Conversely, each and every one of the divine dragon's attacks were lethal, such that even a graze a few millimeters deep would rob the sword demon of his life, scattering his corpse to the battlefield.
Heinkel understood those preconditions.
Even so, his vision of the sword demon winning went unshaken.
There was no logic to it. Logic and reason were not things that could surpass the sword saint.
That was to say, the strength of the sword demon, who had once bested the sword saint, went beyond logic and reason.
The strength to deliver the tip of his sword to that beyond resided within the sword demon, and so, Heinkel, it's no good.
That indisputable, worst-case scenario, was unacceptable for Heinkel's course. Were he to triumph over the divine dragon here, the sword demon would likely move to challenge the sword saint next. Then, just as he had bested the previous generation sword saint, he would triumph over the current generation sword saint, over Reinhard.
That was no good.
That alone was no good.
There were many obstacles in the way of realizing such a battle, such as the presence of the Witch of Envy that Aldebaran was utilizing through some method, but even without such elements, it was no good. It was no good. No good at all. No good, so because it was no good, it was absolutely no good. As to why it was no good, the extent to which it was no good warranted no need for explanation. Anyway, it was no good. No good was no good, and no good was all that it could be. No good.
It was no good after all.
That which was no good was no good. No good would be no good, so it was no good at all.
The perfectly pure blade of the sword demon could not save Luana Astria.
It could not save her, that was why.
Heinkel. To his fore, present was the back of the sword demon, standing still.
A muffled voice from across the back, muffled by the froth of blood, that which sounded as if it was nearly drowning, erred not in conveying to Heinkel that his own name had been called. Having perceived that, whilst exerting his fullest restraint to suppress the trembling of his arms, he gripped the sword's hilt tight.
Heinkel, with your way of doing things, I can't get Luana back.
Struck in the forehead by a fragment of a collapsing building, blood had been flowing.
Blown away many times by the blasting shockwaves, he had also found himself getting trapped under a collapsing pillar.
With half his body also scorched by the aftermath of the dragon's breath that had been sliced apart by a sword's flash, he forced himself through the agony of burning blood, bone, and flesh, still continuing to walk. His body soiled to the utmost extent by dust clouds and shed blood, he walked and walked and walked. Heinkel stood behind Wilhelm.
Standing there, with Astria drawn, he skewered his biological father from behind.
Wilhelm.
Through the piercing sword, He felt Wilhelm attempting to turn around.
In order to forestall that movement, he poured strength into his grip, the flaring of the deep wound thwarting all thought of turning around.
At that moment, he could not glimpse Wilhelm's face.
Were he to see his own self reflected in those eyes, the Heinkels of both past and present would be rendered incapable of speech. That was why he would not let him turn around. No matter what. He could not afford to let him turn around, to let him say it. If the sword demon was permitted such, being allowed to say that he would carry it out, he would end up prying it open with his sword. In that opened-up future, perhaps all the dark clouds would be cleared away, and a patch of the long clouded blue sky would be glimpsed. But Luana's figure would not be present there. Through the blade of the sword demon, Luana could not be awakened. And if she was not present, then Heinkel and one other, would be beyond salvation.
Heinkel, I'm not you. I'm not you, Dad. I'm me. This is something I have to do, no matter what.
That which had been wrung out. He wished to curse the fact that it had been a feeble voice tinged with sobs.
Grit your teeth, good for nothing. Put strength in your voice, coward. Do you really have time to hang your head, craven? Even with these hands, this sword, stained with father's blood, you can't even stifle the roots of your teeth quivering, the sensation of heat in your eyes, the feeling of all your insides crawling like worms, making you want to just spill everything out, you parasite. Bragging about how you've settled your resolve. Since when have you ever been able to fool your wavering self, you pant-wetter?
Wilhelm, you utter moron.
With unceasing curses, Heinkel negatively spurred himself onward.
To Heinkel's ears was delivered a reprimand not of his own, yet one that could only have been in agreement with him.
The voice had not been drowning in blood, and after his cheeks tensed at that fact, Heinkel gazed in amazement.
To his fore, he locked eyes with Wilhelm, whom he had been attempting to prevent from turning around.
Heinkel. Ah!
Looking at his hands, the sword was in the same position. Nevertheless, the reason Wilhelm had been able to turn around was because he had twisted his body, forcibly removing himself from the sword piercing his torso.
Naturally, blood would flow once a sword was removed from a wound, and if it had been forced out, the wound would have expanded.
But the sword demon had removed the blade himself.
After all, had he not done so, he would have been unable to turn around.
Wilhelm, Heinkel. Leaving Heinkel speechless with that outrageous deed, Wilhelm called to him again. His throat clogging up, Wilhelm gulped down the rising blood, ensuring his voice would be unclouded.
However, he had sustained wounds across his body from his duels with Ye and the Divine Dragon, so having also received a deep wound from Heinkel, his body was already losing a fatal amount of blood. Sure enough, having lost the support of the sword piercing his body, Wilhelm's knees collapsed.
Heinkel. Faith. Dad.
In the spur of the moment, Heinkel reached out his hand to prop up that collapsing body. But, to the contrary, Heinkel's outstretched hand was grasped, unexpectedly pulling him close.
As Heinkel's cheeks stiffened at the physical strength unthinkable for one who had lost so much blood, on the verge of death, Wilhelm regarded him with eyes from which strength would by no means fade. Wilhelm, enough, wake up.
Heinkel. At those words, a dusky heat was lit within the cowering Heinkel's heart. Was he really going to lecture him to stop dreaming? The pipe dream of awakening Luana, if that were to come true, would Luana be glad? Even without needing to say it, he knew that there was no way Luana would be glad. Not a single one of the things Heinkel had done until today would Luana approve of. She would scorn him, fall out of love with him, have her affection for him flip to loathing. Heinkel's name would not avoid being engraved into Luana as the most repulsive man in this world.
But that would be fine.
Anger, loathing, scorn, all of it was fine. If it meant that Luana would awaken from her slumber, that her blue eyes would reflect the world once more, that her lips would celebrate life, that would be fine. The likes of a convenient dream, he saw not. In this reality that was so nightmarish, yet ultimately not a nightmare, Heinkel would live and die.
For that purpose. Wilhelm. Incorrect.
His dusky resolve had returned alongside the pain in his head. However, Wilhelm had put the brakes on that. There did Heinkel's breath catch, staring at Wilhelm in bewilderment. Without averting his gaze from his incompetent son, Wilhelm moved his blood-stained lips. The expression on his face was one Heinkel recalled. An unpleasant memory of times past.
The sorrowful expression Wilhelm had worn when delivering the news that Teresa, that his mother, had not returned from the battle against the white whale. "Wilhelm! Wake up, Heinkel! You!" With a face that, as far as Heinkel knew, the sword demon Wilhelm had only worn the time he had displayed his utmost weakness. "Wilhelm! You, no matter whose hatred you incur, Reinhard will never abandon the seat of Sword Saint HK." Just as it had been back then, the words uttered had wounded Heinkel's heart to the utmost.
Chapter 30.
Plan B. 1.
When you talk to me, look at me properly.
The moment he was struck by the intense kick unleashed, an alarm blared inside Aldebaran's mind. The cause of that alert had been the kick itself, alongside various factors surrounding it. Firstly, the sheer force of the kick had incurred tremendous damage, leaving him astonished at the absurd length of the leg that had punted him, thinking, from here to there is all leg. The tip of the icy slipper worn on the kicking leg bore into him, smashing past his stone chestplate and placing him in a serious bind. The ice had begun to freeze over his chest, causing his sternum to creak. But the greatest reason for that clamorous alarm was the fact that she had hit the bullseye on him with piercing words, leaving him no room for excuses. "Look at me properly," she had said.
"And priorly, you look lonely when you talk to me, as well."
Aldebaran, HK. Honestly, it was shocking that she had correctly guessed the complex emotions Aldebaran harbored. He was not so conceited as to think he had done a good job of hiding it, but he had arbitrarily assumed that she was ignorant to these sorts of subtleties. But, on reflection, she was simply bad at harboring ill will towards others, though alert to such malice stemming from those others. She had been born into this world a silver-haired half-elf, so that was only natural. "Aldebaran, the tuition fee cost a damn fortune, HK." Just below where the frost had begun to erode the abdomen of Aldebaran, as he spat those words out in frustration, clinging was an ice-made man modeled after an odious individual. The Iceman obstructed his movements, and so, grabbing its head with a stone left arm crafted through magic, Aldebaran mercilessly ripped cranium from torso. The cries of its sculpture audible as an "ah!" The decapitated body of the Iceman shattered in a ruthless manner, its ice scattering to the ground. Not only did they look the same, even the ease with which they died was spot on. Aldebaran, "There, you take it." Emilia, "Kaya, geez, that's awful." Unlike the shattered body, the decapitated head was attempting to bite him, so he threw the Iceman's head back towards the woman who had been chasing him, Emilia. After glancing back at Emilia, who caught the head before her body as if it were a dodgeball, Aldebaran looked down at his stomach. The frost began to spread from where the kick had landed, and as things were, his entire body would end up being frozen in ice. "If that happens, you'd be done for, uncle. You know what to do, don't you?" Affixed to a pillar of earth, topside down, was the spectator feasting his eyes on the clash between Aldebaran and Emilia. Roy Alford, grin stretching from one ear to the other, hinting at how Aldebaran ought to deal with the ice. He had no need for advice from a Sin archbishop. Without needing to be told, Aldebaran grit his teeth, gouging his own abdomen with the tip of his sword as it began to freeze over. Through feverish pain and spilling blood, he forcibly closed up the wound, an inch away from having been a seppuku, with stone, evading the bad ending of being encased in ice. His vision flashed bright red in agony, and the heartfelt, jovial laughter of Roy grated on his eardrums with, "Ah,
that's it."
Emilia, HK, such a painful countermeasure. Aldebaran, "Oi, you ain't giving me any other choice. If you don't like pain, then yield and be frozen in ice. You've got to have some awareness that that's the sorta attack you're using, Lil Mississippi."
Emilia,
"Yes, I think the same thing. But don't get the wrong idea, Al." Aldebaran, "Wrong idea?" Emilia, "You can't withstand using the same method that you used for your stomach for your entire body, can you?" That was a declaration of her intent to assail his body with the same blows she had delivered unto his abdomen. As if to substantiate that, the heart-rending grimace of Emilia's beautiful face lost its harshness, and white fumes began to blow with a cool wind in the vicinity of the prison tower. As white powder snow fluttered down to encoat the war theater, in his chilly fingers did Aldebaran feel the gravity of Emilia's seriousness. "Aldebaran, this is the part where I'd want to say that you're cute even when you're angry, but honestly, it's just plain terrifying. Besides," as Aldebaran cracked a joke, the atmosphere creaked before him as the head of the Iceman clutched in Emilia's arms began to regenerate its body. As if to say, "Here's a new body," instead of "Here's a new face." The Iceman completely recovered in just a few seconds,
making an appeal of his good health by doing stretches. That meaningless, incendiary liveliness was a faithful recreation of the original, and so truly annoying. Aldebaran, you've got him down to even the finest details, it's disgusting.
Emilia, your way of complimenting's the same as Ram's.
It has a reputation among everyone at the mansion. They all think it's really just like him.
Aldebaran, though, he himself must have been the only one to react with an unpleasant face.
Emilia, how did you know? Aldebaran, I get it.
It's the face he'd want to not see the most.
At his reply to the simple question, Emilia's widened eyes tensed in anger. She may have thought he was speaking contemptuously, but it truly was Aldebaran's unreserved opinion.
In the first place, if she was going to make someone out of ice, it would have been better to use a more reliable, strong outer appearance. For example, someone like Garfield as a model, and yet she had chosen Natsuki Subaru, of all things.
Thanks to that, Aldebaran had been able to destroy the Iceman with zero reluctance. Aldebaran, if it's a soldier, shouldn't you have used the most reliable guy as a model?
Emilia.
But that's why I used Subaru as the base.
Aldebaran,
I see.
Shouldn't have asked.
Sticking his tongue out inside his helmet, Aldebaran felt as if he had eaten a bitter bug. Even more so than the damage he had received from being kicked, the mental damage from speaking face-to-face with Emilia like this was incredibly draining. For Aldebaran's authority, for the maintenance of his territory, a stable mind was indispensable.
Despite
that, Emilia was the very character that defined the meta of easily disturbing Aldebaran's mind. Aldebaran, damn piece of shit. In all honesty, encountering Emilia here had been outside his calculations. After returning to the kingdom from Wallachia, Aldebaran had controlled the party headed for the Pleiades watchtower to his convenience.
Of course, he had grasped that Emilia and Otto would head to the royal capital, but he had intended on quickly retrieving Roy and departing the royal capital safely before trouble could be encountered.
To think the rug would be pulled out from under him by a Zada bug.
Aldebaran, I guess the one who started this string of bad luck would have been Lil Miss Felt.
In order to engage Reinhard in his worst possible condition, in the Augria sand dunes, Aldebaran had deliberately made use of Flam's divine protection at the tower, having her inform her little sister of his betrayal. As a corollary of that, Reinhard had appeared at the sand dunes, and an ambush had been prepared by Felt's group. Felt had not kept that information to herself. It was a state of emergency in which her allies at the Pleiades watchtower had been wounded, and the divine dragon, which was supposed to be the protector of the kingdom, had submitted to the enemy, so she had done well to display such a composed ability to make decisions. He had thought it might have been another suggestion from that Valga Cromwell, but to that notion he had to shake his head. Felt was someone whom Priscilla had recognized as an adversary. Her caliber to be monarch ought to have been praised with sincerity. Either way, Felt had chosen the best course of action amidst high-pressure circumstances, and so Emilia, having received the information from her, would not put it to waste. Consequently, his escape from the prison tower had been obstructed, leaving him with the worst possible present, facing off against Emilia. Aldebaran.
To his fore, Emilia slotted her hands into gloves of ice while standing beside the aggravating Iceman who had taken the Gear 2 pose, and she cast a gaze of vigilance over Aldebaran. In her amethyst eyes could be felt a strong ardor, as if to say that she would not lose no matter what Aldebaran might do, but even without all her vigilance, there were not many things Aldebaran could do. He had been fending her off with swords of rock that mimicked her ice-brand arts, calling it earth-brand arts, but the effectiveness of the weapons each of them made was a difference of day and night. Their respective staminas were not even worth comparing, and neither could Aldebaran create reliable soldiers of earth. Moreover, it tormented his heart to bring harm unto Emilia, let alone wound her psyche. This was the fatal flaw that the being known as himself had been furnished with since birth. To make matters worse, Emilia's techniques, specialized in capturing people alive, had the worst affinity for Aldebaran's authority. Ergo, now that the ones considered to be the greatest obstacles to his plan, Natsuki Subaru and Reinhard, were out of the picture, Emilia would be the natural enemy of Aldebaran. Excluding one other person, she was his worst enemy. Aldebaran, regardless.
No matter how he analyzed the situation, he could not find even a single good ingredient and wanted to cry. But not once had he experienced a precedent of his complaints breaking through such an impasse. If he could not forge a decisive blow through his own merits against the opponent who was unconsciously countering him, he would have no choice but to rely on outside help to end this. And then, it happened right when he was about to play his trump card. Piercing the cumulus, He bore witness to the dragon descending upon the noble district.
Aldebaran, are you serious?
As it sliced down through his vision, Aldebaran unconsciously muttered. Beyond the foggy white sky, currently drawing a line of pale blue light descending through the sky, was Aldebaran, planned to be Aldebaran's trump card. If it was headed to the noble district with such vigor, to where he had kept Ye and Felt on standby, then it was very likely its objective was to rescue them. That was to say, a being that Ye could not deal with alone had been dispatched to the Bariel villa. Since Aldebaran had intervened immediately, Ye's survival would have been 50-50. At the same time, it meant that Aldebaran would be unable to borrow a hand from Aldebaran in his predicament.
Aldebaran, are you serious?
With the same words, Aldebaran became even more keenly aware of how much worse his situation had become. He could try to redo with his authority, and call Aldebaran to himself before Ye and Felt. But, if he did so, Ye, without any reinforcements, would likely succumb to the unidentified enemy. Neither Ye, nor Felt, could be described as essential to Aldebaran's objective.
They could not, but Aldebaran, shit.
Relinquishing his chance to swallow the poison in his mouth, Aldebaran cursed out.
Using Aldebaran's draconic aura to dispel the cold wave Emilia had used to put the entire field under the control of her snow, thus allowing for a safe withdrawal from the battlefield, had been the trump card of Plan A.
Now that he could no longer use that, he would have no choice but to urgently enact Plan B.
And, in order to execute Plan B, he would have to hurry and think of a Plan B. In the meantime, Aldebaran, you see that, lil miss?
At this rate, my partner's gonna rampage through the royal capital.
Emilia, I was told that I'm not in charge of worrying about over there. Emilia resolutely charged at Aldebaran, the latter wishing to prolong his time to think.
While sensing beyond the wall the assault of Aldebaran, the divine dragon, Emilia's courage to trust in her allies and ignore it was simply far too much.
That alone was likely proof that she had faith in the person who had concocted this strategy, but this was not something a person could do just because they were told.
Thus, the fact that it was the best possible move against Aldebaran made it all the more unbearable.
Emilia. Hiya. Dudo. Yeah.
Following her initial policy as if just having remembered, Emilia abandoned dialogue and unleashed a tumultuous chain of attacks. The frost-clad fists fired off a volley of innumerable punches, smashing right through his hastily made boulder shield. Amidst the scattering debris, he caught the frozen spearhead with a prosthetic rock arm, only to discard it when the ice began to encase it, and he leaped backwards. Thereupon, the Iceman had circled around, crashing into him with a Tai Shan cow.
Aldebaran. Go!
On the receiving end of the secret Bajiquan technique, learned through imitation, Aldebaran was launched forward. Waiting for him there, Emilia transformed the lance of ice into a glacial mallet, resolutely holding it aloft. Pulling down her slender, supple arms, she unleashed a full swing of inconceivable might.
The atmosphere was pummeled by the frigid blow, laden with drive, and as soon as Aldebaran accepted that he would be unable to dodge it, he encased his entire body in earthen armor, leaving nary a gap. The tremendous might struck him true. Aldebaran, HK.
Unable to raise even cries of pain or screams, Aldebaran spun through the air.
He had defended against the ice eroding his earthen protections, but his defenses had provided no more comfort than if there had just been a handkerchief between himself and the weapon. His vision spinning wildly as he was blown away to a position unknown to him, he was caught by a strong impact, falling to the ground.
Roy.
Uhaya, that looked painful. Seems like the end of the road for you, uncle. With his hand down on the snow-blanketed ground, hearing the delighted voice of an onlooker from above him, Aldebaran realized that he had crashed into the pillar of stone to which Roy had been affixed. He had been sent flying 10-odd meters, and there was a grating pain in all the bones in his body.
He had not even had the time to clap back with abusive language.
Aldebaran. Shit.
It was not desirable for Aldebaran to waste any more time on this. Plummeting the temperatures around her, Emilia's fighting style was a devilish method in which debuffs would accumulate over time in a manner akin to snow, and it was also possible that enemy reinforcements would begin to show up as he dawdled. The more opponents that showed up, the level of difficulty in emerging triumphant would rise exponentially. He had become keenly aware of that in his battle against Felt's faction. And it was entirely possible that his natural enemy could be among them. Roy. Can't really see because of the snow, but it seems things are getting tough over at the town too, doesn't it?
Gonna try and call for help at the very top of your lungs or something. Uncle.
Aldebaran. Shut the hell up.
You. Just keep quiet and stay.
Roy, upside down, conscientiously piqued Aldebaran's nerves as he was backed into a corner.
He felt his rage well forth, wondering if he should pointlessly die an additional death just to deck the grinning mug. And beyond his indignation, what Aldebaran saw was the fluorescent hope of a plan B. Aldebaran. If he's me.
Afar, from the sensation of the white haze being swayed, it transmitted Aldebaran being engaged in a raging battle.
Within the farthest extents of Aldebaran's knowledge, there were not that many candidates capable of engaging in a fight to the death against Aldebaran, but he had no choice but to believe and entrust that victory to the dragon. And that which he had to believe in was not merely the dragon's triumph, but that Aldebaran must have also been laying foundations for the unbeknown Plan B while knowing that it could not assist Aldebaran. In order to realize that unascertained Plan B,
Aldebaran. Roy, if you don't want to die, then lend me a hand. Emilia. HK. Ow! As Aldebaran shouted, Emilia widened her eyes, her voice honed in rancor.
At the sense of disbelief resounding through her voice, Aldebaran was astonished that his stock still had the margin to be devalued after he thought they had already hit rock bottom when he released Roy out of the prison tower. No, when he entrapped Natsuki Subaru. Aldebaran. But, if it's necessary, then even the power of a Sin Archbishop is to be borrowed. Natsuki Subaru did the same thing in the Empire, yeah? What's so bad? Emilia. Even though you know it's not that sort of problem.
Aldebaran. Guess so. I'm saying that while fully aware.
Loathe me all you want.
He was accustomed to being loathed by Emilia.
A falsehood.
In truth, his position was that of not even ever being noticed, let alone loathed.
Emilia. UHK. Upon Aldebaran's response, ire flaring through her sorrow, Emilia created stakes of ice in the air. Capable of magician-esque battling styles besides hand-to-hand combat utilizing ice, Emilia pointed the floating ice stakes towards Aldebaran and Roy and avalanched them as though carpet bombing. Anyhow, though it was an expression of her intent to stop their wiles, Emilia's rushed attack was intercepted by Aldebaran pulling off the ground like a carpet through magic, as though overturning tatami. Roy. Even if you ask for our cooperation, you see. The ground rocked by the piercing impacts. This hurriedly constructed shelter of earth would not last much longer either. Aldebaran's concentration was torn in its maintenance, but despite being subject to the same predicament, Roy paid no attention to that whatsoever and crooked his lips in displeasure.
Roy, as you can see, our limbs are fractured, and we have been prohibited from eating.
So then, what are you telling us to even do? Or perhaps, you're giving permission to eat that one Isan. Is that what it means?
Aldebaran. Wrong.
Neither am I letting you eat her, nor am I letting you go on a rampage. Roy. Then what even is there for us to?
Aldebaran. There is.
Spew it out. A low-toned edict. Aldebaran met gazes with Roy, who was upside down on the earthen spire shielded behind him, and connoted gluttony a third choice besides eating or rampaging. Roy rounded his eyes at the bid, then immediately smirked a broad grin. Roy. Geez, uncle, just how much do you know about us? It can't be that you're truly our real father, right? Aldebaran. If I'd brought up brats like y'all, I wouldn't be able to live with all the apologies I'd have to give to society. Their relationship was one of forceful compulsion to listen, bound by a curse mark. Aldebaran's attitude, in no manner intending to establish friendly relations, was yet welcomed by Roy with a licking of lips.
He was Roy Alford, commanding the name of gluttony, therewithal bizarre eating per his accord.
How would a glutton whose mouth partook no matter what crude product have evaluated Aldebaran? A useless thought regardless, he did not have the leisure to inquire. Emilia. Stop. That instant, what smashed through the mud shelter was an enormous ice boomerang. Identical to the flying wing blade used by the Empire's Madelinus chart, it was thrown in, and through the opening of the piercing ice, Emilia charged towards them. Aldebaran obstructed Emilia's path with an artificial rock arm created to be a size bigger. His palm was covered from above in a manner akin to a baseball glove, thwarting her path with tenderness and certainty. However,
Aldebaran. HK, a decoy? Placing its hands on the glove of rock, the Iceman leapt over the obstruction through hand springs. Acting as the vanguard and using herself as a decoy, Emilia let the Iceman proceed forward.
He wanted to point out that normally between oneself and their creation, the role of being a decoy would be the other way around, but he had utterly fallen for it.
The Iceman vaulted over Aldebaran's head and approached the pillar of earth. Shards of rock did Aldebaran create, pincering the Iceman to the sides in an attempt to shatter it to fragments. But, Aldebaran, it's harder than before. With elevated bone density, nay, glacial density, the sturdy Iceman's new body repelled the shards. Dismissing the obstruction, the Iceman stretched its arms towards the affixed Roy, drawing closer to hinder any action. At that split second, its head bid its torso a tearful farewell. Emilia. What? Having witnessed firsthand the Iceman's decapitation, Emilia shouted after slashing the rocky glove with a sword of ice. She remained nescient of what had destroyed the Iceman, rebuilt in strengthened tenacity. To think it had been begotten by a steel thread spun from the ring on Aldebaran's right ring finger. The silver thread glistening in the icy haze perforated through the Iceman's defenses, decollating it. That which he mastered in the midst of his battle against Felt and the rest, a single finger's worth of the steel thread technique. Art would bring bread. An instant subsequent to embodying that idiom. Roy, given the choice, I guess this one would be the most amusing. As he heard a voice lacquered in dour glee, Aldebaran. Nay, the world cried out. Ooh! Instantly, that which had assailed Aldebaran was a vomiting sensation of the soul. Roy! Erg! He believed he had understood the principle. He had even managed to conceive of what would occur. But, once it actually transpired, comprehension and imagination had been of no use whatsoever. Neither unto flesh nor unto spirit. That was an onslaught unto memories intangible. Roy! Erg! There existed a phenomenon known as déjà vu, where during the first time one laid eyes upon something, they would feel as if it could by no means be the first time they were seeing it. Currently, Aldebaran was... No, every single person undergoing these effects was experiencing something several tens of thousands of times more pronounced than déjà vu, a regurgitation that could not be ignored. As evidence of that, Emilia... Ah! Spilling a husky breath, from Emilia's hand fell a javelin of ice. Feebly dropping that which she had been ready to throw, its form unraveled, returning to Mana before it hit the ground. Vehement turmoil flickering through her widened amethyst eyes, she fell to her knees on the spot. Gazing over her state of being, Aldebaran grit his molars, and leaped backwards. Roy! Erg! A vociferous sense of disgust, there was. But, not enough to bring him to his knees. The impact of regurgitation would vary from person to person. A matter of course. Emotional attachments were to each their own. Between Aldebaran and Emilia, the ardor they respectively harbored towards those memories differed. Odious though he might have been, Roy had made the appropriate selection. Accurately, he had selected memories that had inflicted a great impact unto Emilia, while not going as far for Aldebaran. Hence, Roy! Erg! Bearing the nauseating sensation of emesis, Aldebaran raised his hand aloft to the heavens. The whitish haze of ice yet shrouded the royal capital's sky, obstructing him from regarding it with due reverence. However, there did Aldebaran believe that Aldebaran had laid the groundwork for Plan B. 'Twas a boon of the combat experience they had acquired during their battle against Reinhard at the Ogria sand dunes. In that battle, Aldebaran and Aldebaran, fellows in whom dwelled the ego of the same man, had exercised magic through a shared magic signature. They had assumed a system in which Aldebaran borrowed the mana of Aldebaran to invoke magic, but it was the reverse this time. The Plan B that Aldebaran had prepared above the clouds, with a mechanism awaiting activation, it instead fell to Aldebaran to follow the magic signature, and pour in mana to flip the switch. A conception reached only because their egos were one and the same, the execution of a Plan B that had not existed prior. Aldebaran, Erg! Subsequent to the invocation, bearing witness to the entirety of what Aldebaran had prepared as a Plan B, Aldebaran spilled out a belch distinct in essence to those that had come before, yet it still fell in line with Roy's regurgitation. Plan B, the entire picture of that was... Emilia. No, HK. Sensing an intense torrent of mana, Emilia's lips quivered, still down on her knees. She was not standing, however, with her visage raised. Her amethyst eyes managed to grasp it. Floating in the sky of the royal capital was a rocky mass around 100 meters in size. It was a sense of scale that seemed as though some small hill had been unearthed in its entirety and raised up. Though Aldebaran had never encountered it, This might have been the same feeling that people had given accounts of experiencing when beholding the white whale from nearby, overwhelmed by witnessing such a mighty thing skybound. Either way, the intent of Aldebaran, in elevating that rocky mass to the sky, was obvious. Roy! Erg! The next instant, there resounded a report of the sky shattering, stemming from numerous cracks fissuring through the rocky mass, as was apparent to all who had noticed the abnormality in the ether. The hill-sized mass split into boulders numbering around 10 or 20, and at that rate would continue down towards Amelia. No! Foreseeing that outcome, Amelia reprimanded her trembling knees, and stood up. She had surely understood. Even if it had fractured into pieces, if the heavy boulders, each bigger than 10 meters, were to fall, there would be a great amount of damage to the city, leaving a large number of casualties. Thus, the only way to avert that was for people capable of preventing it to go put a stop to it. Aldebaran, even now, I'm going at this with the intention of not letting a single person die. That's why. Amelia. HK Al. Aldebaran, I trust you to not let even a single one of those fall onto the city. Forcing a selfish, one-sided request upon her, Aldebaran disregarded Amelia's voice, shrill with fervent emotion, and ran up the earthen pillar to secure Roy. Akin to the foul odors emitted from the anal sacs of a frightened weasel, the Iceman, once again reduced to being merely a head, rolled over in one last-ditch effort to impede him, but Aldebaran mercilessly crushed it underfoot, and removed the affixed Sin Archbishop from the spire. Roy, you're quite the nasty guy, uncle. Responding not to Roy's superfluous words, Aldebaran carried that small body on his shoulders, and ran. With nary a glance back at Amelia, with whom he had been doing combat until a moment prior, as fast as his legs would carry him. Amelia. Al. You can't. Don't run away. Al. He could hear Amelia's heartbroken appeal, but no attacks were issued to halt his steps. Naturally, all of her strength was now being fully diverted to the purposes of saving people. Were she able to simply pursue Aldebaran at this point without thinking of the consequences, she would have had an easier time living her life. Undoubtedly, if she had been a person capable of that, it would have been a salvation for both Amelia and for Aldebaran. But Amelia did not give in to selfishness, and by wielding her magic to save people, she had ended up letting Aldebaran get away. Amelia, don't go. Return Subaru, return Beatrice. In concert with the heights of those emotions, sounds of glaciation could be heard in the sky loud and clear. Aldebaran invoked the protrusion of the ground beneath him, and with that as a foothold he surmounted the wall enclosing the prison tower, withdrawing from the white battlefield made manifest by Amelia. With legs still unhalting, he ran, and ran, and ran. Roy, she's crying, you know, that one Isan. A fact ignorable had it not been delineated. The detestable Sin Archbishop deliberately did delineate. The tearful voice rending his heart, Aldebaran continued running, never halting his feet. At this moment in time, hoping only for all his accomplices to be present at the point of regroup, he continued to run. The torrent of boulders meteoring down upon the royal capital was intercepted by towers of frost that sprang up one after another, preventing harm from befalling the city. Neither to the enkindling perpetrator, nor to the stalwart savior, to nobody did it bring glee. Merely, Roy, thank you for the treat dash. Only bizarre eating, licking his lips to surfeit the acrimonious joy and saccharine sorrow, was smiling. Chapter 31. 100% effort. 1. Its visibility accompanied by a thundering clangor of the skies tearing apart. An enormous clod of rock fell. Surely, a great margin of doubt existed whether simply clod of rock was enough of a descriptor for it. After all, this clod of rock was at least 100 meters in size with ease. It was no longer befitting to be called a clod of rock, but more so a rocky mountain levitating in the sky. Fissures permeated through the rocky mountain, and the 100-meter clod crumbled to pieces, followed by countless small, yet still 5 to 10 meter-sized boulders cascading upon the ground. The boulder's point of descent was the township of the royal capital, with estimated casualties of around 5 to 10,000 people. To execute this massive of a massacre, the only ones of equitable kill rates in the present-day era would either be the Blue Lightning, Cecilis Segmunt, or the Sin Archbishops of Greed and Sloth. Above all, if we don't limit it to just the present day, I suppose there were a good number of them in the past. Disgust dyed his fatigued voice, as Aldebaran viewed that atop a rampart. Plan B, the tactic of dropping the aforementioned rocky mountain,
had been a dirty tactic utilized by Aldebaran upon being cornered, to create an opening so that he could escape his predicament. Considering the circumstances of him recoursing to this tactic, Aldebaran should have had no leisure to halt still, and rather instead resume his escape as soon as possible, darting away from the royal capital whilst ignoring the wails of agony.
However, Aldebaran was incapable of that. Bearing the responsibility, he must see it through with his own eyes. Aldebaran, as you'd expect. To the spectacle reflected in the squinted black irises inside his helmet, Aldebaran murmured a husky commendation. From the onset of the play where the Rocky Mountain thundered the rupturing of skies, an overriding howl of the world no inferior to that had occurred, and a beautiful tower of ice stretching from the ground surface intercepted the countless clods of rock from one side. Inverse to its icy, congealed appearance, it was a warm hand of salvation bound in compassion and kind affection. On the other hand, the tower of ice glistening pale blue in light also seemed to reveal the deep sorrow of the user.
To think of it in that way is a bit too poety, don't you think, Uncle?
Saying so, Roy ridiculed Aldebaran as he viewed the spectacle, whilst being carried on the latter's shoulder. Roy was immobilized due to his fractured limbs, but he skillfully used his dorsal muscles to upraise his torso, surveying the cataclysm that had assailed upon the royal capital atop of Aldebaran's shoulder. The former, having healthy enough of a mouth to be babbling about everything despite being incapable of anything, made Aldebaran wince. Aldebaran, you too, your tongue's gone along with depicting my emotions so much that you're starting to sound poetic. Not that I know much, but that sense would have been much more fitting for your dead counterpart who personified gourmet rather than you of bizarre eating, no. Roy, haha dash, taking a blow at a dead family member shows you had some pretty awful upbringing, no? Truth is, it wasn't us, but Lay who went about evaluating what had been eaten one way or another.
What a mystery! In the end, for both we and us, that which was eaten would always end up in the same stomach of souls, and yet…
Aldebaran, this must be what they mean when they say that thieves, no, that food snitchers are shameless.
Roy, don't treat us like a thief. We just want to eat a teensy bit more than a full stomach. That's just the kind of adorable gourmandizer we are, and yet…
Always with a clapback.
The unabating mouthed bizarre eating's abundant lexicon and strength of debate stem from the efficacy of his authority of gluttony, and would be outstanding foremost among not only the Sin archbishops, but the entire world. It was easy to be deceived by his childish appearance and his manner of speech laying bare his rotten nature, but the being riding atop his shoulder was a monster of accumulated synthesis of wisdom, having indulgently devoured knowledge and experience beyond innumerable, and for that he must not forego his vigilance. That was precisely why he had abandoned persuasion through words, but opted to forcefully make him abide through violence and the curse mark.
Aldebaran, anyhow the job's done.
Let's go. Roy, there's no longer any need for you to toss out a lifeline to that one-san in case she missed any of the rocks, right?
Uncle, are you not often called weird or just plain abnormal? Aldebaran, thank you for your critical reviews of me for these coming 2 to 3 days. Correctly guessing Aldebaran's reason for stopping with zero explanations, with a few unnecessary words appended at the end by Roy, he replied, foregoing the will to compete with a kid. Thus, with the royal capital having escaped harm's way thanks to Amelia, Aldebaran ascertained a corner of its noble district, which had been entirely flattened, and once again hastened his feet. With the culmination of his battle against Valga Cromwell, Aldebaran had revised his perception that his authority, which he had assessed to be peerless, also had hazardous adversaries capable of sinking their teeth into it. Even now, his conviction that none could defeat him wavered not.
However, in order to turn that conviction into firm assurance that he must not grow complacent concerning his authority, that he must never stop thinking, he admonished his own self. Therefore, in his plan for sneaking into the royal capital and breaking gluttony out of jail, he had not opted for an easier redo, but challenged it with his utmost might, firmly and thoroughly using each and every one of Aldebaran's lives with the assiduousness to squeeze out the tube of toothpaste till the very end, concluding with a count of 6,724. To interpret that as too numerous or too few would depend on the person, but fundamentally, Aldebaran would think of each count as being pertinent. No matter what the magnitude of a count might have been, he wasted not a single run, braving the necessary challenge to surmount the wall. On extremely seldom occasions, he had also expended a single life of inaction in order to calm his heart, but those lives had been ones in which a breather for the heart had been indispensable. Hence, no matter the count, if he attained the results he had sought, Aldebaran would insist that 6,724 had been the optimal number of attempts. Yo, shitty helmet bastard! The rendezvous point had been agreed upon in advance. This place, sufficiently far from the royal capital, was a long-abandoned quarry, perfect for scoundrels hiding from the public eye to meet up. In this quarry, the one to greet Aldebaran with a sharp accost was Felt. Her back leaned upon a crumbling stone wall, red irises ablaze with rage and animosity. Her fang visible between her distorted lips, she postured herself with arms crossed and evinced her scorn for Aldebaran. Her way of calling him had also downstepped from simply helmet bastard to shitty helmet bastard. Felt jerked her slim chin, indicating the royal capital visible from afar. Felt, that large rock, if Emelianichin hadn't stopped it, just how many people do you think it would have killed? What happened to your policy of not causing anyone's deaths? Do you intend to flout everything you decided on each time you lose heart? Lame, can't even begin to describe you. Aldebaran, guess so. I'm also relieved that you're safe, Lil Miss Felt. Felt. Huh.
Aldebaran, it's a joke. Or rather, a quip.
A gag that fell totally flat.
As Felt's prickliness compounded with his reply, Aldebaran powerlessly responded.
Perhaps perceiving this attitude of Aldebaran's as insincere, she pitched forward as if to snap at him when Roy announced a "you-know-Felt-chaw" from atop his shoulder.
Roy, want to tell you to keep it up, but when it comes to naggingly pressing this uncle, we've completed the preliminary preparation of ingredients on our end.
So, may as well try changing up the flavor with a different seasoning. How about it? Felt. How about shit?
So you're the gluttony who got caught. Are you the older brother? Or the younger one? Whichever way, you've got an irritating mug that resembles your siblings.
Roy.
You're also acquainted with us?
Well, makes sense.
We heard it from Lewis too, you know? That because of Feltchan, Lay suffered food poisoning, you see. Felt, you mean back when they were blaming my name for something or the other?
Served them right.
The girl progressively sharpening her cussing, Felt had reputedly once encountered gluttony, Lay Batankatos, in Pristella. Her speech made light of his sibling from back then, who had since died on top of that, but just like with Aldebaran's instance, Roy only showed a smile alongside a ha-ha dash in good humor. Roy, by the way, amongst us, it's unknown who of us was the eldest son.
As for us, there were times we felt like being the eldest son, yet also felt at times like being the second son, maybe because of that, is what we're saying.
Felt, don't go yapping on with such stupid reasoning. The order of brothers and sisters isn't something you can just decide by feeling. You gotta decide if you'll yield it or accept it before it's gone.
Roy,
haha. Both Uncle and Feltchan, you think you can say anything if it's to the hated sin archbishops? Very nice, very nice. It's what you call everyone's shared consensus, right? Felt, hey, shitty helmet bastard, I've got no intention of having a fun little chat with him. Hurry up and shut his fanged mouth, then answer my questions. Aldebaran, I agree with you that he needs to shut up, but the time for the question-answer session will have to wait a bit.
Before that,
obstructing Felt's demand, Aldebaran turned his head on the spot. Apprehending the intent behind his act of surveying the insides of the quarry, Felt clicked her tongue with a U and jerked her chin. Deep within the quarry, a humble cabin barely maintaining its shape, Aldebaran guided his line of sight towards that, and Al-Sama. Aldebaran. The very moment that Ye appeared from out of the cabin, her eyes met Aldebaran's. Accompanied by a faintly warm aroma, Ye had likely been preparing a meal inside the cabin. He was grateful for that consideration.
And even though he was grateful,
Aldebaran, from the looks of it, you had it pretty rough, yeah? With merely a glance, Aldebaran perceived a difference from her usual easy-going and elusive self. Her characteristic Weso-made outfit was torn all over, and her red hair, which she never failed to maintain even on the battlefield, was frayed. But above all else, was her expression. An atmosphere of meekness, or rather, one bereft of naivete, was doing the greatest harm to her usual image.
And as proof of that,
Ye, thank goodness. Softly placing a hand over her chest, Ye muttered at the convergence with Aldebaran. Sensing the hue of emotion painting that voice, Aldebaran felt a bit daunted, though he would never admit to it, so he shrugged his shoulders with an oi oi. Aldebaran, isn't that a degree of auspiciousness unbefitting Ye-san, the helpful all-purpose maid? To not even be able to back me up, what kind of surprise guest did you have an affair with?
Ye.
To say that I had an affair would be bad for my reputation. Al-Sama. You are well aware that you have complete control over Ye-chan's heart, Al-Sama. The hesitation that had accompanied her answer for a moment vanished, returning Ye's demeanor to business as usual. Sliding her finger down her chest, she resumed, But, Ye, I suppose it's true that I spent some passionate time with a gentleman. The one who graced the mansion with his presence was the sword demon, Wilhelm van Astria. No, Wilhelm Tria-sama. Aldebaran, the sword demon grandpa, huh? That's... At the unforeseen assassin, Ye would have also likely been stupefied. But it was difficult to label him the worst possible enemy. Of course, there was no doubt that he was one of the foremost powerful fighters in the kingdom, but a swordsman would have been far more manageable than a magician for Ye. In addition, she had laid her traps all around the Bariel villa, converting it into the perfected hunting ground of the Crimson Sakura, so to speak. However, given that Aldebaran had ultimately hastened there to provide relief, the sword demon's honed edge had exceeded that of Ye's. And from her expression, it was clear that it had not even been a narrow defeat, but rather one of complete annihilation. And likely, the reason behind that sharpness was, Aldebaran, the old man sulking over there as he is, ain't unrelated, now is he? Where Aldebaran had directed his attention, on a neglected stump of a wood-chopping block next to the cabin, was a red-haired man hugging one knee as he cast his eyes down. Heinkel. With his head hanging limp, the blood soiling Heinkel's entire body had yet to be cleaned off. From Aldebaran's position, it was difficult to tell whether that blood was his own or someone else's, however. Aldebaran, what happened? Ye, my consciousness was all fuzzy at the time, so I didn't catch it with my own eyes, but... Aldebaran, but... Ye, supposedly, Heinkel-sama slew the sword demon Sama. Aldebaran. Ye's response, lacking any conclusive evidence, caused Aldebaran's breath to catch, and he turned his gaze to Heinkel once more. Naturally, Aldebaran was aware of the relationship between Heinkel and Wilhelm. It had become a story of confrontation between parent and child, ending with the son slaying the father. He was aware of Heinkel's excessively fatal flaw as a swordsman. But, Aldebaran, between his father and his son, the old man sure was stuck indefinitely between a rock and a hard place. The discord within the Astria family, down to its core, Aldebaran knew not. Only, he knew that the existence of the divine protection of the Sword Saint and the title of Sword Saint had given rise to friction across 3 generations of parent, child, and grandchild. And that friction had amounted to something definite because of this occasion. Aldebaran, Reinhard and Wilhelm. Over these few days Heinkel had taken a position in complete opposition to both of them. Aldebaran and the rest had no right to worry about his feelings. He was someone caught up in this for the sake of being used. It would have been nothing but shameless to call out to him and ask if he was okay. Hence, Aldebaran returned his gaze to Ye, asking, so then, Aldebaran, what about the grandpa? If the old man slayed him, then all of that would be his blood, so. For the time being, only the most minimal of treatment's been applied. We couldn't stay there long at all, so it's really just the bare minimum. Aldebaran, you, The sudden voice jolting his shoulders, Aldebaran goggled at his surroundings. But Aldebaran, who should have been the owner of that voice, was nowhere to be found. It was the divine dragon's dragon husk. It was not of a size that could have been overlooked, and, right when he thought that, Aldebaran. Sorry, for now, optical camouflage cancellation. No sooner than those words were uttered, in the space that ought to have been completely empty until then, resting its jaw on the rocky wall that Felt had been leaning against, there appeared the massive body of a limply reclined dragon. Watching the way it appeared, as if the blurred atmosphere was gradually gaining color, Aldebaran widened his eyes with an "Oh." Aldebaran, optical camouflage, is that bending light to make yourself transparent? So you can do that sort of thing. Aldebaran. As you'd expect, correcting it while moving in real time be impossible, you know? But, when limited to just the times when I'm completely still, most of the demerits that come with this body quite literally disappear, yeah. Aldebaran. Sounds about right. I think a dragon that turns invisible's pretty damn cool. It was possible to realize magic that bent light by combining yang magic and wind magic, but it would consume far too much fuel to have it continuously active. It required a very precise control of magic to blend into the surrounding environment, and it was a challenge that would very likely not reach the sought-after standard. In reality, it had been difficult for even Aldebaran to perform, so instead it had kept it on standby, concealed above the clouds of the royal capital.
Aldebaran, if you've become capable of doing it, then must have been quite the hard-fought battle.
Aldebaran was neck and neck with the other side.
To be honest, without the old man's backstab, a bit of fear flashed through my head that I might have lost.
Aldebaran, a backstab, huh? Shaking his head, Aldebaran processed the two surprises. First was the thought of how fearsome the sword demon must have been to inspire visions of defeat within Aldebaran.
Even if the currently loaded software was different, the hardware specs were undoubtedly that of the Divine Dragon, so to reach that sphere immediately following a battle with Ye, one would have had to have been an unthinkable monster. Thus, the second surprise was naturally the manner in which Heinkel had intervened with the battle.
Aldebaran, it likely wouldn't have been easy to have settled things fair and square, but ending things with a backstab's probably wrecking the old man's mental.
Ye. Well, I think there's no doubt about that.
Ultimately, ever since we fled the royal capital, he hasn't spoken to us even once.
Aldebaran, is that so?
Receiving an affirmation from Ye that Heinkel's affliction was just as he had imagined, Aldebaran took a deep breath and looked over those present once more. Ye was dejected by her defeat, and Aldebaran had been overwhelmed by the sword demon. Heinkel was cowering with the shock of stabbing his father, and felt was not even trying to hide her enmity to the rest of them. Finally, atop his shoulders, Roy was in merry spirits, and Aldebaran himself was an atrocious villain going full speed down the path to being a coward. On top of being a lineup of good-for-nothings, they were in quite a tattered state. Aldebaran, even so, everyone's alive. Upon reuniting face-to-face with everyone at the quarry, ascertaining their survival, Aldebaran released the tension from his shoulders, silently rescinded his territory, and reopened a new matrix. With his restart point updated, the events that took place at the royal capital were set in stone for this world's history. In other words, he would no longer be able to take back the tears that had flowed from her amethyst eyes.
Aldebaran, but that's fine. The moment I decided to betray everything, there'd be no such convenience as making an exception for any one person.
He would not compromise.
Wavering of his heart was forbidden. Were he to falter, all would come to naught. In order to conclude that there had been meaning in all the pain he had suffered with his body, with his heart, Aldebaran's party could not afford to fail, let alone halt their legs.
Aldebaran,
Yea, if you've prepared food, then give it here. I'm starving.
Yea, I couldn't take any of the ingredients from the mansion with me, so I stole from stores along the way. I noted down what I took from which stores, so please pay for it all later.
Aldebaran, how shrewd of you, got it. Also, this guy here.
Yea, you want me to tie and hang him up?
In that case, I've already done so.
As she spoke, Ye made a fluid motion with her upraised finger, and Aldebaran's shoulders suddenly felt lighter. Roy's body was tied up by a steel thread, suspended on the stone wall of the quarry.
Roy,
what's this treatment again?
Well, maybe it's better than hanging upside down, but still.
Aldebaran, stay put like that for a bit. Once I decide on how to discipline you, I'll heal your arms and legs.
However, Roy, don't forget the curse mark, right?
Isn't it fine?
There's no way we'd ever say that we won't plot anything, but for the time being we'll hold off and evaluate for you.
Aldebaran, evaluate,
Roy, because Lay died, perhaps? We have no intention whatsoever of succeeding Gourmet or anything like that, but let's try taking a bit more of an interest in things before serving atop the platter, is what we're saying.
With both arms and legs bound, hung up rigidly like a shrimp, Roy swung his body. Shrugging his shoulders at that eeriness, Aldebaran crossed gazes with Aldebaran.
Possessing the same ego as himself, it drew back its large jaw, a firm promise that it would not avert its eyes.
Aldebaran, that reminds me, Plan B was a huge help.
Thanks to that, we got away.
Aldebaran, so that's what you went with, Origin. I'd thought of it as a second plan.
Well, it's a good thing that we landed on the same idea.
Aldebaran,
Origin.
Aldebaran, it's getting a bit tiresome to keep calling you the other me, yeah?
And so, I was thinking, how about Origin, as in progenitor? How's descendant for me?
Aldebaran, progenitor and descendant, sorta like Iki ramen. At Aldebaran's proposal,
Aldebaran lazily dodged it with an "I'll think about it." Then, he finally turned to face the angry expression on Felt's face, which he had been putting off. With her arms crossed, Felt's eyes had been ablaze with an unaltered indignation. "But, Aldebaran, you figured out that it was Lil Miss Amelia who stopped that massive boulder, yeah?" Felt. Are you making fun of me? Nobody else but Amelia Neechan would perform such an idiotic feat. Aldebaran, the way you said that makes me wonder which one of us is making fun of who. But yeah, you're right. I dropped the boulder knowing full well that Lil Miss Amelia would stop it all. Felt, you're going to be getting much more than just an ass-kicking. The despicable trick Aldebaran had pulled in order to get away, Felt had understood it true, and her lips contorted more and more as she threatened him. Her threat stunk of the Undercity, and he sensed that it represented her utmost rage. However, Aldebaran harbored another emotion simultaneously. Aldebaran's method of doing things, and Amelia, who had been ensnared by it. Including the jailbreak of gluttony, it was a lineup that would naturally incur Felt's ire. But it seemed like there had also been other reasons behind the overflowing of Felt's anger. Aldebaran, the thing with the old man and the sword demon grandpa, it ain't your fault, Feltchon. Felt, I never once thought it was my fault. Without a doubt, it's you guys, Reinhardt's father, and his grandfather, who are at fault. But still, I'm angry, and just thinking about what sort of face that idiot'll make when he finds out about this makes me even more angry. Aldebaran, Felt, the moment I made him my knight, it wouldn't make sense for me to be uninvolved with the things involving him, no matter what they might be. Remember this, you shitty helmet bastard. Aldebaran, what? Felt, even if you do stuff with the intention of taking responsibility for it yourself, there's no way it'll ever be talked about in isolation from that princess. All you're doing is kicking her corpse. Felt's sharp tongue and glint in her eyes gnawed at Aldebaran more so than any other poison until now. The relationship between knight and master was something that would not disappear even if one of them were to die. If Aldebaran gained notoriety, that would also become notoriety for Priscilla Bariel. With that thrust before him anew, he experienced fresh pain and bitterness. But, Aldebaran, the princess is no longer among us. Didn't even leave a corpse behind. Felt, HK, it's not that sorta. Aldebaran, it is that sorta thing. To me, that's what lives are. As Felt laid her anger bare, she was silenced by a dry answer. Post-mortem renown and notoriety held no meaning whatsoever to the deceased. Everything hinged on being alive. The feelings of joy and sorrow regarding the reputations of the dead were entirely formed from the sentimentality of those who lived. Aldebaran, you gotta do your best while both you and your partner are still alive. That's all I have to say. Felt. You shitty helmet bastard. What the hell even are you really? Aldebaran, I'm a following star. Felt. Following star? Aldebaran, a failure of the star that shines brightest in the night sky. On that note, Aldebaran turned his back on Felt, and resigned from the exchange. Then, Aldebaran strode up to the chopping block, over to Heinkel. Heinkel, eyes downcast without raising his visage. Heinkel ignored Aldebaran. But he ought to have noticed him. His breathing, and the flinch of his body had perceived his presence. It was easy to imagine that he would feel on edge. It was a bit troubling to decide on what to say, but, Aldebaran, I'll keep my promise. When this is all over, the dragon's blood will be yours no matter what. Heinkel, HK. Right now, what Heinkel necessitated was neither consolation nor apology, but a firm, definite promise. At Aldebaran's words, formed by his thinking, Heinkel's breath caught, followed by his outstretched hand grabbing the hem of Aldebaran's tunic, pulling him closer by sheer force. Suddenly down on one knee, Aldebaran felt the cold edge of a blade fastened to his nape, and his eyes met Heinkel's. With blood splattered on his face, Heinkel's blue eyes were bloodshot. Heinkel, no matter what. Aldebaran, Heinkel, no matter what, keep your promise. The dragon's blood, whatever it takes. The Witch of Envy too. Aldebaran, I know. I've got no intention of letting the world end. That's the purpose of gluttony. Feeling the sharp pain on his nape, Aldebaran composed himself and responded so. He softly raised his arm as well, forcing Ye to back off as she was about to respond to Heinkel's rash action.
Then, after Aldebaran and Heinkel stared at each other up close for a while.
Heinkel. Shit.
Spitting that word out, Heinkel shoved Aldebaran back. Getting his body back up after falling on his backside, Aldebaran looked to his fore, and saw that Heinkel had returned to hanging his head, shutting himself away like before. Witnessing that, Aldebaran fiddled with the metal fixture of his helmet, and sighed. For the time being, he had grasped the state of each party member. He would not deny that as a result of entering the royal capital, everyone had been exhausted for better or for worse, but the fact that nobody had been lost, and the fact that he had secured Roy made up for that. Thus, he could proceed. Frankly, he was well aware that he was not cut out for this, but he had no choice but to lead them. Aldebaran, for the time being, we should be able to settle down here. We'll eat Ye's food, and resume movement after a bit of a rest. The chaos from the royal capital's only gonna continue. Snapping his fingers as a substitute for clapping his hands, Aldebaran gathered everyone's attention. Until this point, Ye and Heinkel, who had been accompanying him from the start, had been marching on nearly 3 days without rest or sleep. He had intended on taking some time to let them rest. That was, if a giant boulder had not been dropped from high in the sky, almost as if to interrupt Aldebaran's words. Aldebaran, wah! With that, right after mistaking it for a thin cloud shadow, Aldebaran was crushed by the extreme weight. Merely, far in the distance, he felt as if he could hear the buzzing of insects. 3. Otto Suwin was enraged. He resolved to do whatever he must to rid the land of that evil and ruthless king. To the point that nonsensical cliché stock phrase that Subaru had told him that people used when they got angry flashed through his mind, Otto was enraged. There was no need to disclose who the direct cause and target of that rage was. The great sinner, Aldebaran had committed an unforgivable transgression. That was not only due to his betrayal of the hearts of those who were concerned for his mental and physical well-being, but also due to the fact that he had broken nearly 100 of the most important laws prescribed by the kingdom. However, what enraged Otto the most was the fact that he had antagonized Otto's very own family. Otto considered himself a pacifist. He fundamentally disliked conflict, and believed in avoiding any trouble that he could. In fact, even during the time he traveled together with Frufu as a merchant, he seldomly stuck his nose into the disputes of others or chose the usage of violence unless he was given no other option. However, his situation changed upon joining the Amelia camp and taking on the position of its internal affairs minister. He did not appreciate Subaru's teasing of him being a militant internal affairs minister, but pacifism and mild-mannered diplomacy were not top priorities in his current position. The caliber and intensity of the malice he had to face was far greater than anything he had experienced as a traveling merchant, and if he continued to respond in a half-hearted, passive manner, he would fail to protect those whom he wished to protect the most. Likewise, he exercised both self-awareness of his status as someone entrusted by a royal selection candidate, and self-control that he warned himself must never slip. As the camp's internal affairs minister and a key administrator of the Mather's domain's management, Otto held a status and power of his position that he could have never dreamed of before. So that he would never be swallowed up by that and lose sight of his place, Otto admonished himself daily. Those efforts Otto made to admonish himself, however, were forgotten the moment someone laid their hands on his family. Otto, everyone has their own circumstances. But I will not tolerate someone who is unwilling to find a solution at the negotiating table. If they desired mercy, he would show them mercy. If they desired generosity, he would show them generosity. That kind of consideration and goodwill was present within everyone in the camp, led by Amelia. Therefore, Otto also did his utmost to respect the integrity of that spirit of theirs. Even so, if the other party continued to trample over and take advantage of them, he would be left with no choice. If they desired his blessings, he would give them his blessings. If they desired his support, he would offer them his support. And if they desired to be hostile, then he would show them his utmost hostility. Otto, thanks to Amelia-sama, the city came out unscathed. The evacuation of the noble district was also completed in advance. The knights of the royal capital have proven quite capable. Tightly clenching his fist, Otto processed the damage caused by the events that had just taken place. Since he needed to dedicate his mind to getting a grasp on the situation and understanding how things had progressed, he could not allow himself to give in to indignation. Truly, he felt mortified deep within his heart. Mortified at his own pathetic disgrace. When the initial weight of the situation that had begun to move struck him over the head,
Otto shamefully lamented his powerlessness, and was consoled by Amelia of all people. It should have been the opposite. That should never have occurred.
The purpose of Otto's position was to ease Amelia's concerns.
And yet, the reality was that Otto had been on the verge of tears as he was comforted by Amelia, and had his head raised back up by the words of one whom he ought to have been supporting, before being given a push to his back.
He had jokingly told Amelia that Subaru would kill him, but in his heart of hearts, Otto truly wanted to strangle himself to death. However, the dead would never get a chance to redeem themselves. So instead of foolishly wrapping his hands around his own neck, Otto would use his head with all his resolve.
Fortunately, half crying like that helped him clear his head out a little.
Though the thunder was still rumbling in his mind, the lightning allowed him to peer into the darkness. He thought back to a time long ago, when it was just him and Frou-Frou. They were hurrying through a thunderstorm when a bolt of lightning struck the carriage bed, resulting in their entire load of cargo being reduced to ashes. As Otto lamented his great misfortune, his beloved dragon said to him, "Let's be glad that neither of us was hurt, all right?" And he could not deny the truth in her words. If one traveled through a thunderstorm, they had to be prepared to get struck by lightning. In that moment, however, it was up to the individual's luck whether they could avoid being burned to death by said lightning. By shaving away as many elements that luck could sway as possible, he forged ahead through that thunderstorm. That was the essence of the enraged Otto Suwin's no-holds-barred fighting style. For that singular purpose, he would even play cards in his hand that were branded as ruthless without hesitation. The manifestation of that was, "Otto, while we are staying in the royal capital, we cannot prepare a military force surpassing Reinhardtsan, nor combat strength that exceeds Feldsama's group. As it is, when the turn to act comes back around to us, sheer force and numbers can no longer serve as absolute measures to stop them." By some artifice, Aldebaran had slipped past the sword Saint Reinhard. Then, with the divine dragon Volcanica in his wake, he had pushed through Felt and her forces before reaching the royal capital. Otto and his group, having only just returned from the Valachian Empire and having gone separate ways from their allies, had no means to oppose the baffling ability of Aldebaran. Thus, neither Amelia, who was dispatched with orders to capture him alive, nor the summons to Wilhelm's group, who coincidentally were staying at the royal residence, were conceived as decisive strokes. Naturally, were Amelia and Wilhelm's group to reign victorious, it would have been ideal, but Otto had anticipated that such an outcome was likely unattainable. As matters stood, Otto's group had possessed no means of aggression beyond deploying the entirety of their available forces. Otto Suwin possessed neither Reinhard van Astria's combat ability nor Valga Cromwell's strategic ingenuity. He did not presume himself blessed to rival such talent, for he harbored no such inflated assessment of himself. Otto did not expect himself to transcend his mortal limits. At best, he could only muster 100% of his own ability. With that 100%, what Otto Suwin could do was, Otto, an abandoned quarry, west of the royal capital. The tidings were borne with the sound of fluttering wings. Otto narrowed his eyes as he marked the map. With one hand pressing a bloodied handkerchief to his nose, he tapped his hazy head. Divine protection overheating. When Subaru had thus dubbed the exhaustion born from overuse, Garfield's eyes had shined at the wondrous sound of it. Remembering that, Otto's lips relaxed. Otto, overheating, that sounds quite nice. Even if my head splits open, I will not stop, Blood still trickled from his nose as Otto grumbled thus under the gathering whir of wings, Zodabugs, at whom he snapped his fingers, instructing them to their next course of action in the continuation of their surveillance. The Zodabugs possessed an amiable disposition with a faint sense of individual awareness. They shared directives as one being, and to persuade but a single insect would demonstrate results equivalent to persuading the entire swarm. For their service, they demanded but a single reward, a peaceful life. By virtue of his position as the Internal Affairs Minister, Otto had intended to secure their compensation. In return, the swarm must pledge obedience unto tasks of mortal peril whilst performing reckless endeavors that surpassed human capability. They had clung to the fleeing divine dragon to pinpoint its rendezvous point, mobilized swarms of 100,000 strong to drop boulders upon their foes, gathered every message left by the captured Felt. Such deeds they wrought. Otto, the Grand Mogulade Geyser. It was a missive Felt had left in her captivity amidst Aldebaran's gang, cast forth in hope of reaching allies which would later be salvaged within the ruins of the Bariel estate. The very manner of this delivery, evading surveillance to entrust her message to the Zodabugs, spoke volumes of Felt's unshakable courage. In truth, The missive contained naught but a toponym from the Kararaji city-states. It was likely Aldebaran and his group's next target, or possibly their ultimate destination. If that was where they were headed, then by all means, let them go freely. Otto's watchful gaze would never leave them. Wherever they went, however they concealed themselves, Otto would endure ceaseless ringing in his ears and crimson streaks from his nose to track every last movement of Aldebaran's faction. Otto, please do not delude yourself into thinking you can sleep again. The entire world is your enemy now. He had nothing like the strength to claim victory. Naught remained but to continue to whittle away at his enemy's might. Thus did Otto Suwon fight, not as the sword saint or the great strategist, but as Amelia's internal affairs minister, one who exerted 100% of his strength. Chapter 32. The Man Named Clind. 1. While Aldebaran's party was being relentlessly pursued by powerful adversaries, there were two other places in the kingdom where grueling and fierce battles of equal intensity were being fought. One battle was between the Sword Saint, who continuously sought to prevent the destruction of the world, and the Witch of Envy, who persistently sought to swallow up the Ogria sand dunes after manifesting a part of herself from the sealed shrine. Both the Witch of Envy and the Sword Saint possessed the power to instantly end any battle if they were facing any other opponent, but exactly because they were facing each other in battle, the fight remained evenly matched, and the outcome continued to be left undecided. The battle would continue for a full 7 days and 7 nights, bringing the grave cost of the world's destruction with it. The other battle, as opposed to Aldebaran's party and the Sword Saints, did not involve physical conflict, yet had the potential to influence the outcome of the other two battles greatly. In other words, it was the struggle of those who were pursuing the following star, with Petra Leti as the key. Petra knew very little about the man named Clind. He was on her side. That, there was absolutely no doubt. And Rose Malode, his master, was a shrewd little girl who, despite her young age and the unfortunate blemish of being related to Roswell, remained unfazed through and through. She was one of the Amelia camp's strongest supporters and, even from Petra's perspective, was undoubtedly charmed by Amelia. Clind, who dedicated himself to supporting Rose and was trusted as a versatile all-purpose butler, had also given Petra lessons in etiquette and manners when she first started working as a maid. Clind had not only educated Petra, but almost everyone associated with the Mathers household. Even Frederica and Ram were taught the fundamentals of being a servant by him. Therefore, Clind could be considered the point of origin for the servants of the Mathers household, and Petra should therefore have regarded him as a teacher or mentor. However, it was none other than the person in question who had corrected Petra's perception. Clind, I never intended to take on such a noble role as teaching and mentoring. Misinterpretation. I am merely conveying what I have heard from my predecessors. It is only because I have remained in this position for many years that I have had many opportunities to do so. Declination. Clind's way of thinking could have been interpreted as a sign of humility and modesty. However, Petra intuitively sensed that these were Clind's true, albeit rarely expressed feelings. In the end, that man undervalues himself. Because he has such low self-esteem, he thinks his work is not worthy of any praise. He is being so condescending. This was Frederica's unusually harsh critique directed solely at Clind. Still, while Petra believed she was absolutely correct and the most wonderful person in the world, she was also in partial disagreement with her. At first glance, Clind's attitude indeed appeared to be that of a person with low self-esteem. However, Clind lacked the apparent hesitation or indecision when communicating with younger people or his junior colleagues, whereas a person with low self-esteem would tend to show more hesitation and indecision. Clind's attitude displayed no such simple and mundane hesitation. Just like Petra. Petra, if I put my mind to it, I can do anything. Most people would probably dismiss such a statement as mere arrogance, but Petra did not care about most people. She only cared about those closest to her. And she believed that the people closest to her believed in her confidence and potential. Petra was aware that she was full of potential and had the talent to bring it to fruition. Not only was she cute, but she also possessed the talent necessary to walk her desired path and the determination to believe in that talent and continue striving toward her goals without ever stopping. She was fully aware that she had been blessed with numerous gifts worthy of heaven. As someone who was blessed with such talent, she would have said that Clind's attitude was not that of someone with low self-esteem, but rather the opposite. Clind was well aware of his exceptional talents. However, he did not consider them something to be proud of. This made him appear modest and reserved at first glance. Petra. But I really don't like that. Petra knew very little about the man named Clind. However, Petra honestly did not like Clyde, the man she knew so little about. It was not unrelated to the fact that Frederica, who was always so polite and kind to everyone like a loving mother, showed a particularly special attitude and uncharacteristic expressiveness only toward Clyde, and that she was able to discern his underlying emotions. Of course, it was also a factor that Clyde had been acquainted with Roswell for a very long time and appeared to be on very good terms with him. But the biggest reason was derived from Clyde's own nature, which differed from his relationships with Frederica and Roswell. The main reason was that the way he conducted himself, which seemed as if he had already given up, was completely contrary to Petra's principles. "Petra, we're back, so lend us a hand. I know you're listening, Clyde Nysama." As the dragon carriage passed through the gate at the entrance to Miriela, the town closest to the sand dunes, Petra raised her voice and called out to the familiar man. It was all thanks to Petrash, who had ceaselessly raced fiercely across the sand sea for a day and night from the Pleiades watchtower, that Petra and the others were able to return in the shortest possible time and route. Even so, they were still lagging far behind Al, who had borrowed the wings of the divine dragon. His strength was indispensable to catch up with that increasingly distant target. "Petra, Clyde Nysama." Petra pulled on the reins to stop the dragon carriage and raised her voice once more in the town square. Petra's desperate plea was met with silence from the man she had just called out to, but she was convinced that her voice had reached him, and she started glancing around herself. "Huh? Where is everyone?" As if echoing Petra's gaze, the imaginary Subaru spoke. Just as the imaginary Subaru had said, even though it was midday, there was not a single soul to be seen in the square. No, it was not just the square. There was no sign of life in the entire town. Miriela gave off the impression of a deserted roadside town, but even so, there should have been at least 100 or 200 residents living there. It was very much odd that there was not a single person to be seen anywhere. Maybe Helmut Hodgson wiped everyone out? Subaru. That's a scary thing to say. Don't act like Elsa. Petra. Don't say such scary things, Meili-chan. As for you, Subaru, Meili-chan isn't like that anymore. It's just the result of her upbringing. The first half of her remark was for Meili. The second half, for the imaginary Subaru. To say that Meili's worst-case scenario did not briefly cross her mind would have been a lie, but the possibility was able to be ruled out because the town was deserted but not damaged. If Al had wreaked havoc with Volcanica, the town would have been completely wiped off the earth, and irreparable devastation would have ensued. The appearance of the town was not so much a scene of devastation as much as it was. Petra. It looks like they ran away in the night. Subaru. It's like they ran away in the night. Then, the impressions of Petra and the imaginary Subaru unexpectedly overlapped. Since the imaginary Subaru resided within Petra's mind, it was only natural that this would occur. However, as a young woman in love, she was secretly a little bit delighted that her thoughts were mirrored by her beloved. Besides, there were other reasons why she was able to stay positive. Although that may be a slight generalization, that assessment seems to be correct. Perspicacity. With that, a man stepped forward into the now completely deserted town square. Amidst the bleak and desolate townscape, this person maintained a refined aura that stood out. Their mysterious presence was like a single drop of deep blue paint on a blank sheet of paper, exuding a subtle, unobtrusive, yet powerful strength. That man had something so innate about himself that would make one believe that even if this were not a deserted roadside town but the bustling royal capital or even a noisy, crowded summer fireworks festival, no one would be able to overlook the man's presence. Subaru. Wait a second. I'm now loading Petra's knowledge real quick. Petra. Clyde Nysama. Subaru. Ah, you beat me to it. When the unfamiliar figure appeared, the imaginary Subaru from the past looked a bit disappointed at being beaten to the punch, while Petra quickly jumped down from the driver's seat and looked directly at the newcomer. The versatile butler, and the man who held the key to overturning this situation, Clyde. Considering the state of Miriela and the turbulence in the Sand Sea, it appears that it was the correct decision to abandon the return journey. Fortuitous. Adjusting the position of the monocle on his left eye with his hand, Clyde narrowed his eyes at the scene of the empty town and what lay behind Petra and the others, the murky sky that had caused all of this. And then, Clyde, Petra, it appears we need to talk. Urgency. Oh. Clyde. I understand. Deliberation. Upon hearing a rough explanation, Klein touched his narrow jaw with his finger and closed one eye.
The sharp beauty of a man, lost in thought, was in itself as majestic as a painting, but unfortunately, Petra had no time to admire it, as her sensibilities lay elsewhere.
If she simply wanted to see a beautiful face, the quickest way would have been to look in a mirror or at Amelia. Klein, what is the condition of Garfield and the one called Ezo?
Verification.
Meili, I don't think you need to fear for the lives of either Fanged Onii-san or Sensei-san.
Fanged Onii-san is really 2GH, so I'm worried since he hasn't woken up yet. But.
Petra. Yeah, I think Garf-san was probably protecting Ezo-san.
Picking up the second half of Meili's answer, Petra considered the two individuals who had been laid in the dragon carriage.
Garfield, whose durability was one of his strengths, had suffered as much damage as Ezo, a dwarf and magician, perhaps because he had shielded Ezo by standing in front of him when they were attacked by the divine dragon. Without those heroic actions, Ezo might not have survived. Subaru. So, Garfield took a direct hit from the dragon, huh? I still can't quite wrap my head around the fact that he's willing to risk his life like that, even though he's only 14 with a major case of Chinibu. Petra, just so you know, Garf-san is 15 now.
By the way, I'm turning 14 soon. Subaru, time just flies by.
No wonder Petra's gone from being a pretty girl to a beautiful woman.
Petra.
Again, Petra had to keep in mind that this was just the imaginary Subaru in her mind, and not what the real Subaru would say. However, even if it were the real Subaru, he would have said something along those lines, and she remembered hearing him say something similar before. Even though she knew it was not flattery, but rather sincere words, the fact that he could say it so casually to anyone other than Amelia was somewhat troubling. Regardless, Petra, while I'm also worried about Garf-san and Sensei-san, my biggest concern is Al-san. Klein Nisama, you waited for us because you feel the same way too, right? Klein, the feeling is not quite the same.
The reason I chose to remain in this place was because of a slight sense of unease I felt when I saw Petra and the others off. Misgivings. Petra. A slight sense of unease?
Klein. Yes. In fact, I informed both Subaru-sama and Beatrice-sama about it.
Retrospective. Klein cast his eyes down gloomily upon relaying the information that Petra and Meili had not known. In actuality, since the two who had been informed had both been taken by AL's hand, Klein's self-reproach must have been considerable.
Even the imaginary Subaru, who was unfamiliar with Klein, felt a twinge of sympathy for this unfortunate situation. Subaru. Well, the more I hear about what happened, the more I think Beatrice and I were in the wrong. I mean, Klein-san communicated everything properly, right? But we didn't say anything, did we? So, this is the result. It's only natural. Petra. Subaru and Beatrice-chan aren't to blame.
Subaru, quiet down.
Subaru. My intentions aren't reflected in my written apology.
Subaru lamented as if he had struck upon something unreasonable, but Petra would not tolerate any careless disparagement of Subaru, even if it came from Subaru himself.
Moreover, Beatrice would also be implicated with that remark. Beatrice was cute and kind, so she could not be at fault. Without hesitation, she would dispense harsh justice that would make anyone tremble upon hearing it. These were the rules of Petra Lati's court, and the verdicts of Judge Petra.
Meili. So? What was it that was bugging you, Butler?
Klein. At that time, I was unable to identify it specifically. Inadequacy.
However, now that the situation has developed this way, I feel that I have doubts about the establishment of the situation. Concern.
Prompted by Meili, Klein kept his eyes downcast and put his thoughts into words. The establishment of the situation that Klein found troubling likely referred to when he saw Petra and the others off at Miriela. Klein. It did not seem unnatural. Upon hearing the explanation, the choice of personnel seemed reasonable. However, it also felt like a combination that would require 2 or 3 difficult justifications to make sense.
Intentional. Petra. Intentional.
As Klein gave his explanation, Petra chewed on those words.
To be honest, the fact that Klein was vague and avoided making a clear statement about the mistake in the selection of members to travel to the Pleiades watchtower, this fact nagged at Petra's conscience in the form of guilt-ridden speculation.
If Amelia, Ram, or Otto had gone with Subaru instead of Petra, things might not have turned out this way. Indeed, if Frederica had been there instead of Petra as initially planned, AL's terrible actions might have been prevented. Meili was irreplaceable in breaking through the Augria sand dunes, and Garfield was the camp's most dependable fighter as an escort. These two were essential members of the expedition. It was only Petra. Petra was the only member who was replaceable. Petra. Perhaps she should have been more assertive. Whether it was postponing the trip to the tower or everyone taking action together. Of course, it was imperative to report immediately upon their return from Wallachia on the events that had transpired there, and it was also true that Schult, who had lost his only support, needed emotional care. Given the necessity of making such sound judgments, there was no doubt that the current members were chosen for the right reasons. However, Petra was not confident that her subjective, arbitrary wishes had not influenced these decisions. Having been separated from Subaru for so long, Petra did not want to be apart from him even for a moment, and she was driven by a selfish desire to be useful to him. In a place where Amelia and Rem were not present, Petra hoped that her strength and presence would be able to support Subaru. As a result, she did not even recognize the uneasiness that Klein had sensed. Subaru. Petra, you're definitely overthinking this. Petra tightly gripped the hem of her skirt, and the intangible hand of the imaginary Subaru overlapped hers, gently whispering in her ear. However, Petra was not easily comforted by Subaru's words. Subaru. Well, I know it's not my place to say this, but it's not impossible that you had some non-zero amount of ulterior motives, like wanting to be with me. But that's not a bad thing. And even if you did feel that way, it was only a single %. I know that the other 99% was Petra's kindness that I know so well. Petra. No. I'm just making the Subaru in my head say that. Subaru. If you say that, isn't there nothing I can say? That's like playing a band card. It must have been embarrassing for him to say that he wanted to be with her, but Petra let out a long breath at the sight of the imaginary Subaru, blushing slightly as he pleaded with her. To be honest, Petra hated herself for being so easily taken in by his kindness. She thought perhaps she was not a cheap girl. It was just that Subaru's words were too powerful. Subaru. Besides, I suspect that your suffering isn't really your fault, Petra. Petra. Does that have anything to do with Al-san being so strong? Subaru. Well, I've never actually seen Al fight with a sword, so I might be talking nonsense. But I do know Reinhard. Even though Al's abilities were unknown, he knew the abilities of Reinhard, the pinnacle of this world. Both Garfield and Ezo were incredibly skilled fighters who were out of Petra's class. Since Al defeated them, assuming that he was even stronger would be natural. However, no matter how strong Al was, he was no match for Reinhard. Subaru. When I first saw him in the loot house, I didn't really have an understanding of the norms of this world, so I was confused. But even by the standards of this world, he's still a monster. Petra. Yeah. But Al-san also did something about Reinhard-san. There's no doubt that Flamchan used her divine protection to summon him, so... Subaru. At the very least, he wasn't instantly killed by Reinhard. Even with an assist character like the Divine Dragon, it's common knowledge that that's not something anyone can do easily, right? Petra. Is that related to how we were grouped up? Subaru. Maybe. But I really feel like strength alone doesn't explain everything. Petra also carefully considered the implications of what the imaginary Subaru had said. Indeed, no amount of strength mattered when facing Reinhard. With strength alone, it would be impossible to overcome Reinhard and achieve one's goal. In other words, besides his strength, there were other reasons for Al's frightening nature. Subaru. Honestly, things have been going too well for Al until now. Petra. But people who always seem to be lucky have other reasons besides luck, right? Subaru. Right. Although the heart of the matter remained unclear, Petra believed that it was worth remembering that point. By exploring other possibilities, her feelings of guilt with nowhere to go were somewhat alleviated. Perhaps this had been what Subaru really wanted all along. Meili. Petra-chan? Are you okay? You're looking kind of spaced out. Petra. Sorry. Meili-chan. I'm fine. Anyway, Klein Nisama. Klein. What is it? Confirmation. Petra. I think your sense of unease is correct, Klein Nisama. I'm not exactly sure why, but if we don't understand that unease, no one will be able to stop Al-san. Klein. Petra. It's just us. We're the only ones who can stop Al-san. We have to stop him, then get Subaru and Beatrice-chan back. With her hand placed on her chest, Petra pleaded with Clyde. Building it up, and then finally exhaling that breath. It had taken considerable courage for Petra to do so. Subaru. The imaginary Subaru stood with his arms crossed and stared at Petra's profile with a complicated expression. Without looking in his direction, Petra remained steadfast in her conclusion. She believed it with all her heart. Petra had read Subaru's Book of the Dead. In the worst-case scenario, Al might have killed Subaru and Beatrice and erased them from the world. It would be natural to think so, given that Natsuki Subaru's Book of the Dead existed. Petra. But my Subaru isn't normal. The "my" slipped out subconsciously, but it was true. The "isn't normal" part of it was true. Natsuki Subaru had a power called Return by Death, an incredibly cruel and agonizing power that only a kind person could make use of properly. Petra surmised that the book she had read had been but one of the volumes containing Subaru's experiences of dying up until now. That was because... Petra, after what I saw in that book, did Subaru really manage to survive without dying even once? Subaru, it feels like you have negative trust in me, huh? But then again, with my impression of what Petra knows, all of the Sin Archbishops coming up to bat at once, the adventure at the Pleiades Watchtower, and the hell of the Valachian Empire, for me to overcome all of that without a single mistake is, well, unbelievable even for me, wouldn't you say? Petra. Yeah. When Petra realized that Subaru's glorious achievements, which had already been considered remarkable given the hardships he had overcome, were, in fact, a collection of hellish trials far worse than she could have imagined, she was far from feeling disappointed in Subaru, but rather, she felt heartbroken by that self-sacrifice. And at the same time, she was aware of it. Of the depth of Subaru's psychological scars, caused by Priscilla's death. Subaru was so deeply, deeply hurt, more deeply than anyone could possibly imagine. For precisely that reason, he had taken the blame upon himself and resolved to do anything for Al's sake. Not only was it those feelings of Subaru, but moreover his unparalleled resolve to save everyone even if it means dying. Al had betrayed all of it. If he had killed Subaru and Beatrice, then even if Petra tore apart Al's body, mind, and soul, she would be unable to fulfill her revenge. Meili, Petra-chan, Oni-san and Beatrice-chan re. Petra. They are alive. Absolutely. Meili. Yah. Both of them, especially Oni-san, are really Tenab Sias. Meili said so quietly and gently rested her head on Petra's shoulder. Even Meili, who was never so straightforward with her feelings, was genuinely concerned for Subaru and Beatrice. The fact that those around her felt the same way was a testament to Subaru's achievements thus far. Subaru, whether it comes to Beatrice or Meili, what the hell did the me I don't know do? Even though they concerned himself, the imaginary Subaru muttered in a bewildered tone regarding those unknown actions. Seeing the imaginary Subaru's expression, Petra relaxed her lips into a smile and turned back to Clyde. Petra had already conveyed her intentions and objectives. All that remained was to wait for his response. Facing Petra's gaze directly, Clyde quietly let out a sigh from his thin lips. Clyde, only you can do it, you say? What a bold statement. However, your resolve is a sight to behold. Admiration. Petra. Clyde. Frankly speaking, when the witch emerged at the end of the world, bringing about a situation that only the Sword Saint could possibly thwart, I had already half resigned myself to the fact that it was irreversible. Regret. However, if you are determined to fight on, then... Petra. Hold on, Clyde Nisama. Clyde had begun to speak, only to be met with Petra interrupting him mid-sentence. It was not because she was concerned that the conversation would have become lengthy or gone off on a tangent. To put it in Clyde's words, it was an unease that she could not clearly articulate. However, it was precisely because he regretted overlooking that previous unease that Petra could not overlook this one. What caught Petra's attention was the way Clyde said it. Petra, I said we. That includes you, Clyde Nisama. Don't talk as if you're not one of us. Clyde. That is. Hesitation. Petra. Even if this might not be the right time, I will say it. Clyde Nisama, you've always acted like you're an outsider when you're with us. I don't like that. If he was dealing with Petra and the rest of the Amelia camp as adults,
As people in positions where it was necessary to take a step back, then she could still understand it.
But Clyde was different. He treated everyone the same. And Rose, whom Clyde adored most, Roswell, who had a relationship like partners in crime with Clyde, Frederica, who could not bring herself to cut Clyde out of her life, the same was true for all of them. Petra, that kind of lifestyle would never be tolerated in Emilianissima's ideal kingdom.
Clyde.
Petra, this isn't someone else's problem.
If you're alive, meeting people, talking to them, and spending time with them, then the good and bad things that happen are all part of it.
You shouldn't just pick out only a few bits, or only the good parts, because you can't cheat like that.
Meili. Petra-chan.
Petra, if you keep doing that, eventually everyone important to you will turn their backs on you. Having felt Meili's presence brush against her sleeve, Petra spoke with such force that she was out of breath. Halfway through, she was no longer able to tell if she was expressing herself clearly, or if her message had gotten through at all. She had surely been influenced by the Subaru from the Book of the Dead. Subaru, oh I, aren't I part of the cheating you were just talking about? The imaginary Subaru spoke thus with a frown, but she consciously ignored him for now. What was more important was Clyde's reaction. Clyde, everyone important to me turning their back on me, is it? Keen realization. At Clyde's muttered remark, Petra gasped softly. This was partly because the horribly poignant emotions contained within Clyde's low voice resonated tragically deep within her heart. But more than that, it was Clyde's expression that caused her to feel this way.
Petra.
Clyde rarely showed his emotions on his face. Petra could not think of any instances where he smiled, became angry, or appeared sad. Clyde simply conveyed everything with a blank expression. There was a change in Clyde's expression. One of deep sorrow. A poignant voice and a sorrowful expression. When both overlapped, one could describe it as ephemeral. At that moment, Clyde had an ephemeral and painful expression, as if reminiscing about the past.
Clyde. That has already happened. Nostalgia. Petra.
Clyde Nisama. Clyde. I have already had everyone turn away from me before, Petra. Self-deprecation. When she heard those words, Petra felt ashamed, remembering what she had said just before. With arrogance, she spoke grandly about feelings she had only just begun to grasp, as if she knew everything. Clyde already knew those feelings, and yet he acted the way he did. However, despite feeling ashamed, Petra still wanted to say something.
Petra. Even so.
Clyde. Yes, even so.
Admiration. Petra. Ha!
Clyde. Once before, I relinquished everything.
Even though it is true that I was left empty by that, there were things I gained and accumulated along the path I walked afterwards.
Reflection.
Petra, my relationship with you and everyone else has been one of those things. Revelation.
After he said that, Clyde closed his eyes and gazed into the sky. What did he see in that sky, where scattered clouds were being torn apart, as if barely holding back the end of the world on the other side? Clyde. Why did I stay here, even though I was not ordered to, just because of some slight feeling of unease? I suppose it was because I, too, found it unbearable to let things continue like this.
Unclouded mind. Petra.
Clyde-san, would that mean? Meili. That would mean it is like Petra-chan said, and you are apologizing?
Petra. Meili-chan.
Subaru.
Whoa, Meili Payson said it.
Confusing Petra, Meili's clear response brought surprise. Next to Petra, who was staring wide-eyed, Subaru called Meili Payson in an admiring tone of voice, and even though she had no memory of him doing that, she thought it was a typical reaction for Subaru. Unconcerned by Petra's confusion, Clyde let out a small laugh. Clyde, forgive me for causing you anxiety due to my lack of awareness. Sincerest apologies. That said, Petra, I am deeply appreciative of you. Debt of gratitude. I, too, would like to contribute positively.
Petra.
Clyde Nisama. Declaring thus, Clyde bowed respectfully, to which Petra's eyes lit up. However, as if to dampen Petra's excitement, Meili interjected with, Meili, I don't think Butler-san had any intention of standing in our way or refusing to help, re-GHT? Petra-chan, aren't you just overthinking TNGS?
Petra. That may be true, but...
Clyde. No, that is incorrect, Meili. Rectification. Perceiving a situation as one's own means that I will also take initiative in proposing plans toward the solution. A great difference from an onlooking bystander.
Different people.
Subaru. That's a bit of an exaggeration to say it's different people. Petra. But we can expect that much, right?
Then,
Klein Nisama, use your mysterious power and take us to where everyone is. Eagerly leaning forward, Petra was determined to make full use of Klein's power. In fact, what Petra was counting on most in this situation was Klein's ability to teleport. His teleportation, which instantly removed the distance that separated them from their destination, was an indispensable power for chasing after Al, who was headed somewhere with a divine dragon in tow. Al's destination was unknown, but the very conspicuous divine dragon accompanied him.
With the cooperation of Amelia, Ram, and the others, and even the odious Roswell, it should have been sufficiently possible to determine their destination and catch up with them.
So proclaimed Petra's enthusiasm as she exhaled a rough breath from her nose. But, Klein, unfortunately, my teleportation is not something that can be utilized without restriction.
Rather, in terms of restrictions, it is a fairly versatile power. Regrettable.
Petra. Klein Nisama, you liar.
You traitor.
Subaru. That's no fair after getting our hopes up.
Klein Nisama, you killjoy. Meili. Petrachan, you're being too ha-rsh. I don't think Butler-san meant any ha-rm.
The glimmer of hope was abruptly extinguished, and Petra seethed with the imaginary Subaru in tow. Only half of their anger reached Klein and Meili, but him being a killjoy was the truth.
In the first place, it was a power of unknown mechanism, but when it was established that they could not use the teleport which they had been counting on, the conversation just came down to a handsome man proactively accompanying them.
Klein, it is not precisely teleportation, but the compression of space and time. Elucidation. It compresses the distance one would originally have to travel and the time originally requisite for it. However, in order to avoid it having a substantial effect on the world's way, it requires Oda Lagna's oversight.
Expedience.
Subaru. O.D. Lagna?
The hells that S-pose T mean.
Petra. The root of mana and such, and according to Subaru's knowledge, something like a god with no consciousness, probably. Klein uttered a term that struck them like a sucker punch, as Petra explained it to the imaginary Subaru whilst he tilted his head in confusion, and she herself was not entirely sure she understood either. While studying magic under Roswell, Petra had received a general explanation of O.D. Lagna, but she was not sure if she understood it properly. Even Roswell had said it would be hard for him to claim that he fully understood O.D. Lagna.
However, O.D. Lagna was an incredibly large concentration of power, and in a sense, it was said to be something that rested in a special place even from the pinnacles of powerful beings like the Sword Saint, the Divine Dragon, and the Witch of Envy. Meili. So, what happens if you can't this O.D. Lagna?
Klein. That is unknown.
The fact that it is unknown is terrifying. Shudder.
In response to Meili's question, Klein slowly shook his head. His answer did not seem deceptive or evasive. In other words, despite seeming to know everything, Klein shared Roswell's perspective.
But, if that was the case...
Petra. Klein Nisama, haven't you done it several times before? That means you were able to deceive O.D. Lagna. What should we do?
Klein. Petra.
Petra. You were able to use your power because there was a method to it. What do you need, Klein Nisama?
For example, mana is needed to use magic.
A contract is necessary to control spirits. So, do you need to compensate O.D. Lagna in order to use it?
Klein.
You are truly such a surprising child.
Admiration.
Klein's reaction served to confirm Petra's suspicions. In other words, by offering compensation to O.D. Lagna, they could obtain permission to use Klein's extraordinary power. Or, as Klein himself put it, to turn a blind eye. Subaru. So like bribes and kickbacks. What a corrupt materialist, despite being a god. The sour-faced imaginary Subaru's remark was something Petra wholeheartedly agreed with. But on the other hand, she felt that a god who demanded something in return was more trustworthy than a god who gave freely without asking for anything in return. Most importantly, Petra knew all too well that the world was not set on easy mode where one could just get what they wanted without making any sacrifices. That was why. Petra, please tell me what you need, Klein Nisama. I will arrange for it without fail, no matter what it is. For Subaru, Beatrice John, and everyone else.
Meili. Oh, Petra-chan, you're being You just said it yourself, but it's not I. It's we.
Petra. Sorry. But, thank you. Meili directed a minuscule smile at Petra and held her arm, who had resolved her determination. Looking back, she never imagined that she would have this kind of a relationship with Meili. When Meili was imprisoned in the mansion, Petra often visited her because she wanted to move her through compassion and keep her from becoming dangerous. Petra never imagined that she would nestle close to her at her moment of solitary decision. Klein. It is possibility.
Response.
Following a pause, Klein stated so before Petra and Meili.
Nothing so pessimistic as irresolution or incertitude, nor the hesitation or woe to apprise such youthful children of this. Klein accepted the present circumstance as his own, and deemed Petra and Meili to be certain allies faced before the same problem. Henceforth, he resumed. Klein. It is possibility, the influence to be exerted upon the world, upon Lagna, that shall be forfeit as compensation.
That is the condition for the utilization of the authority belonging to the witch factor of Tristitia in my possession. Divulgence. Chapter 33. The girl named Petra Leti.
Petra. Possibility as compensation. Ascertaining what she had been informed of by repeating it, Petra furrowed her well-shaped eyebrows. Possibility. That was the article necessary in exchange for using the mysterious power of teleport that Klein was endowed with. She had been envisaging the requirement to be something simpler to comprehend, like vast amounts of mana or a rare magic crystal. Subaru. Possibility as compensation, the hells that oppose Tamin.
Faced with the same question as Petra, the imaginary Subaru greatly wrenched his neck.
Making proper use of his nature as a substanceless phantom, he rotated horizontally in the air, ardently appealing his lack of understanding for Klein's elucidation.
But then again, that cute appeal of his was only visible to Petra. Subaru. First of all, did this guy just say witch factor of Tristitia?
He did, right?
Witch factor was one of those useless-sounding keywords Echidna mentioned.
Petra. I don't really think too fondly of that witch of greed, so I don't know how much I can trust her.
Subaru. Well, I guess she's one of those types who easily cause misunderstandings. I don't trust her at heart, but if you consider it to be a show of her lack of personability, I do think it puts things in a different light. She's unquestionably ill-natured.
Ill-natured, but...
Petra.
Yeah. With my handkerchief. Never mind. Attention turning to something outside the topic of compensation, the voice of the imaginary Subaru trembled, and Petra averted her eyes from him. The disconsolate spectacle she had witnessed via the Book of the Dead, the method Subaru had adopted in order to bring it to an end, one prepared by that which, was not something Petra ever wanted to vocalize. Something she wished to not look upon directly it was, yet it also was something she was unable to turn a blind eye to, troublesome just the right amount.
Anyhow,
Meili. Which factor would Maya N, that Butler-san was also a Sin Archbishop P?
Meili, who was in a sense a natural airhead, cut right into the details difficult to ask. 'Twas a term that Petra would have had no recollection of prior to reading the Book of the Dead, but it seemed Meili had gotten an opportunity to learn about witch factors. The relationship between not only the witch factors and the witches, but also the Sin Archbishops, was something Petra also considered she must necessarily inquire about. In all honesty,
Subaru, if this Klein-san's a Sin Archbishop like Betelgeuse was, then I don't know how much I can trust the harmonious conversation till now. Petra, can you really say that, Subaru, after having forgiven Spike-chan, who used to be the Sin Archbishop of Gluttony?
Subaru,
the hell are you saying? There's no way I'd forgive Gluttony after all that they made Rem go through.
Petra, it may be better to take a moment and show you my recent memories.
Like his relationship with Beatrice, chronologically, the Subaru Petra saw in the Book of the Dead had many discrepancies in knowledge and relationships with the present Subaru. Thinking back to it, she remembered Subaru speaking ill of Echidna every once in a while. Hence much had to have happened between Subaru and Echidna in an extent unbeknownst to Petra, she conjectured.
She was, unmistakably, a bad woman. Therefore Petra's instincts were right. And, in addition to conducting this mental conference, Petra kept a close eye on Klein alongside Meili.
She had faith that Klein was no villain, and there was also the precedent of the former Sin Archbishop Spica, but her being able to trust the other party without reservations the way Amelia could was a wholly different matter.
Although, that simplicity of Amelia's was adorable and charming, so she wished to quickly grow up the same way. Climbed, albeit Maylie's misgivings are a matter of course, I am not a sin archbishop. Refutation. To begin with, the witch factor of Tristitia is an article of an exceptional kind. Unenumerated. Even were I one compatible with this factor, I would not be enlisted among the ranks of witches or sin archbishops. Outcast. Petra. Climbed, the erstwhile owner, the one compatible with the witch factor of Tristitia, named himself as the warlock of Tristitia. Self-named? No, named by another. That individual had no fixations towards any manner of address, but his wife simply deemed it would be suitable to call him as such and named him. Pet name. Petra. Warlock. Subaru. Not a witch but a warlock. I totally get it. Would have been worried had he said, man-witch, or something like that. As if it had conformed to his sensibilities, the imaginary Subaru displayed his admiration with a snap of his fingers. On the other hand, Petra looked at Clind as she whispered the word.
If this explanation were to also apply to Clind himself.
Petra. Then, does that mean you're also a warlock of Tristitia, Clind Nysama? Clind. No. Refutation. I am not compatible with the witch factor of Tristitia. Consequently, I necessitate compensation in order to draw out the authority of Tristitia. Inadequate. By nature, those compatible with a witch factor do not require compensation in order to exercise the authority. It is the right to rewrite the world, as recognized by O.D. Lagna.
Official.
Maylie. A right to rewrite the world, who H.
I often hear about IT, but I wish this O.D. Lagna person was a bit more selective about who that is given to.
Subaru. Agreed with Maylie. Maylie tapered her lips in displeasure as the imaginary Subaru's intangible hand patted her head, whilst Petra put a finger on her lips and processed the information. She wished to believe Clind's repudiation of being a sin archbishop, of being a warlock. Following that, regarding the special power seemingly brought forth by the witch factor, she digested the rule that for a person incompatible, compensation was required to utilize that which a compatible party could employ to their heart's content. If that was the payment to use Clind's teleport, no, compression, then, Petra. Let's say, if the witch factor in Clind Nysama's possession was used by someone else, by me, then can your teleport be used as much as I want without paying the compensation?
Subaru.
Petra. That's totally one of those things that won't end well, so stop it.
Petra.
Why? Subaru, you know it too, right? That your return by death is without a doubt the same as those which factors Clind Nysama is talking about.
Subaru. That's.
The moment it hit him, the imaginary Subaru sank to silence with a bitter expression.
At the tea party with Echidna, Subaru had learned the truth of having taken in a witch factor. Back then, the topic had been about that which had belonged to the Sin Archbishop of Sloth whom he had defeated just prior, but upon considering everything including the reason for the Witch of Envy's fixation to Subaru, then there was probably more to it. Return by death was neither magic nor curse arts nor hone technique, it was a clearly disparate power. In other words, there was a high chance that it was an authority.
If so, Natsuki Subaru was a warlock all the same.
Petra. In that case, I don't mind becoming a witch. I'm not afraid if I'm with Subaru after all.
Subaru. You may be jumping to the wrong conclusion. Regardless of whether my return by death is an authority or whatever, you know, there's an unavoidable pattern in Another World stories of receiving a gift from a god who won't even show their face yet.
Petra.
Subaru, you keep a lot of secrets, but you're a bad liar.
That was perhaps why he must have kept things hidden, always avoiding conversation to stop himself from revealing any of his secrets.
Cherishing the kindness of her beloved with affection, Petra closed her eyes, then once again looked back at Clind.
Clind slightly widened his eyes, his expression suggesting awe at her gaze and strength of will.
Clind. Regrettably, that method cannot be adopted.
Rejection. Petra. HKY.
Clind.
To begin with, it is inconceivable that you, Petra, would be compatible with the witch factor of Tristitia.
This factor and one other, the factor of Vanagloria, are both unenumerated. No, supernumerary is the right word. They are exceptional factors, with each having been fine-tuned to their respectively singular and uniquely compatible persons, the Valiant and the Saintess.
Tailored. They shan't ever be compatible with any other. And besides.
Petra.
Besides.
Clind. Even they who were compatible were unable to escape the corruption of their minds.
Disgrace. Casting his eyes down, Klein pursed his lips. From his response, Petra was able to intuit that the aforementioned compatible individuals, the Valiant and the Saintess, were two people with whom he had been acquainted. Furthermore, the person singularly compatible with the witch factor of Tristitia, the very warlock of Tristitia whose mind had fallen into corruption, was that Valiant. Moreover, the fact that Klein possessed the witch factor of that warlock signified that said Valiant no longer existed in this world.
Meili, yh, I know you're talking about something really important, but since Petrachan's dangerous determination won't work, let's get back to the main topic, okay?
Petra.
Empich dangerous, you say?
Meili. It was totally dangerous.
Even if Petrachan takes a liking to something like a witch factor, I'm definitely against it.
You can't rely on that kind of power. Petra. Meili-chan. She could tell they were words of genuine concern for Petra, devoid of malice.
Meili knew about witch factors without having attended the witches' tea party.
Judging from her phrasing, she might have encountered a being in possession of a witch factor, a Sin Archbishop. Her advice was yet ironic.
Subaru.
Lowering his brows, the imaginary Subaru gazed at Meili with an expression that was too gentle to be one born of mixed feelings. The incident surrounding the sanctuary and the Roswell mansion, and having been captured in the midst of it all, Meili had also been involved in the matter, in the deaths of Petra and Frederica, that she herself had witnessed in the Book of the Dead. That Petra and Meili's relationship did not end as merely that of victim and aggressor of death, was thanks to none other than Subaru's return by death. Because of that, Petra could not help but think that a power depended upon how it was used.
Petra. Yeah, I understand. Meili. That's GHT.
You're a good GIRL. Meili was visibly relieved by Petra's reply.
Holding the former's hand, Petra nodded. Either way, if the witch factor of Tristitia was not compatible with Petra, then the strategy of becoming the factor's holder in Klein's stead and ignoring the compensation would not work. Petra being the witch to Subaru's warlock was solely a charming scenario, but an alternative that ought to have been abandoned if it had no merit. Klein, per Meili's words, let us return to the main topic. Restatement. Anyhow, as I explained, payment of the compensation will be required.
And that compensation is the potential to exert influence upon the world. Possibility.
Petra. Could you please explain it in more detail? Klein. For example, let us say there is a magic spell that can start a fire with a single incantation. Its convenience goes without saying, and contingent upon this spell a great number of futures may open up. Prospects. Cooking, medicine, metalwork, smithing, warfare. There is no time to list them all.
Extensive. This is potential influence, ergo possibility. Thus,
Petra. If that spell were to be offered as compensation, everything that would have happened due to that spell would disappear? Klein. In its place, there will remain a vacancy where the possibility would have originally been used in the world.
In the place of that vacancy, that margin, the incompatible authority of Tristitia can be exercised. Conclusion.
With that finale, Petra understood that Klein had finished the necessary explanation. What he was saying, she understood. In short, it was a matter of resources. There was a limit to the resources for operating the world which Od Lagna was managing. The condition for using Klein's authority was to sacrifice something to create a leftover of resources that were originally being exhausted to their limit, and then surreptitiously make use of that surplus. Having come to that realization, the clever and lovely Petra noticed one more thing. Petra. Klein Nisama, we used your authority a lot to get to the Empire.
What about the compensation for that?
Klein.
From the Master. Confidential.
Petra. Seriously, you. With vexation and abhorrence, the pits of Petra's stomach churned. Everyone from the camp had mustered the entirety of their strengths to save Subaru and the others from that situation. Beatrice had remained asleep, believing that she would be reunited with Subaru, and Otto had even compromised his principles to seek help from his hometown. Emilia had desperately indicated her decision, and Petra had also intended to do everything possible. And yet, the fact that the one to pay the most compensation for it, withholding from even divulging this truth, had been Roswell, was an unbearable humiliation for Petra. Subaru. What could it be? Something like the desire for atonement? Like an apology for the sanctuary or the mansion. Petra, I don't think it would be an easily understandable sentiment like that. That's why I hate the master. Subaru. Yeah, you're right to be angry, Petra. The imaginary Subaru had still not read Petra's memories of the Empire, so he was unable to empathize with her emotions, which was frustrating. However, Petra did not want him to understand even this ugly, grimy enviousness of hers, so she cast that grime into the well of her heart, closed the lid, and nailed it shut, never to peek inside. Her dissatisfaction with Roswell was nothing new. Furthermore, it made sense that Roswell was the most suitable person to fulfill the conditions for using Klein's authority. Petra, the master has many things that seem like they could be given as compensation, like his magic or magic creation tools. Of course, it was not a matter of lightly relinquishing those things however much just because of their abundance. It remained unclear whether O.D. Lagna would consider the degree of emotional attachment in its evaluation, but what had been mentioned was a possibility that would have exerted influence upon the world had it not been relinquished. Whatever that might have been, Petra did not believe that something lacking emotional attachment could move the world. Possibility necessitated passion and emotional attachment. To offer something bereft of that to try and obtain inexpensive salvation was tawdry, and there was no way such wretched reasoning would ever succeed in regaining something truly important. That was why Petra. Meili, I'm willing to offer some tea-ing. Subaru. Having reached the same idea as Petra, Meili quietly murmured. While the imaginary Subaru blinked in astonishment, Meili continued with an after all. Meili, going back to it, the fact that I'm alive is all thanks to Oni-san and the others letting me off the hook. I'm not trying to repay that favor or any tea-ing, but it's pretty straightforward logic I suppose. See. Subaru. Petra, stop this girl. Stop, Meili. I don't know what went on between the me of the present and her, but I would have never saved her with that intention. Petra. You're right. What the imaginary Subaru was saying, his expression shifting, she could readily accept. Subaru saving Meili had not been something so calculated as to make her exert herself or compel her to repay the favor at some point. It had been simply because he had wanted to save her. Subaru would surely never let Meili close the door on her possibilities. Petra. You can't, Meili-chan. The most valuable among everything that you can offer is your divine protection that controls witch beasts, and without that, you're worthless. Meili. Why? Petra-chan, you're being so mea-en. Petra. Sorry. Worthless is a bit too far. Meili-chan, you'd be reduced to just being cute. Truth be told, Subaru, Emilia, and everyone else would likely say that was still fine. However, Meili, of all people, could not accept becoming just a cute girl. Petra was painfully aware of this. Cute girls could not remain just as cute girls, as much as everyone around them would think. Petra-sama, Meili-sama. Suddenly, a voice startled them, and Petra and the others turned around toward the dragon carriage. There, jumping down the carriage and rushing towards them, was a girl's, Flam's figure. During their travel across the Augria sand dunes, she had spontaneously lost her consciousness, but had now woken up. The circumstances behind Flam losing her consciousness had been tied to her divine protection. Petra. Flam-chan, thank goodness you're awake. Flam. The conditions for using the divine protection of Mindspeak have been met. I can contact my sister. Gracies. Communication should be possible with Felt-sama and Raken-sama as well. Petra. Rather than ascertaining safety and well-being, prioritizing quickly relaying her own situation was Flam. That she must have wanted to establish contact with her people in regards to Reinhard and the Witch of Envy clashing immediately after waking up, yet withstood the urge to was something only to be grateful for. Unquestionably, after receiving communication from Flam and learning of the frenzy that Al had enkindled, the Felt camp would also be in the position to move the situation towards its resolution. Subaru. With Reinhard unable to move, there's no telling how much we could rely on Felt or Ram-ji. Petra. No. We shouldn't be stubborn about doing this on our own. Subaru. Petra. Petra. After all, this is no longer just our problem, it's a problem for everyone in the kingdom. Al was on a rampage, having captured the persons of Natsuki, Subaru, and Beatrice. The situation was no longer a minuscule problem of that kind, but rather had escalated to a national, even a global crisis intertwining the Sword Saint, the Divine Dragon, and the Witch of Envy. That was why it was important for Petra and the others who knew the situation best, to spare no expense in conveying information. Petra, Flamchan, find out where Felt-sama and the others are right away.
As long as we know where they are, we can join them with Klein Naisama here. Flam. HK understood. With Petra arranging the procedure and giving her this instruction, Flam glanced at Klein for a moment, but resisted the urge to ask for more details and immediately agreed.
Instead, Meili tugged at Petra's sleeves and asked, Petra-chan. Meili, we still haven't finished discussing the compensation to give to Butler San.
Petra, no, I've already made up my mind about that. Meili, Meili's eyes widening at Petra's answer, the latter gently unfastened Meili's grip on her sleeve and quickly approached Klein, then glanced at the imaginary Subaru from the corner of her eye. Despite knowing that he, who was staring at her actions with incredulity, was simply a convenient illusion for her to see.
Petra, cover your ears for a moment. In response to Petra's request, the imaginary Subaru paused momentarily and meekly obeyed.
Once he did plug his ears, Petra stood on her tiptoes and pronounced it Klein Naisama. Subsequently, she brought her mouth close to Klein's ear and softly whispered, That was Klein. Petra, so would that work as compensation? As Petra lowered her heels and asked the question in a hushed voice, Klein froze and widened his eyes. Petra tilted her head slightly, making a gesture that pushed on the uppermost bounds of her cuteness, to which Klein let out an exhale.
With a long, deep sigh, he removed his monocle and, with face bared, regarded Petra once more. Klein, it ought to be possible.
Estimation. However, Petra, that is... Petra, thank goodness. Klein. Petra, I always knew it though, that I had the possibility to move the world.
Puffing out her chest in pride, Petra disallowed Klein from speaking any further. She had received the answer to a question she could have only posed to Klein. Regardless of what it was, Petra held pride in that answer. Klein was Klein. His assessment might not have necessarily coincided with O.D. Lagna's, but at the very least, Klein had recognized the value of that possibility. Petra, I'll offer the compensation, Klein Naisama. Together, we can save the world. No, something like the world doesn't really matter to me. It's just, I want to save the people who are precious to me. Klein. Understood, Petra. Amongst all the girls I have met, you are the bravest.
Admiration. Klein gave a deep bow, one akin to those he gave to Anne Rose or Roswell, or perhaps to people whom he thought to be splendid from the bottom of his heart.
In response, Petra returned a smile and noticed Meili staring at her. Seeing somewhat of an uneasiness in her round eyes, Petra gently embraced her. Meili, I don't really know W, but I'm pretty sure Petra-chan is a huge idiot.
Petra, hee, that's so mean. I'm smart, cute, and cool. Petra retorted to Meili's rude remark and hugged her.
Then she looked over her shoulder at the imaginary Subaru standing there, looking utterly lost.
Finally, the imaginary Subaru lowered his hands from his ears, his face being so endlessly dear for her to gaze upon. Petra broke past her personal record for maximum cuteness and declared,
Petra, Subaru, I love you. Chapter 34.
Attraction. 1.
Klein's teleportation, which he described as compression, was something Petra had last experienced about a month ago, and Meili a few days prior.
Petra, it might be surprising the first time, but there's no need to be afraid.
With that, Petra, drawing on her experience, offered the inexperienced Flam some advice.
She worried that without proper warning of what was to come, Flam might panic, but she simply shook her head with a no. Flam, there is no need to worry, as most surprises cannot surpass those of the young master.
That guy, even his own camp treats him like a complete shocker of a human? How crazy is that? Even Subaru was astonished by that overly straightforward comment. However, Petra also knew from Subaru's memories shared via the Book of the Dead that Reinhard had blown up a building with a single swing of his sword and sent Meili's sister flying, so she understood Flam's unusually calm attitude towards the abnormal. Even if Flam-chan is okay, I hope the sleeping Sensei-san doesn't wake you p. Little Crimson Scorpion-chan was really panicked the first time Butler-san transported us. Petra, that reminds me, is there such a thing as teleportation sickness? When we were in Wallachia, some people were fine with Spica-chan's teleportation, but others weren't.
Her hair rustling,
Meili shrugged, and the little crimson scorpion peeked out from inside, raising its pincers as if to imitate its master. The previous comment reminded Petra of the teleportation ability of Spica, who had been left behind in the Empire. Whether due to physical constitution, individual strength, or weakness, those who were unable to handle it simply could not. While Petra was on the side of those who could handle it, Garfield was on the side of those who could not, and would curl up and sulk afterward. Then, in response to Petra's question, Klein raised a finger with a, "That is interesting" consideration. Klein, although the number of times it has been used and the number of people who have tried it are not that many, no one has fallen ill. Reassurance. Strictly speaking, the authority of Tristitia is not teleportation, but rather the result of the compression of the time and distance that would normally be traveled. Abridgment. Meili, I have no idea what that means, no matter how many times I hear it. Subaru. So, does that mean it's okay to think of it like King Crimson? No, it's unclear whether it erases even the effects in between, so maybe it's different from King Crimson. Petra, there's no need to worry about getting sick, and it gives us the power to create the precious time we need. Knowing that is good enough for now. Petra came to that conclusion. Meili gave a look of bewilderment, and Subaru mused over it in his own way. She could have understood what Subaru meant, but she felt it would have been a waste of time and thought to dwell on the contents of his speech. If she had the time, she would like to confirm all the memories and knowledge that had been poured into her mind and become someone who knew everything about Subaru. But, Petra, Klein Nai-sama, can I ask you something? Far from fulfilling that desire, the time spent on it would have been a waste, and so Petra prompted Klein. The lens of his monocle glistened and Klein nodded. Yes. Timely. Considering the phenomenon he was preparing to bring about, his attitude was reassuringly calm. Then, while Petra was admiring that, Meili tugged on her sleeve with a, "Hey, Meili, Petra-chan, about the compensation we were talking about early, Petra. It's okay, Klein Nai-sama said it was good. Meili, that's not what I mea and T. I don't know the reason myself, but if you have to lose something, Petra-chan, then I don't like it. Petra. Lose something. Meili seemed overwhelmed by her emotions, and Petra blinked in surprise at her words. Her friend's frank concern along with Klein's assessment of the compensation she had offered, the emotions that flooded Petra's heart at that moment were intensely complex and profound. With that, Petra smiled at Meili and, Petra. Thank you, Meili-chan. But really, I'll be fine. Meili. If that's a lie, then you're Terry Blee. Petra smiled and nodded at the poorly thought-out threat that had been mustered up after some deliberation. She gently let go of her sleeve and held her hand close to her chest, then looked for Subaru. Petra knew his illusory form would not leave her behind, but it was a matter of principle. When she spotted his translucent form, Subaru was gazing out in the distance at the sand sea. Subaru, if I had been a bit more careful, I wouldn't have caused you so much trouble. In the eastern sky, where the very air cried out in agony, the sky turned a sickening hue, and the sound of the earth being gouged away roared. There the battle between the Sword Saint and the Witch of Envy raged on. It was a clash between two immensely powerful entities that would determine the fate of the world. Seeing Subaru's frustrated expression, watching as he lamented his own inadequacy, Petra was overcome with sadness. Worried about his friend, Subaru did not mention the recent exchange between Petra and Klein, showing respect for Petra's wishes. In essence, Petra could not hide anything from him, as he existed within her mind. If he wanted to, he could easily reveal all the information she had kept from him. However, the imaginary Subaru did not do so. Whether this was due to Subaru's decency and thoughtfulness, or his intention to do as she said, or perhaps because Petra's self-consciousness, affection, and memories were all muddled together, she could not tell. However, regardless of which it was, this was what Petra thought. Whether it was out of consideration or because it was what Petra desired, the way Subaru behaved was based on how Petra Leti saw the real Natsuki Subaru. With that in mind, Petra, Klein Nai-sama, if you would be so kind. Klein. Understood. Commendation. Still embracing her love for Subaru, Petra gave the signal to Klein. Petra, Meili, and Flam. With Petrash pulling the dragon carriage, plus the unconscious Garfield and Ezo, there were 6 people and 1 dragon in total. Adding to that, Subaru, and the little crimson scorpion, the group, with the help of Klein, began their journey. To that end, Petra offered the compensation to O.D. Lagna.
Petra.
In an instant, in the literal blink of an eye, the world shifted, and the compression was finished. When she closed her eyes and opened them again, the scenery had completely changed. The taste of the air on her tongue and skin and the scent of the world that touched her sense of smell had changed dramatically, and Petra realized the authority had been used.
Petra.
For a moment, Petra closed her eyes and thought about the reality of running away. However, she set aside her sentimentality with a momentary prayer, then focused her attention on the task at hand. From this point on, Petra and her companions could not afford even a single misstep.
Indeed, Petra gathered her resolve and...
Whoa! What's going on? A dragon carriage just appeared out of nowhere.
Is it Reinhard? Only he could do something so ridiculous.
Am I dreaming?
Otto. Tattoo. Lend me your soft lap.
Oh, be quiet. What's all the commotion?
Where did you come from?
Petra's enthusiasm was dampened by the noisy and unruly welcome they received at the destination of the compression.
Subaru.
What? Ramji is one thing, but Tonchinkan too.
Tonchinkan.
Why are they with him?
How and why?
And, the final note to add was that Subaru was the first to respond to the warm welcome, loudly expressing his surprise at such an unexpected turn of events.
Ooh.
Petra-chan.
Meili. Are you both okay?
Petra.
HK. Subaru. Emilia-tan.
As soon as Petra saw that change in expression and Emilia rushing towards them, Petra experienced sweet feelings erupting from within her heart. Warm, fuzzy, and sentimental feelings filled her chest to the point it tingled, and her head was overflowing with flowery words praising her beauty and cuteness. Those powerful emotions were not just limited to her appearance, but extended to her mannerisms, her way of speaking, and even the sound of her footsteps.
Petra.
Too blatant, HK. Petra's head reeled from the wave of easy-to-understand, intense emotions that washed over her. Up until now, the biggest influence of the Book of the Dead was undoubtedly the existence of the imaginary Subaru, but the shock caused by seeing Emilia was just as great. Frankly speaking, an overdose of Emiliase might have been life-threatening.
Petra.
Why am I saying such stupid things? Suddenly feeling as if half her consciousness were being taken away, Petra frantically grabbed at her collar, nearly losing sight of what was real, and managed to stay grounded in reality. As expected, the love for Emilia was overflowing in an excessively bold manner. That in itself made her feel a little jealous, but more than that, although Petra was happy to see Emilia again, it bothered her that her own precious feelings toward Emilia were being pushed aside, and she found that difficult to accept. That was why, when Emilia found them and ran up to them with tears in her eyes, her face so beautiful it took Petra's breath away, Petra resisted the urge to think she was EMT and spread her arms wide.
And then,
Petra. Emilia Nitama.
Emilia. Natama.
With a grand slip of the tongue, she startled Emilia just as they were about to have their emotional reunion. She narrowly avoided calling her Emilia-tan, and tried to correct herself, but missed the mark. It was a blunder very uncharacteristic of Petra.
Regardless, Emilia. But thank goodness. Both of you actually came.
Petra. Yes. I am relieved that you are safe, Emilianissima. Overcome with emotion, Emilia embraced Petra, who replied and returned her embrace. In contrast to Petra, Meili, who was also being hugged, reacted awkwardly, gasping, "I can't breathe," and timidly wrapped her arms around Emilia's back.
Subaru, whoa!
It's such a relief to see Emilia-tan safe and sound. Has she gotten even cuter since I last saw her?
She's got so much potential.
While he observed Emilia embracing Petra and Meili from various angles, the floating Subaru was overwhelmed with emotion.
He was getting a bit too excited. But that was understandable.
After all, given the chronology of the Book of the Dead, the last time Subaru had seen Emilia was when she was at her lowest point in the sanctuary. Back then, Petra had not been as close to Emilia as she was now, so she would not have been able to help her. If even Petra felt regretful about that, then the frustration that Subaru experienced up close back then must have been incomparable.
Subaru, oh, my goodness, Petra.
Look, Emilia-tan is walking so energetically.
Petra.
Yeah, she's walking with long strides.
That's great.
Subaru. I'm relieved. I'm so relieved. Because of that, Petra hesitated to pour cold water on Subaru's excitement.
While responding
appropriately to Subaru's enthusiasm, Petra quietly savored a sense of relief. Her relief was due to one thing. Upon seeing Emilia, she was no longer afraid. Petra, the last thing I saw in the Book of the Dead. Trapped in the endless obsessive shadows that surrounded them in the sanctuary, Natsuki Subaru was caught in a web of inescapable torment, and in order to escape the witch, he had resorted to the method of suicide prepared as a form of harassment.
In that final moment, Subaru equals Petra saw it. The terrifying witch of envy had the same face as the person he greatly cherished. Petra.
When she tried to think more thoroughly about the reason, it felt like she was trying to grasp something shrouded in mist, and nothing coherent came to mind. Still, the vivid emotions remained seared into her mind. That was why she was apprehensive about seeing Emilia again. No, that was not quite right. To be precise, she was apprehensive that she might not be able to see Emilia in the same way as before. Petra. But I'm glad it didn't end up that way. Although I'm excited in a different way than before.
Emilia. Huh?
Petra-chan, are you okay? Petra. I'm fine. I'm just happy to see you, Emilianissima. Petra hid her inner conflict and was genuinely happy to be reunited with Emilia, who smiled with wide eyes. In place of Meili, who continued to be stubborn, the little crimson scorpion on her head snapped its pincers, expressing happiness on its master's behalf.
And then there was... Just when I thought it was getting lively, you're here, lass.
There, a low, husky voice interrupted, and Emilia let out a gasp of surprise.
Emilia had left the door open when she rushed in, and a prominent figure standing there knocked on the door and peered inside.
That figure was Emilia, Felt-chan's grandfather. Emilia's eyes widened at the sight of the old man, Ramji, who squeezed himself through the doorway. Hearing Emilia's voice, Ramji gave an amused smile and stroked his bald head.
Ram, the way you say that makes it sound like you really think we're related.
Everyone here calls me Ramji.
But this is the first chance we've had to talk properly.
Emilia. Well, I couldn't talk to you in the castle on the day the royal selection began, and when Felt-chan stole my insignia, there was no time to calm down and talk. Meili, you don't have to worry so much.
I understand the circumstances, so it's okay. Why?
Emilia greeted Ramji, and as she responded to his greeting, she seemed to be worried about Meili in her arms. Meili responded with an attitude that was half annoyed and half appreciative of the concern. The current exchange between the two of them was regarding Emilia's connections with Ramji. She was concerned about the fact that Meili's older sister Elsa was involved in the previous incident where Felt had stolen an insignia that qualified Emilia to participate in the royal selection from her. When thinking about it, these three people had quite a strange connection. If Subaru were to be included, it would be four people with a strange connection. If Reinhard were to also be included, there would be no end to it. Ram, calling ya lass seems inappropriate, given your current position.
May I call you Emilia?
Emilia. Yes, that's fine.
Nice to see you again, Ramji. Subaru, wow.
It feels like a historic moment, these two actually introducing themselves properly.
Petra, don't be so dramatic.
As Emilia and Ramji shook hands and exchanged pleasantries, Petra found it funny that Subaru would use such a grand word like historic.
While there was undoubtedly a sense of poignancy, the way he put it made it sound like he had witnessed the reunion of two people who had not seen each other in over 10 years. But putting Subaru's excitement aside for now,
Emilia, I've heard about Felt-chan too. It must have been quite a difficult time for you and the others, right, Ramji?
Ram,
that's right.
We should talk about that.
Petra. Yes. It will probably take a little while for Klein Naisama to return, so I think we can start without him. It is a race against time after all. Petra added the last part, and Emilia and Ramji nodded deeply at the same time.
Yes, this was a race against time.
That was why Petra and the others resorted to using unfair tactics. Currently, Petra and the others were gathered at the royal residence in the royal capital of Lagunica. Among the Emilia camp, whose members were scattered and acting independently, Emilia's position was clear, and if anyone were to become the central rallying point, it could only be her.
With that in mind, Petra hurried to the royal capital after meeting up with Ramji and the others using Klein's compression. But, Ram, it's shocking to see the state of destruction in the royal capital.
Meili, It's been a while since I've been to the royal capital, but when I last saw it, it wasn't so ruined, and I don't think there were any works of art like the T. Ramji spoke with his arms crossed, and Meili, who was looking out the window, joined in. Unlike the two with prior experience, this was Petra's first time in the royal capital. Fortunately, the memory she had just recalled of the loot house was located in the slums of the royal capital, so she was able to compare it with her memories of the royal capital from the past, when it was still intact. Certainly, the royal capital in her memory did not have many flashy ice towers, and the noble district, with its rows of stately houses, was not in such disarray. Ram, I never liked that awful place, but I never thought the noble district'd be completely destroyed like that. I heard that everyone was evacuated, but still, this is outrageous. Petra, Meili-chan also said that Emilia Nisima made those ice towers, right? Emilia, well, there was a reason I did that. Everyone was really in danger, and I couldn't afford to hold back. Emilia frantically tried to explain the drastic changes to the royal capital that could be seen from the royal residence, which had barely escaped damage. Petra found her frantic movements endearing, and worked with Ramji to sort out what had happened one thing at a time. Petra. So, as expected, Al-san did it. Emilia. That's right. The city was thrown into chaos, all because I couldn't stop Al. Petra. It's not your fault, Emilia Nisima. Had you not created those ice towers, the people of the royal capital would have been in big trouble. That's why you are EMG, Emilia-tan is seriously a guardian angel. Emilia. Yeah, Petra-chan, thank you, Wait, what did you just say? When Emilia blamed herself, Petra shook her head vigorously to deny that she was responsible. Having heard that Al and Volcanica were involved, if anything, Petra felt responsible herself for the devastation that struck the royal capital of Lagunica. She could not help but think that if AL's schemes had been stopped at their source in the Pleiades watchtower, none of this would have happened. Meili, if you start talking like that, there will be no end to IT. Each of us got outsmarted by Helmut-san at every SP. It's Helmut-san and his group who were at fault, don't you TNK? Ram. That's right. It's good to reflect on your shortcomings in order to make up for 'em, but regretting your lack of ability ain't productive. It's an old man's rule of thumb. Emilia. Yeah, you're both right. Al did something bad, and he's the one who has to take responsibility for it. We don't have time to feel sorry for ourselves. Emilia's cheeks tightened at Meili and Ramji's words, and she regained her composure. Seeing Emilia's reaction, Petra let out a small sigh and braced herself. Just as everyone had said, weakness disguised as reflection was a bad habit. There was always a path forward. Subaru, Al must think the same way. Otherwise, he wouldn't have crossed the line to break a Sin Archbishop out of prison. What in the world was he thinking? Subaru picked up on Petra's feelings and grimaced at AL's outrageous behavior in the royal capital. In fact, it was an outrageous act of terrorism to use Volcanica to cause massive damage to the royal capital, but that paled in comparison to his real objective, breaking Gluttony out of prison. The Sin Archbishop of Gluttony, who held a deep connection to Petra and the others, had been allowed to escape. Rom. Just listin, all the things that man has done is mind-boggling. He attacked those connected to the royal candidates and kidnapped one of their knights. He turned Volcanica, the divine dragon and protector of the kingdom, against and used the Witch of Envy to prevent the Sword Saint from taking action. Furthermore, he took one of the royal candidates hostage and invaded the royal capital, where he destroyed half of the noble district and freed an imprisoned Sin Archbishop. Subaru. Damn, isn't that something? How many years in prison would that get him? Petra. He'd probably get the death penalty 100 times over. Once again, the number and severity of of Al and his accomplices' crimes were extraordinary. It seemed as if he was determined to commit every evil deed in the world, but Petra believed that this was done not out of sheer recklessness, but rather something premeditated. Yes, Al had a proper plan, and he was taking the necessary steps to achieve it, which just happened to be a series of crimes that were each close to being the crime of the century. Meili. Maybe it would have been better to reconsider a plan that required the involvement of a Sin Archbishop in the first PLACE? Emilia. There's also the Witch of Envy, so there's no excuse. To begin with, Petra had no reason to make excuses on his behalf. Based on the impression given by the Book of the Dead, Subaru considered Al to be someone from his hometown, someone he did not necessarily dislike, but he clearly went way beyond what was forgivable. In that regard, it would have been fair to say that this was the shared opinion of everyone gathered here. No, everyone involved, including those who were not here. Petra, right now, Klein Nisama is going around to gather everyone else and bring Frederica Nisama and the others here. Emilia Nisama, where is Otto-san? Emilia. Well, about Otto-kun. Petra. That reaction tells me everything. He's being reckless again. Emilia. Ugh. Yeah, that's right. I'm sorry I couldn't stop him. Slumping herself down, Emilia cast her eyes downward, ashamed of herself. But Emilia was not the one at fault. If anyone were to be blamed, it would be Otto, and in this case, he was not entirely at fault either. Among the members of the camp, Otto regularly acted recklessly. Petra, Frederica, and the others always told him he ought to take a break, but this time, that advice was not applicable. In fact, Otto, who wielded the divine protection of the soul of language, was far too reliable in this situation. Petra, using insects and birds for reconnaissance and espionage, huh? That divine protection sure has a lot of devious uses. But that means undertaking a lot of labor in return. Meili. Era, that's exactly right. You can tell Hatto-Nizen is a worry, just by looking at him. Rom, I've been around for a while, but I ain't never heard of the divine protection of the soul of language. The fact that I've never heard of such a useful divine protection's gotta be because no one who's had it has lived long enough for people to hear about it. Meili chuckled, but Petra could not help but agree with Ramji's grim speculation. It was true that overusing the divine protection of the soul of language was dangerous to one's health, and Petra had also witnessed Otto suffering from nosebleeds after using his divine protection excessively in the Empire. That, too, was out of necessity due to the demands of war, where there was no room for half measures. Emilia, he was worried about Subaru and the others, but he was especially concerned about Garfield. He was really determined to do something about it. Petra, Otto bro asked my amazing self to do this, and I messed it up. Those two are so much alike. Meili, Petra-chan, that was a surprisingly good impersonate tie-in. Regardless of Emilia and Meili's surprised reactions, it was easy to imagine Otto and Garfield wanting to do something reckless in such a situation. Still in a comatose state, Garfield had been left in the care of the Royal Capital's medical center, but caution had to be taken to ensure that he would not blame or hurt himself once he regained consciousness. Petra, I hope Frufa-chan will be able to keep Otto-san calm. With that, Petra worried about the well-being of the absent Otto. No matter what sort of insect or animal he attempted to communicate with, Otto himself had to be present to interpret the information gathered. For this reason, Otto was tracking AL's gang on his own, or rather, with his longtime partner and beloved dragon, Frufu. Subaru. Otto. I'm afraid he'll mess up at a crucial moment, and I don't know how much I'll be able to rely on him. Petra. If Otto-san were to hear that, he'd probably have the angriest face ever. Subaru had a tendency to take everything on by himself. Not just Otto, but anyone in the camp would be angry if they were told that. But Petra thought Otto would be the most frightening. Nevertheless, it was true that Otto should not bear this burden alone. If Klein could have brought Ram along, they could have shared the burden with the help of her clairvoyance. And then, just as she thought that, Petra suddenly remembered. Petra. Hey, Emilia Nisama, there's something I wanted to ask you. Emilia. HM? What is it, Petra-chan? Petra. I don't know if you've noticed, Emilia Nisama, but on the way here, Meili-chan and I suddenly started feeling sick. The question Petra had asked related to the events which occurred just after Flam had used the divine protection of Mindspeak with her sister Gracies in order to locate Ramji and the others, and as they were discussing rushing to the royal capital. Suddenly, Petra's entire body broke out in goosebumps, and she was struck by an unsettling feeling within her heart. Petra was so shocked, she had wondered if it was a side effect of the Book of the Dead, or if Reinhard had lost and the Witch of Envy was coming for her. But Meili was experiencing the same sensation, so they concluded that it was neither. Petra. But given the situation, right? Flam-chan and Ramo-jisen weren't affected, but Meili-chan, Klein Nisama, and I all felt it. In this case, I thought it might not be entirely unrelated to Al-san. Emilia Nisama. It was an unusual situation, and even after discussing it with Meili and Klein, they had arrived at no conclusion. Upon seeing Emilia's reaction, Petra stopped sharing this potentially sensitive information. Emilia was staring intently with her beautiful amethyst eyes, her cheeks stiffening.
It was clear from her reaction that she understood what was said. Emilia, that really creepy feeling, it's probably the work of the Sin Archbishop of Gluttony. Subaru, did she say? Gluttony? Meili, it felt awful.
Subaru frowned at the mention of a Sin Archbishop, one of their most hated enemies, and Meili stuck out her tongue. Petra also put her hand on her chest, motioning with her eyes, prompting Emilia to continue. Emilia, I'm not exactly sure what happened.
But Al made Gluttony. Roy, do something. And then I suddenly felt sick and while my vision was spinning. Petra, Al-san and Gluttony both got away? Emilia, yes, that's right. Emilia's shoulders slumped dejectedly, as she weakly nodded. In response to Emilia's reply, Petra glanced at Ramji, and the wise old man in charge of the felt camp stroked his head with his large hand and said, Ram, when this was just about Petra and Meili, I was thinking it was just some kind of misunderstanding, but with Emilia feeling the same way on top of that, and Gluttony being involved, I don't have a good feeling about this.
Petra, what do we have in common?
We're all Emilia Nisima's allies, maybe?
Meili, it would be easier to figure out if Fong Onizen was awake, or if Hat Onizen wasn't keeping quiet over there, or if Subaru Onizen hadn't been capped to red.
Subaru, including the current me, we're three idiots with bad timing.
As Petra had predicted, Al was involved, but the fact that Gluttony was also involved made the uncertainty surrounding the unknown attack even more dire. Leaving Spica behind in the Empire had begun to feel like a mistake. Spica, too, despite her many trials and tribulations, was one of the Sin Archbishops of Gluttony. Petra. No, I shouldn't think like that.
I'm not the master. What could be done and what could not be done, what would be useful and what would not.
If she were to start to determine a person's value from that perspective, she would quickly become like Roswell. Insight could be honed as much as one liked, but it was essential to be cautious to avoid losing one's humanity. Ram, for now, let's just be aware of Gluttony's actions.
So, according to your Internal Affairs Minister, their destination is Emilia, Kararaji, the Grand Mogulade Geyser.
Ramji attempted to change the direction of the conversation to move away from the inconclusive discussion, and Emilia picked up on his words.
That was the final destination of Al and his accomplices, and the circumstances that led to this discovery were,
Ram, they took Felt, and she left behind a message for you guys.
I trust Felt completely, but I'm unsure about ya.
Emilia, you mean Otto Kuhn? I believe in him not just 100 times, but 1,000,000 times over.
Petra, Emilia Nisima, you're talking about quantity, but it's supposed to be a percentage. Still, it sounds cool.
Emilia's answer, which was not bound by the concept of percentages, warmed Petra's heart, while Ramji and Meili looked on with wry smiles. But Emilia answered Ramji's questions thoroughly, which was typical of her.
Subaru, you're not just cute, you've gotten incredibly strong, Emilia-tan. Subaru stared at Emilia with a look of wonder. The fact that this Subaru was from the middle of solving the issues in the sanctuary made it difficult for him to understand how Emilia had managed to grow and become so amazing. She wanted to tell him that the Emilia of today had been forged in a three-legged race together with Subaru. Petra, no, there's Beatrice-chan too, so it's a four-legged race. If that's the logic, then I want to join too, and Garfsan will get sulky if you don't include him. Meili-chan, what about you?
Meili,
what are you talking about? It's kind of scary when you suddenly start talking like Subaru Oniza N.
Subaru. That's definitely something I would say, but Meili seems to understand it a bit too well, don't you think? With a touch of lingering deep emotion, Subaru gave a wry smile at Petra and Meili's conversation.
Regardless, Ramji seemed to be satisfied with Emilia's answer, and it was shared that Al and his companion's final destination was indeed the Grand Mogulade Geyser.
To be honest, she did not know what was in that place. But,
Emilia, since we know where they are going, we should be able to get there first with Klein-san's help.
Petra.
Right. Ramojisen, Tonchinkin-san and the others are.
Ram. At present, everyone except the seriously injured Shuda entered the nearby town as instructed. That Klein boy. We can't overuse his power, ain't that right?
We'll plan accordingly.
Ramji shrugged his broad shoulders, showing his understanding of Klein's authority without asking for further explanation. Thanks to the compensation offered by Petra, the restrictions binding Klein's authority, compression, were lifted. However, depending on the number of times it was to be used and the number of people involved, even that would become unable to completely cover the cost. First, they would need to prepare the field with the fewest number of people. Then they would deploy as many people as possible once they had finished assessing the situation. Thanks to the reckless actions of Otto, a ray of hope appeared in the midst of the preparations. Furthermore, the more information they gathered about what sort of lineup Al and his party planned to arrive with before reaching their final destination, the better. That was when. The means to accomplish those goals are already in our hands. Opportunity. Hearing that voice, Petra and the others turned around in unison, seeing the person whom they had been waiting for. Klein bowed, taking in their full attention. It was exactly the person they had wanted to talk to. Emilia's expression brightened up as she exclaimed, "Klein-san!" as if he had been waiting for the perfect moment. "Emilia, thank you for bringing Petra-chan and the others. Thanks to you, we were able to reunite properly." Klein, "I require no thanks. I returned to Miriela on my own accord, and it was Petra's support that enabled me to meet your expectations. Encouragement. More importantly, my apologies for returning late. Remorse. Petra, I don't think you are particularly late, but did something happen?" Klein Naisama. Klein slowly shook his head in apology, and Petra tilted her head in confusion. Certainly, considering the nature of compression, it could be said that Klein took some time to arrive at the royal residence. However, there must have been a need to explain the situation to the other parties at the pickup location, so it did not seem like something that would warrant an apology for being late. Perhaps it was a manifestation of his perfectionism, a trait of someone who was good at his job. Klein looked at Petra while she was thinking this and said, "No. Negative." Klein, as for the reason for the delay, rather than explaining it in words, it would be best for you all to experience it firsthand, as this would be the quickest and most reliable way to understand. Personal experience. Subaru. First-hand. Petra. Experience. Petra and Subaru tilted their heads at the unnatural choice of words used to explain his tardiness. Emilia and Meili seemed to have the same question, and Ramji, who was in the most objective position, crossed his arms and watched with interest to see what would happen. Then, as everyone watched, Klein moved to the side of the room's entrance. "Ha! Kept you waiting, huh?" With a dignified presence, a maid with pink hair strode boldly into the room, her brashly arrogant behavior perfectly suited to her. It was none other than Ram. The woman Klein had retrieved and rejoined with was wearing a maid outfit for the first time in a while, and Petra, who was also a maid, felt quite nostalgic for the uniform, since it had been a long time since she had been able to wear one. However, Emilia, "Ram, you came, ah?" Emilia was about to run up and greet Ram in her maid uniform with a smile, but her words were cut off. She stopped in her tracks, and the hand that had been reaching out to take Ram's hand was pressed against her own forehead. "Emilia, Emilia let out a confused-sounding voice. Although she should have been worried about what had suddenly happened, Petra was unable to do so. This was because Petra, like Meili and Emilia, was racked by the same indescribable feeling. "Petra, this is..." The moment Petra saw Ram, she was overcome by a massive, inexplicable, indescribable feeling of turmoil welling up from inside. Petra felt an unbridled, enigmatic feeling similar to the nausea she had described earlier, which had been attributed to gluttony. However, while she had felt strong malice in that previous instance of discomfort, she did not feel anything of the sort this time. This was not like that, but rather a different, stronger, more powerful attraction. Seeing Ram in a maid uniform brought out something intense from within, and the answer to that attraction appeared immediately behind Ram. It was, "Apologies for being late to join you, Emilia-sama." With that, a blue-haired maid dressed in the same maid uniform as Ram stood beside her and performed a graceful curtsy. Of course, it was a familiar face. However, as far as Petra knew, she was not in a position to perform with such perfect manners and wear a maid's uniform. No, that was not right either. Once again and again and again her perception changed. No, that was not right. It was absurd to think that she lacked the knowledge and manners of a maid. After all, she was the first person in this world to show Natsuki, Subaru, and Petra, who still had been a village girl at that time, what it meant to be a proper maid. That attraction reminded Petra Leti of this.
Namely, the one who stood there was.
To get back that person. No, Subaru-kun, Rem will use any means necessary.
Yes, the Roswell Mansion's original versatile helpful maid, known for her polite but sharp tongue, Rem, looked straight ahead with her pale blue eyes as she declared so.
Chapter 35. The Awakening Star.
1.
When Rem returned to the Roswell Manor, she was unable to regain any sensation of coming back home whatsoever.
Rem, do you see it?
That is the mansion belonging to Roswell-sama, the place where Ram and the others are employed.
Rem, our workplace. As Ram indicated the picturesque scenery endued by rays of the sun falling bright, a sight visible from the window of the dragon carriage, Rem's pale blue pupils blinked and her eyelids quivered at Ram's words. They had shared a dragon carriage and headed towards the industrial city of Kostual, and it had been a while since they boarded the dragon carriage prepared there for their return journey to drop them off. What entered her sight was her home, absent in recollection.
A towering gate, and beyond it, a splendid mansion.
The Roswell Mansion, with greater extravagance than even the Brstet's residence she had sojourned in with Katya in the Valachian imperial capital, was a building with elegance incapable of being forgotten after a single glimpse. Yet, Ram. Well, Rem, I apologize, Ne-sama.
Rem, spiritless, shook her head and apologized for failing to respond to her elder sister's hopes.
Rem had made the journey thus far apart from Subaru or Amelia and the others who had to move separately towards separate goals, and had made her way back to the mansion with Ram.
Having anticipated witnessing many things that would stimulate her memories, yet none so far had managed to bestow truth to that anticipation.
And it seemed that the mansion was no exception, the same mansion so valuable to Rem and Ram.
Ram. I see.
But it can't be helped. After all, it was quite a while ago that Ram and Rem worked in this mansion, and the mansion deeply memorable to Rem is not in this place. Rem.
Ha! Ram. Incidentally, the previous mansion was lit aflame by a vexed Otto and therefore is no longer extant.
Would have thought of taking a detour to visit it had it remained not ashen to the ground. Rem. Otto-san did, yet he didn't seem to be a person of such kind. Rem's eyes gyrated at the appended report, with further bewilderment at the information about Otto that Ram had recited.
The internal affairs minister of the camp, Otto was a mild-mannered person, an inseparable friend and ally to Subaru, and a completely sleepless individual according to Petra and Frederica. The information of him, furthermore setting the mansion ablaze in vexation, detracted from his character. It might have been, as they say, that people do not match their appearances, and it might have been a good thing to accept that now.
Rem, including that person, are Amelia-san's allies all a gathering of such people? Like Garfield and Roswell-san too. Ram, it's Roswell-sama. Rem, Roswell-sama too.
Ram, good girl. But, to group Roswell-sama together with those three, bad girl, Remington Roswell-sama is wise and proficient, the person said to be the most excelling magician in this world.
Compared to him, those three, they're the worth of one person when you put all three of them together. No, about the worth of half a person. Rem, half a person as three people together. Imagining Otto, Garfield, and finally Subaru riding atop each other's shoulders, Rem then arranged Roswell, capable of flying via magic, beside the three in her mind. And upon lining them up, albeit Rem was ignorant of what difference would lie between them, it seemed Ramsay was not mistaken. Even now, with null prospects of her memories returning, for Rem, the faith and endearment she felt coming from the familiarity she could feel from Ram, her twin elder sister, that alone was indubitably genuine. For that was the definitive nexus, which connected the Rem of the past with the present. Rem, that manner of thinking, will purchase a scolding from Priscilla-san. Bitter sentiments surfacing in her mind, Rem recollected the gaze of a woman, fiery scarlet in hue. She, who had engraved a marked impact onto Rem's way of thinking and progressing, would never bless a bearing of fixating and clinging onto the past. In the same way, she would never favor a Rem flattered by Ram, entrusting herself to the nectar of faith. Rem did not wish to be disliked by Priscilla, nor did she wish to walk an ashamed path of life. Hence, she reprimanded her heart verging on pessimism, slapped her cheeks, and lifted her visage. Rem, but Ne-sama, going by this, then wouldn't that mean there won't be many paths to my memory's return, even upon returning to that mansion?
Ram, hoo-hoo, swift grasp. An astute little sister makes Ram proud as well. Rem, no, not at all.
I do not think that is anything deserving of such praise from you, Ne-sama.
Ram. However, just whose elder sister do you think the Ram standing here is? Do you think Rem's Ne-sama, would make such an oversight?
With her hand on her chest, Ram declared so with a visage brimming in confidence.
Rem earnestly shamed her own misapproximated worries at Ram's bold utterance.
Ram had foreseen it without needing to be told by Rem. What roused curiosity, then, were Ram's ideas?
Rem, if we are returning to the mansion, yet that itself is not the goal, then, is the goal a person?
Ram, who knows?
Whether your answer is correct, you will be able to ascertain soon. Ram smiled at Rem's estimation, as the dragon carriage stopped at roughly the same time.
Feeling the jolting long kept at bay by the divine protection of wind evasion, Rem was shaken as Ram stood up and gallantly proffered her hand to her.
Ram. Well then, we've arrived.
Let's go. Rem. Yes, Ne-sama. Taking Ram's hand, Rem restrained her chest, faintly jouncing in anxiety, and dismounted from the dragon carriage. As Ram spoke to the driver who had carried them thus far, Rem took a step forward from the dragon carriage and captured in her view the mansion and the serene front garden beyond the bars of the iron gate. Rem. This place is... As Rem narrowed her pale blue eyes, the mansion reflected within her pupils. Indeed, she possessed no recollection of. Nevertheless, apprehending the attentive management that reached the building and flower beds, the hedges, and every nook and cranny that shaped the mansion, she inadvertently straightened her posture. Regardless of the presence or absence of her memories, if Rem were to abide in this mansion hereon, then her position would surely be that of a servant like Ram and Frederica.
Rem, you should just live a healthy and carefree life every day. For a moment the impression of Subaru vocalizing this came to mind, but Rem forcibly repelled this overindulging phantom.
Subaru, for certain, would likely say something along those lines, but he was toiling at something else at this moment. Incomparable to Rem, right now, in order to console the one who sustained lacerations on his heart from losing Priscilla, he was...
Oh? Hearing a sudden bellow, Rem drew back with an eek.
She could tell the voice came from beyond the bars, that was to say, from the grounds of the mansion.
Present there was the form of a young girl, her miniature hands gripping the bars, eyes wide and frozen steady. Adorable features, adorned with long, pink hair.
Height seeming to indicate about 11 or 12 years of age and a black garb enveloping her entire body save for her head, the young girl widened her spherical eyes and fixed her gaze upon Rem. Rem had recollections of this girl, from the vortex of the cataclysm within the Empire. Rem, why you are, the witch who brought on the great disaster.
Ram, Ryuzu-sama, thank you for the welcoming.
She shuddered in fear, as the bearer of the great disaster extended a finger towards her.
Beside Rem's horror at the sudden, implausible reunion with the disaster, Ram swiftly stepped forward and spoke to the girl. Rem turned towards Ram with a "huh" at her prosaic behavior, and the witch also scowled at her in a snap.
Ryuzu, Ram,
you're home.
You're home, but you're a quick one. Ram, are you asking Ram to pick you up the way Garf and Frederica do, Ryuzu-sama?
Ryuzu, that ain't what I'm sayin'.
Puttin' that side, that girl. Rem, Ne-sama, who is this person?
The witch who had plotted the ruin of the Empire, her name being Sphinx. However, Ram referred to the girl before her eyes with a disparate name, Ryuzu.
Ryuzu's line of sight once again on her, Rem perplexedly glanced at Ram. At the reaction of the two, Ram gently placed her hand atop Rem's shoulder.
Ram, kindly give your name to her.
Ram. Despite the absence of even a minimal explanation, Ram's calm timbre marvelously soothed Rem's roiled heart.
Her disarray naturally coming undone, Rem turned towards Ryuzu, stabilizing her breath, and steadily gazing into her opponent's eyes. Rem, I'm Remington.
Am I right to assume that you are Ryuzu-san?
Ryuzu,
I see. Yeah. Yeah.
I'm Ryuzu, Remington.
Rem gave her name and inquired hers, to which Ryuzu momentarily had a distant glint in her eye, then softly nodded. From her response, Ram's attitude, and the fact that she was on the premises of Roswell's mansion, Rem was at last able to harbor conviction that the girl before her and the Witch of the Empire were separate persons.
Rem, even so, the resemblance is exceeding.
Ram. Yes.
There's a saying that there's at least 3 people in the world with a face that resembles yours, but in Ryuzu-sama's case, there are about 10 times that.
Hence, also 10 times her crudity. Ryuzu. What a detestable thing to say at a moment the elderly be gettin' all emotional.
Rem alluded to the misleading nature of her appearance, as Ryuzu scolded Ram for her reply. It was tellable from their exchanges as well, but the two had a fairly relaxed relationship. Judging from Ryuzu's attitude, she must have also been someone who had a deep relationship with the Rem of the past. Rem. Forgive me.
But, I don't remember anything.
Ryuzu. No matter, ain't nothin' to be apologizin' fair. I am.
Ram. Ram's little sister.
She has the same hair color as Ram, after all.
Rem. That's true.
Huh, but if she is Ne-sama's little sister, then that means… Ram interrupted Ryuzu and divulged a shocking truth. Her breath taken away by stupefaction, Rem compared Ram and Ryuzu, deeming a convincibility in their hair colors.
However, Ram and Rem were supposed to be twins, so inevitably, Rem and Ryuzu's relation would come down to being
Rem. Also my little sister?
Ryuzu.
Cut cackle, Ram. This what I'm sayin'.
S the bad influence of Lil Rose and Lil Sue.
Ram. To enumerate them as equals? Even you, Ryuzu-sama, have things you are and aren't allowed to do.
Ryuzu. Ain't something you should be sayin' with that tone. The brows of her cute face upraised, Ryuzu yelled aloud, to which Ram furrowed her eyebrows. Watching the quarrel between the two, Rem finally gauged that Ram had spoken in jest. Rem. Now that I think of it, it would certainly be strange for Ne-sama to address Ryuzu-san with Sama, if she were mine or Ne-sama's little sister.
Ryuzu. In that case, you could mistake 'em for a father or mother, depending on the situation, leaving the possibility of them being a blood sister to an important someone.
Can't say that's some kind of perfect rebuttal.
Rem. That is also true. Then, you really are mine and Ne-sama's?
Ryuzu. Nah. Don'tcha mistake it fair anything, but a bad joke of Ram's. Seriously, what a headache. Ryuzu heaved a heavy sigh, to which Ram had her tongue slightly peeking out. She had been played like a fiddle it seemed, but thinking back to it even along their journey to this place, Ram had quite often stumped Rem in her playfulness, and in doing so granted her salvation. For Rem, quick to drown for the slightest of reasons, Ram's way, abounding in conviction and humor, was truly akin to the warmth of the sun.
Rem. I believe Ne-sama is a wonderful person,
including this playfulness.
Ryuzu. From what was informed in the bird mail, ain't been too many days since you reunited, yet Tavi tamed her this much. Ram. Tame her is a boorish way to put it.
It was simply devoted sincerity and love.
Ryuzu. Fair that, you're frolicin' too much to an uncharacteristic level, Ram.
Though I do understand your happiness for being able to live with your lil sis after her finally waking up from her never-endin' sleep.
Ram. How cheeky for a mere Ryuzu-sama. Ryuzu. You get in attack mode when you're hiding your embarrassment, so never mind me, but I wish you'd have some consideration with Lil Gar.
Now then.
Ram faintly frowned.
Rem was struck with admiration at the rare state of her elder sister being cornered, when Ryuzu stepped away from the bars after having been leaning upon the iron gate.
Ryuzu. Es weird to keep talking at the gate.
I also want to give a big hug to my granddaughter's fair comin' back safe and sound.
Rem. Granddaughters?
Ram. That's the best joke she could come up with. Kindly laugh for her.
Ryuzu. It means that's how much I think of ya. As Ryuzu tapered her lips, Rem's own lips loosened even through her perplexment. Not because Ram had told her to, it just spontaneously happened in response to Ryuzu's thoughtfulness. Above all, for Ryuzu to treat Rem and Ram as granddaughters despite looking younger than them was a truly apocryphal element, even taking her thoughtfulness into account.
Rem, Beatrice John was the same way, but is it the tendency of young children to act older than they are?
Ram.
It would seem so. Beatrice-sama's true self appears when she is atop Barusu's lap.
Rem. Considering her cuteness, I would have to agree.
Spica was the same way, but it befitted children best to be like children, laughing to their fullest.
Not just Beatrice, but if Ryuzu also stopped trying to act older and smiled suitably for her age, just how adorable she would be. Immersed in these introspections, Rem's cognizance momentarily paused at what immediately followed.
Ryuzu. Now then everybody, let's open the gates.
Upon apprehending what Ryuzu had vocalized, the iron gate to the mansion slowly began to open.
That by itself was good.
Without issue. The issue lay beyond the gate's opening.
The gate's latches unfastened, the gateway opening to the inside. Moving it were several persons abiding by Ryuzu's calling, each with hair and ornaments that adorned them differing per the respective liking of each, yet all of them wore the same face as Ryuzu.
Namely, those girls possessed an identical visage as the witch Sphinx.
Rem. Eek.
Expectably overwhelmed, without curtail, Rem screeched to her limit.
Ooh.
That scream baffled me, but I understand. Most certainly anyone would be astonished after seeing Ryuzu-sama and her sisters, Piko-sama and the rest.
Rem. For you to say that, gives me some relief. Rem hung her head in shame before the blonde-haired maid who indicated her sympathy. The greeting with Ryuzu at the gate, and the frightening affairs that followed, the entrance of more than 10 girls bearing the same face as Ryuzu's, made her feel incredibly embarrassed for her delirious response to it. Rem. Even though Ne-sama had apprised me that the amount of people who had a face identical to Ryuzu-san was 3 times 10, yet I reckon she was only joking. Ryuzu. The way Ram spoke, but you also can't fault yourself fair thinking that way. Remington fair you ta not think of it as a joke be blind belief, and I can't say I approve of that. You speak of it quite nonchalantly, but would it not be good for you to take a look in the mirror yourself as well, Ryuzu-sama? If you continue to cause problems so frequently that it will be impossible to discount them despite your adorable appearance, then it will be about time I took matters in my own hands. Ryuzu. Why you're scaring me.
Glowered by those somewhat tranquil eyes, Ryuzu curled up in reflection.
This made Rem loosen her lips at last as she corrected her hunched posture. She had never predicted such a commotion would be stirred up even before she had entered the mansion's premises, but now that she had been permitted to pass inside, she could not keep moping this way forever. Although, Rem, I caused you trouble by making a ruckus.
Sylphie. I am Sylphie Elmart, previously Cornea's. But I divorced. I have been entrusted to attend to the mansion during everyone's absence.
Rem. The mansion. Then, were you also a co-worker of mine and Ne-sama's, Sylphie-san? Rem inquired of the maid, Sylphie, who gently lowered her back and bowed.
Albeit a matter of course, it was likely that all of the women who worked at Roswell's mansion were acquaintances of Remington surely. She must have troubled them owing to her slumber.
However, Sylphie shook her head and denied Rem's concern with a no.
Sylphie, I am still a newcomer, so I have never worked with Rem-sama and the others. In addition, I have been employed not by the Margrave, but by Milord-sama.
Furthermore, Rem. Furthermore,
Sylphie, my master is myself alone, and my heart's master is nobody but Emilia-sama.
Overawed by Sylphie's gaze, perfused with potent willpower, Rem's head unwittingly inclined backward.
The unordinary allegiance Sylphie had attested for Emilia.
It could also be discerned from the flawless maintenance of the entry hall, the passageways, and the parlor she was presently in, all of which she had seen on her way around the mansion under Sylphie's guidance.
In accordance with her impression of the mansion from the outside, the professionalism was remarkable. This work incontrovertibly emanated from the emotions which exalted Emilia as even the master of her heart.
Rem.
Sylphie-san, have you known Emilia-san for a long time? Sylphie. No, it has only been a few months since we met. And that, too, was an exceedingly limited time frame in which I was able to be in her company personally.
Rem. And yet you devote such emotion?
Sylphie. It is what that person did for you, rather than the length of time you spent with them, that determines to what extent that person will comprise your heart, is it not?
Rem. That's... Taken aback by the unexpected reply, Rem cast her gaze downward at Sylphie's subsisting words.
What crossed Rem's mind in this moment were the figures of people she cherished, Spica and Katia.
However, taking also into account that they were relationships Rem had fostered anew without her memories, the time Rem had spent with them was not a great number of days by any measure.
Nevertheless, still, Rem resolutely felt them to be irreplaceable. What Sylphie had said was correct.
And as Rem neared this conviction, a clear image of Subaru's visage emerged within her mind, making her purse her lips shut. Sylphie. Rem-sama.
Ryuzu.
She must be befuddled. Sylphie, I'm sure I told you about Rem's circumstance.
Sylphie, you are correct.
My apologies. I lacked forethought.
Rem, no, this is not something you need to apologize for.
It's simply my circumstance.
Ryuzu and Sylphie exchanged glances upon hearing Rem's reply.
Albeit to the heartache of the cordial two, Rem did not wish to speak of her present conflict.
As expressed, it was Rem's own distress, her own anguish to the very end.
Ram, you look downhearted, Remington. Did Sylphie tease you or such? Rem. Upon the voice abruptly calling for her, Rem raised her face and gazed at the parlor's entrance. Standing there was Ram, having momentarily parted from her in the middle of guiding her towards the parlor to see to certain business. As Ram belatedly enjoined them, Rem gulped and inhaled with eyes wide at her appearance.
For Ram stood there in an unfamiliar maid guise.
Rem, ne sama that attire.
Ram, were you not told so multiple times? Ram is the mansion's, Roswell Sama's maid. Rem was inadvertently captivated by Ram, who combed down her pink hair and replied in exuberance. Looking at Ram all the same as Rem, Ryuzu exhaled a jaunty, "Ah. Ryuzu, been a minute since we seen Ram in this kinda attire, ain't that so?"
Ram. Indeed.
Ram had been wearing her travel clothing for some time, so it feels refreshing.
Sylphie. So refreshing that it would seem some parts of the uniform are disordered in the manner they have been worn. May I fix them? Ram. Is that so?
Then you are requested to. Beside the mesmerized Rem, Ryuzu was enthralled as Sylphie attentively began assisting with Ram's dressing.
While Sylphie's hands adjusted her uniform, Ram met Rem's gaze by closing one eye and winking at her.
Ram, this is the maid uniform that Ram and Rem wear whilst working in the mansion.
Rem, I think it is wonderful. But, Ram, but,
Rem, doesn't it expose a bit more skin compared to Sylphie-san's uniform? Just what difference could it be that person was behind it? Comparing the maid outfits of Ram and Sylphie, Rem bore this misgiving whilst hugging her own shoulders. It was a lovely outfit, to be sure, but the discrepancy was much too clear and its intent unknown. And when she thought back to it, in the Empire, Subaru would often vest convoluted sentiments within her by alluding to Rem's attire, telling her what would be cuter, what would make her more alluring, etc. The memories of those times were resurrected by the uniforms before her eyes.
Rem, I did think he had an abnormal obsession in even the attire of others, but for it to show up even here. Sylphie, it would seem a misunderstanding has occurred, Ram-sama?
Ram.
Indeed.
Ram personally is not concerned whatsoever by how much Barusu's repute falls to the gutter in Rem's mind, but it is amusing to have credit stolen.
Rem. Credit, you say?
Ram.
Yes.
This maid uniform's alteration was something Ram personally proposed and adjusted.
All of it was because
Ram wished to wear a uniform with better mobility?
Is what it was supposed to be. Ryuzu, where'd that confidence of yours go all of a sudden?
As Ram's confidence uncharacteristically wilted by the end of her utterance, Ryuzu tilted her head. Upon Ryuzu's delineation, Ram muttered, "Quite incomprehensible." Ram. To be skeptical of one's own opinion, how unpleasant. The reason why Ram proposed the uniform's alteration was, probably, not supposed to be something so randomly offhand like that.
Sylphie. Why you say that for your own opinion?
Ram. It feels to be a scheme of the uniform's provider. It is irksome for being a thought akin to Barusu's, but if they wanted to make Rem wear a cute uniform, that would be much more convincing. Sylphie. I see, most certainly.
I am persuaded.
One finger on her lips, Sylphie for some reason endorsed Ram's inference. Judging from the flow of this conversation, Sylphie probably had the urge to dress someone in cute clothes as well. In reality, in a world where the plural majority of memories surrounding Rem had disappeared, the true nature of Ram's malaise and the correct answer to it would likely never be known.
Ram. If so, then Ram will believe what she wishes to believe. Unafraid of what anyone else may ever think, you see. Rem. I'm sure Ne-sama would have found Priscilla-sama agreeable as well, albeit confined in small companionships of Rem's, but as noble and powerful women, Priscilla and Ram had radiant and suspired commonalities. Had Priscilla been alive and well, There would have been a future in which the two would have come to good terms with one another through Remington. Or, they would have collided against one another as natural enemies. Anyhow, her suspicions towards Subaru concerning the maid uniforms seemed misplaced. Rem. But, it's all because that person is constantly doing such misleading things. Ryuzu. If you're talking 'bout Lil Su, it's a pity you give flack to him. Rem. Ryuzu-san, you're able to say this because you haven't witnessed that person say all sorts of nonsense and cross-dress as a woman. Ryuzu. To think. Lil Su was cross-dressin' even in the Empire. He ought to be learnin' some manners.
Sylphie. Cross-dress as a woman?
Despite the presence of Emilia Sama's person? With what purpose? Depending on that answer.
Ryuzu's reaction evinced that Subaru truly was a repeat offender.
Sylphie expressed a stern displeasure upon hearing this, and Rem was determined to grill him about this once again in her mind.
During this exchange, Sylphie completed her dressing of Ram.
Ram swiftly twirled, the hem of her skirt overturning, as she exuberantly stroked her hair upward.
Ram. Nothing uncomfortable. Good work, Sylphie.
Sylphie. Your compliment is an honor, is what I will state for the record.
Ram. It's Ram's commendation, so kindly accept it without feeling shy.
That's not all. From a cursory glance, you've attended to the mansion quite meticulously as well.
Sylphie. I did live days of subservience beneath an unsalvageable husband Sama. Should even a speck of dirt be fallen onto the floor, each wife would bear the corollary of being worthless.
Infuriates me to even remember. Although recently, he reaped what he had sown.
Having corrected Ram's uniform in an instant, Sylphie spoke of her previous place of employment. No, her environment, perhaps.
It could be glimpsed through her words and conduct how debilitating that place was, to which Rem also felt a great sympathy. And before this Rem, with her shift into a flawless maid, Ram gently set a cup of tea. Ram. Here, you must be parched after all of Ryuzu-sama and Sylphie's inquiries.
Ryuzu. Painting us as villains even when you're just handing a cup of tea, eh?
Ram. Ha!
Scoffing an exhale at the sour-lipped Ryuzu, Ram laid out tea for her and Sylphie as well.
Seemingly having brought the serving stand to the corridor, Ram adeptly poured the two's tea and, with her gaze, urged Rem to take a sip. Heeding her direction, Rem no longer constrained herself from enjoying the tea's aroma any further and placed the cup to her mouth, her eyes reflexively dilating.
Rem. Delicious.
Ram.
Isn't it? Brewing tea is Ram's sole specialty as a maid, after all.
Sylphie. You carry yourself with contrasts of seriousness to a nearly enchanting degree. Not that I can say much, since truthfully, I have never had the opportunity to enjoy tea of such quality.
Ryuzu. Even Frederica's always happy to say this one's peerless. Sylphie and Ryuzu also yielded in defeat to the triumphant Ram and sipped their tea,
savoring the aroma entering her nostrils and the flavor atop her tongue, whilst nodding to the twos. Voicing, Rem took a sudden notice to Ram's gentle gaze. Affection and a somber hope sojourned within. Rem. Ah! Ram would never aver. But surely, she must have conferred her hopes onto even the flavor of this tea. It was not arduous to imagine that before losing her memories, Rem also surfeited the flavor of this esteem, of this tea which only Ram could make.
In reality, her serving of the tea, artful enough to bedew one's tear ducts in captivation, seemed to imbue every fragment of Rem's body with affection. It did not, however, stimulate Rem's memories, and forge the outcome longed for. Rem. It is very, truly very delicious.
But, placing the cup she had finished sipping from upon the table, and with eyes closed, Rem spoke so evasively.
However, to Rem's conduct, Ram smiled with a stupid.
Ram. This was simply brewing some tea.
Nowhere near any necessity for cute Rem to apologize. Sylphie. Ram-sama, you may have made her apologize due to your stabbing gaze.
My former husband Sama was an inordinately temperamental person, but he kept in good spirits if he were to just receive apologies in the meanwhile. Ryuzu. Oh dear Ram, would you pour another cup of tea for Sylphie?
I feel so awful fair this girl.
Sylphie. Why would you feel so? Contrary to feeling pity, I am rejoicing in the freedom which I never had before.
Slightly furrowing her eyebrows, Sylphie informed Ryuzu, eyes sorrowful, of her incredulity. Complying with Ryuzu's entreaty, Ram began preparing a second cup for Sylphie. Whilst glimpsing Ram's back, once again did Rem ardently, fervently resolve. I want to respond to the people who are so good to me. 3. After leaving the parlor, Rem followed her curiosity and ambled around parts of the mansion. Every point at which she would stop, Ram, chaperoning her, would retell memories of those places. That's the flower bed where Barusu got his head covered in manure, or, this pillar has gnaw marks from Garf on it, doesn't it? He shall be chided later. Or, the portrait of the great spirit Sama that Emilia Sama and Beatrice Sama drew on the ground, it's still here, endowing her not even the time to relish her forlorn. However, contrary to this embrace and consideration of Ram's, Rem was unable to convene with a fortuitous feeling that pressed her back. Rem, more children resembling Ryuzu-sama. Ram, Pico and the rest. After being taken out of the sanctuary, they've been in the midst of learning many things from square one. Rem, I'm also in a similar circumstance to those girls, or Sylphie-san and the others, aren't I? Unlike the awfully matured Ryuzu, these young girls appeared as innocent as their appearance suggested. These girls, with a child addressed as Pico as the first, were noticeable at every corner of the spacious Roswell mansion, running about assisting maids wearing the same uniform as Sylphie. The pronouncedly diligent girls apparently bore a destiny differing from that of most people by their birth, and now liberated from it, were currently purportedly in the midst of walking a different pathway of life. On one hand were these ladies, maids whose beauty and elegance allured the eyes of many, but from what she had heard, these were women situated in plightful circumstances identical to Sylphie, and all of them had been able to escape with Emilia's aid. In the sense of Ryuzu's sisters as well as these maid girls having their ways of life trifled by destiny, playthings of fate, what crossed Rem's mind was that they were the same as her. However, Rem's thought was appended by Ram's words, starting with an indeed. Ram, regardless of the presence or absence of memories, upon resolving to start walking a new path, usually there is no choice but to start collecting from the beginning.
Rem is not special. Rem. Nay, Sama.
Ram. No, made a mistake.
Rem is special. She is much too beloved to Ram, after all. That revision stated, Rem turned her face away in bashfulness from the magnitude of love bestowed to her.
Of course Rem also felt a powerful kinship and overflooding love towards Ram, but the sense that what Ram gave to her was 10 times, 100 times of what Rem gave, left her disconcerted. Bearing this vexation, Rem and Ram's tour of the Roswell mansion resumed. And before long,
Rem, this is your room. Ram's hand opened the door, her hand gestured toward the room, into which Rem stepped inside. Compared to places inside the mansion she had surveyed, like the reception or the dining halls, the large bath or the secret special training grounds, the lounge, the gardens and the balcony, there were not many points of interest here much like the parlor. Considering the mansion's size, the room given to a mere servitile Rem was quite proper, but not much else.
Rem. A large bed, a bookshelf teeming with poetry collections and illustrated storybooks. A carefully tidied writing desk, placed upon it a vase adorned with vivid flowers. Ram. There was once a time these belongings had been put away without notice, but Barusu brought all of them out and put them all back where they were, saying this was how Rem kept everything.
Rem. That person.
As Rem stood before the bookshelf, Ram conveyed to her Subaru's toil.
Ram's scathing remarks towards Subaru were primarily conspicuous, many of which Rem found agreeable, but the solitude of sincerity in the words she just appended struck Rem's chest.
Pulling out a collection of poetry, she flipped through its pages.
The written verses were all things she had no remembrance of, but these bindings were of literature that the Rem of before must have liked, must have loved.
Many of them somehow seemed to recite love or romance, giving her both a sense of peculiarity and embarrassment towards her past self. Rem, for over a year, I was asleep, right?
After placing the poetry collection back in the bookshelf, Rem sat on the bed and caressed it with her hand, narrowing her eyes. In Rem's stead, once she had plunged into her unawakening slumber, unable to fulfill her duties as a maid, Ram, Frederica, Petra, and the others must have performed the mansion's maintenance and attended to the asleep Remington. Even now, the bed's cushions and sheets had been maintained cleanly, the careful and conscientious work discernible. Next to the bed were faint traces of sun-bleached discolorations on the floor, bearing witness that a chair had been set there for long.
An image came to her mind, of those visiting Rem talking to her from there. That surely must have been Ram, Emilia, and the rest, and finally,
Rem. Ram also wordlessly seated herself beside Rem on top of the bed.
A tender gaze of light crimson watching her profile, Rem closed her eyes and shook her head.
She had not been asked. But she must have made her want to ask.
Of everything in this mansion, of everything in this room, naught inspired Rem's memories.
All that was here was a wealth of affections and love, things that made her feel so, things that illuminated to the unremembering Rem that she used to be happy.
She could ardently, fervently feel this, enough to mist her eyes with tears.
That was precisely why.
Rem, Ne-sama, that makes me really curious. What is that?
The room was luminescent with sunlight filtering through the trees, a tender and gentle atmosphere permeated by compassion, and placed in one corner was a mysterious object. The strangeness of an iron ball, covered in spikes, attached to a chain, lured her eyes. Upon Rem's inquiry, Ram murmured an "ah," as though just taking notice.
Ram,
that's a morning star.
Rem,
Morning star.
Ram, yes. That's what Barusu started calling it, and before long it stuck. Apparently, that is also something Rem treasured.
Rem, me, that thing. Apprised of something exceedingly different from her reminiscences so far, Rem could not help but look back and forth at Ram and the spiked iron ball, the morning star.
Afterwards, she nearly convinced herself this was another one of Ram's mischievous jokes.
Ram also understands your doubt.
But after looking at Barusu, especially preparing a dedicated cloth and oil, and polishing it every day, Ram thinks it's lasted for too long to be simply some worthless joke.
Rem, but doesn't it seem like that person would do something foolish like this?
Ram,
indeed. It's undeniable.
Perhaps a dispute already settled, Ram had a sympathetic response to Rem's objection.
Ram's demeanor made Rem rise from the bed, and she walked towards that morning star. Rem, I don't understand. Upon closer examination, she noticed a handmade iron ball holder had been made for it so that the iron ball spikes did not splinter the floor, a palpable sense of the smallest of considerations.
The cloth and container of oil left at the same spot corroborated Ram's testimony of Subaru polishing it every day.
However, so what? That was all there was to it. Rem, I'm sure this, too, was one of that person's antic.
Like with his cross-dressing, simply expressed in truly limited words, it was unquestionably only some vile thing that reflected Subaru's tastes. Bearing this notion, Rem stooped and touched the iron ball with her fingers.
It was at that moment. Rem. Ha!
Without warning, Rem's vision warped and distorted as she unwittingly fell to the floor on her back.
Disgraceful conduct. But in this moment in time, Rem had no composure to feel ashamed of it or be mindful. Rem.
Fallen onto her rear, her swirling dizziness spiraled the world.
Despite her person's position in this place, the floor and the ceiling became indifferentiable, the white and black of the world inverted. The things she could see and the sound she could hear and the scent she could smell and the air's taste and the sensation of touch, these five senses became nebulous and melded together. Seeing the air, smelling the sounds, touching the scents, tasting the colors, she heard. Rem.
All that she could sense coalesced, convulsing, and even Rem's past, present, and future melded together. A village in the mountains, a flag emblazoned with a wolf impaled by swords, creaking notes of a wheelchair, aware of flying dragons covering the sky, an abominable wail of white gliding through the night sky, a broken horn soaring into a twilight radiated by flames, and a young boy who pleaded with an earnest look, a young boy who raged, a young boy who shed tears, a young boy who laughed.
Rem.
Before long, the impact akin to the recreation of the world burst open like a bubble popping.
Rem.
Her sight, her hearing, her olfaction, her taste, her touch, each was able to see, hear, smell, taste, feel, informing her of the way to live in their correct forms. The nigh scorchingly severe sensation, feeling its received pulsation diffusing blood to every corner of her body, Rem blinked once, twice, thrice. She did not know what in the world had occurred.
Merely,
Rem is.
Still fallen to the floor, she touched her cheek with her trembling hand, ascertaining her existence. The sensation of her fingers' touch faded not.
Fleeting, fallible, fearing to crumble like a castle made of soft sand, Rem did not pour any more strength in her fingers.
Feeling that she, if at all, coveted anything further, then all would vanish.
As Rem was engulfed in this unrejectable dismay and fear, A warm sensation enveloped her from behind. She inhaled, too petrified to even turn around. Hugged tightly by arms wrapping around her from her back, as Rem's mind and heart were inundated about herself, she gained a desire to focus on someone else. And the first one on whom she focused was the presence embracing her from her back.
Rem. Nay sa. Ram. Wait. Ram. Ram. Don't turn around yet.
Right now, for the first time in her life, Ram is feeling disappointed in herself.
All of her attempts to voice, to turn around stifled by that person. Rem stiffened her body.
Ram, whose visage was concealed, her hugging arms, her professing voice, were all trembling. This was exceedingly antithetical, far removed from the image of Ram that Rem knew. At all times, Ram was dignified and gallant, never showing Rem of anything but her majestic form.
That held true when they had reunited in the Empire, when they undertook the journey back to the Roswell mansion just by the two of them, when she used to be overburdened by recoil when they first began working in the mansion just after her horn had been broken, when she grappled with which cultist enemies in the blazing village to protect the foolish Rem.
Whenever had been captured by Rem's eyes, Ram was ever more venerable.
Ram. So sorry, Remington myself is deplorable. Rem. Nay Sama. What are you? Ram. Even after. Ram. Ram. Even after loving you, cherishing you so much, Rem, to have forgotten you and kept on living till this day. Just how heartless was Ram as your Nay Sama? Rem's eyes dilated at Ram's voice, possessor of love far too immense, and therefore in lament.
Shaking off all restraints, Rem turned around and faced Ram as she hugged her.
Ram. HK.
Faintly widening her tearful light crimson eyes, Ram looked at her in astonishment.
Rem's chest warmed at the sight of the visage she had gazed upon the most, for the longest time in her life.
She gained certainty of what a happy person she was, surrounded by that which she loved.
Rem. Nay Sama, you are not heartless or anything such.
Rem also wants to apologize.
Always making you nothing but worried, betraying the piety of a sister. Ram. Remington. Rem. Rem understands everything. How much Nay Sama shattered her heart for Rem, and how many terrible sacrifices you made to have been together with me to this day. And Ram. Remington.
Rem. About what the weak and deplorable Rem, who only ever receives, needs to do hereon.
Ram. HK.
As Rem focused her eyes on the countenance before her, Ram's cheeks were embellished with streams of tears, wiped by Rem's fingers, who then gave her a smile. She then stretched her arm to draw her elder sister's head close, and embraced her into her chest. Remaining seated on the floor, the two sisters gently nestled with one another, reciprocating affection.
No, it was Ram who had always been doing so. Rem was the one who lacked it. Rem. Nay Sama, I love you.
Bringing close her lips to her ear whilst holding her close, Rem conveyed her brimming and overflowing emotions to Ram. Drip by drip, feeling warm droplets of tears wetting her chest, Rem maintained silence and continued to embrace Ram, weeping with tears.
Accepting in her heart, at long last, the fulfillment of their true reunion, Rem conveyed her love with her past self, her present self, and all that she could wield.
To her mind's satisfaction, to her heart's content, at this moment, she wanted to be with Ram this way.
And after the unfilled time of the sisters was duly reclaimed, Rem had things she must do, too many people, to whom she must convey her gratitude and love. Above all, the first person to surface in her mind was a mean-eyed, black-haired boy. Rem. Subaru-kun.
To convey her love, she must stand up. For what a happy reason am I allowed to live?
So spoke Rem's mind. For, giving a deep and silent bow, the girl in the maid uniform then looked up, drawing a gasp from Petra.
With wide eyes, their petrified bodies were frozen in place. Not just Petra, but Maylie and Amelia were also similarly struck speechless at her appearance.
Amidst such involuntary silence, the first to speak was Remington.
The intangible imaginary Subaru stood motionless, staring at the same person as Petra.
His stupefied voice only reached Petra's ears. Sadly, the girl, the one who called to herself all attention, could not see his transparent self.
Even for Petra, she had not the time to help that unnoticed Subaru. However, she could guarantee that which Subaru had called out was correct.
The one who stood there, without mistake, was the girl so beloved and dear to him named Rem. Petra. Ah!
At that moment, sparks darted through Petra's mind, and the fog in her field of consciousness successively cleared.
The presence of that which exerted such force of attraction right before her eyes made the images of memories that had been unconsciously pushed into the corner of her mind and covered by a shroud of forgetfulness start to reappear within her hall of cognizance.
And so, she was struck by an impact akin to scattering sparks, of all the vivid images that displayed. The time that Petra had spent in contact with her as Petra was not very long. The young girl was a maid who frequently came from Roswell's mansion to the village to do some shopping. Though they hardly interacted and had never exchanged a word, she became more expressive once Subaru had started to visit the village. More importantly, she was also the benefactor who had saved the lives of Petra and her friends. The culprit behind endangering their lives had been Meili, in command of witch beasts, which was another tale of fate. Actually, Meili and her elder sister targeted those connected to herself at the most important moments far too much. Anyhow, Petra's connection with this girl was thin. Thereafter, just as the royal selection marked its beginning, she was met by the tragedy of the Sin Archbishop of Gluttony, victimized, and Petra was employed to fill her place, joining the Amelia camp as a maid.
In other words, without the tragedy that had befallen her, Petra would not be in the position she was today, which in itself made for terribly complicated feelings.
Rem, is that you? As though a face-down card flipped over, akin to confirming the patterns and text on it, won by Petra's misunderstandings about her were replaced with comprehension. Beside her, in a faltering voice, Amelia called her name as she blinked her eyes.
Amelia stepped forward and hesitated, opening and closing her lips several times as if searching for the right words.
Amelia, I'm sorry, that was a weird thing to say.
I've always properly known that Rem is Rem, but that's not what I was trying to say.
Rem, no need to worry, Amelia-sama. Please calm down, and take your time.
Rem, too, understands that this is all very sudden.
Amelia.
Yes, thank you. There's so much I want to say, but... Rem. But...
Amelia, that look suits you really well.
It makes me really feel like you're Remington.
Amelia placed her hand firmly on her chest and smiled at Rem, her amethyst eyes moist with tears. In response to Amelia's words, Rem raised her eyebrows slightly and nodded. She proudly puffed out her chest in her maid uniform and, Rem, it's the uniform Ne-sama tailored to suit Rem, after all. Upon hearing Rem's answer, Ram, her arms crossed, nodded in satisfaction.
What is this, all of a sudden?
Beside this exchange between Amelia and Rem, Meili frowned and muttered.
As a little crimson scorpion emerged from her hair, clicking its pincers as if anxious about its master's reaction, Meili closed one eye, and placing her hand to her forehead.
Meili, the moment I saw Ramonesian's sister, I was reminded of how she crushed the whole pack of Ulgarm Charness.
If it isn't the reason that caused the job to fail.
Ram, in that case, you should be grateful to Remington.
Thanks to Rem making your job fail, there were no victims other than Barusu, which is why you're able to be here at this moment.
Meili, I've got mixed feelings about it, finding it difficult to express my gratitude. Ram pointed this out while clutching her elbows, to which Meili made a displeased face and stuck out her tongue. While Ram's words were indeed harsh, they also held truth. In fact, it was unmistakable that Meili, at one time their enemy, was accepted into the Amelia camp because the damage her deeds had caused to the camp were minimal. Ram's point that there had been no victims other than Subaru, ironically enough, was also correct from the perspective of return by death.
As per your understanding, the moment those who have hitherto known Rem lay their sight upon her, within them their memories of her are revived.
Restoration.
Neither Ryuzu-sama nor I were able to contain ourselves.
Resultantly, we were delayed in rejoining everyone.
Confession. Ram. Klein's reaction was meager and unamusing, but Ryuzu-sama's outburst was over the top and quite the sight to see.
That is a privilege for those who were present to witness it.
Klein. I see, a sight to see, you say.
Certainly, we did get to behold something unusual.
Agreement.
Ram.
Ha! The rebirth of her memories, that befell those who surrounded Remington. No, in view of the conditions of the authority of gluttony thus far, this phenomenon should be called the rebirth of her name. Touching upon that fact, Klein cast a meaningful look to Ram, to which she averted her eyes in obvious displeasure and snorted. Upon a much closer inspection, the faint redness around Ram's eyes and Klein's remark about a sight to behold might have been related.
However, Petra did not allude to that either. Not out of chivalrous sympathy, but because she was unable to.
Rem. Petra-san. Suddenly Rem, who had been basking in everyone's attention, widened her eyes upon looking at the silent Petra.
Emilia and the others also turned to see Petra at her reaction, and were startled by her state.
Their response was a matter of course. Petra, who had uttered not a word up until that point, had a flood of tears streaming from her round eyes and was desperately trying to suppress her throat, as it verged on convulsing in heaving sobs.
Emilia.
Petra-chan. Oh no, she's crying so uncontrollably. Petra. HK.
The moment her tear-strewn face was noticed, Petra kicked the ground and broke into a run. Dodging the arms of Emilia, who, taken aback by Petra's tears, she tried to embrace her. Avoiding Meili, who attempted to grab her sleeve, slipping under Ramji's legs, who was caught off guard by the situation. With agile movements, Petra jumped forward, into the bosom of Rem, who was staring at her with eyes dilated.
Petra. Rem. Kaya. Caught in the arms of Rem, who had shown the kindness to not dodge her, Petra embraced her slender body tightly.
Rem blinked her eyes as she reciprocated Petra's hug, who clung to her, reluctant to let go.
Petra. Rem.
Petra crumbled at Rem's reaction, unable to stop the tears from flowing. She found herself indulging in something she had resolved herself never to do, sniveling in front of others, yet she was unable to tear herself away. Thus, while supporting that tearful Petra, Rem looked around for assistance.
Rem. Do I just not remember, but were Rem and Petra-san this close for you to cry so much for me? And so, failing to conceal the hue of her loss of bearings, she continued to gently caress Petra's head.
Chapter 36.
Problem 1. I'm sorry I've caused you so much trouble. No, Rem is the one who ought to be happy that you cried with joy. It was just like when Ne-sama did the same. Ah.
Petra bowed her head repeatedly, apologizing for her flustered and disgraceful behavior.
Rem, who had tried to comfort Petra, realized she had said something awkward and stiffened her cheeks, looking toward Ram.
In response to Rem's gaze, Ram smiled gently and said, "It's okay."
Ram. After all, Ram is a pathetic older sister who is unable to even keep her composure during an emotional reunion.
It's no wonder Rem would call her sister a crybaby.
Rem. That's not what I meant.
It's a misunderstanding that you're a crybaby, Ne-sama.
Besides, I was happy that you cried for me, Ne-sama.
That's right, Ram. You're finally able to remember Remington. Even if you did cry, no one would think you're a crybaby.
Cheer up.
Rem, Emilia-sama. Wah. Following Rem's lead, Emilia joined in comforting her, to which Ram covered her eyes with her hands and turned away. The two remained concerned, but from Petra's perspective, it was all just a farce.
Of course, there was no doubt that this situation brought tears of joy to Ram's eyes.
Petra. Ram-nisama, I get that you're happy, but you shouldn't tease them so much.
Emilia. Ha!
Rem. Tease?
Petra managed to compose herself and admonished Ram, causing Emilia and Rem to widen their eyes.
Ram, who had deceived the two innocent girls, ceased her fake crying, shrugged her shoulders and said, Ram, well, now that memories have been restored, it's natural to want to see all of Rem's different expressions, so there was some teasing involved.
Will you forgive such a mean older sister? Rem. Ne-sama. Well, it seems it can't be helped. Just this once, okay?
Ram. Yes, thank you. Are you okay with that, Emilia-sama? Emilia, Rem forgave you, so I can't stay angry forever.
Good grief. Amatsi-ing. Instead of showing any humility, all you did was act cute and you got away with it.
Despite showing not a single shred of remorse, Rem and Emilia easily forgave Ram's overbearing behavior, while Meili watched in astonishment and muttered in disbelief. Petra agreed with Meili's disbelief. This was typical of Ram, but she was getting a little too carried away. Petra, I would like to hold a victory party for Rem.
Ram-nisama, but this is a very difficult time, so could you please refrain from doing so, Ram-nisama?
Ram. Self-restraint, you say. That sounds reasonable at first, But what about you, Petra? Petra? What do you mean? I've been reflecting on what happened earlier as well. Ram, not that you should feel bad about getting all worked up. It's just something else that has been concerning. Ever since a little while ago, it seems you have naturally positioned yourself between Rem and Emilia-sama. Ram pointed this out with one eye closed, and Petra widened her eyes with a ha. Then she looked to her left and right, and saw the profiles of Emilia and Rem beside her. The three of them were now sitting side by side on a long sofa, with Petra in the middle. Petra had her arms firmly wrapped around the two of them, as if she never wanted to let go. Petra. Ha! Meili. Don't just ha us. After you hugged Remonizan, you've naturally pulled her along with Yu. Even Emilia Onizan was pulled along too. Oh. Petra. Sorry. It seems like my love for both of you overflowed. Petra reflected on her actions in light of Meili's continued exasperation. However, her excuse was precisely the same as Ram's earlier, causing Ram to let out a ha. Rem. It's okay, there's no need to worry, Petra-san. Rem also wants to fill in the gaps in her memory piece by piece. Petra. Rem Nisama. Rem. Besides, Rem didn't think Petra-san and the others in the village got along with her very well, so it's a pleasant surprise to find that they cared so much. With Petra's arm wrapped around her, Rem blushed slightly and gave a shy smile. From Rem's perspective, her relationship with Petra and the others was at its peak around the time the royal selection began, during the month when Subaru was taken in at the mansion. Before that, they had been merely passing acquaintances at best. That was why Rem's perception was not wrong. The reason Petra held such strong feelings for Rem was not so much because of her own emotions, but because of the extent of Subaru's influence. However, despite that, she still felt them. Petra. Rem Nisama, smiling and looking shy. How precious. Emilia. Petra-chan, your ears are really red. Are you okay? Petra. Ah, that's not true. This isn't two timing. Emilia Nisama is number one. Emilia. Huh? That's right. I'm the most important person in the camp, so I have to do my duties properly. Petra, torn between her impatience and happiness, blurted out something she should not have said, but Emilia, like the angel or goddess that she was, or perhaps because it simply went over her head, reacted to it like a dense protagonist. With that in mind, Petra suppressed her racing heartbeat and stood up, telling herself, Subaru is my number one. If she remained sandwiched between Emilia and Rem, her heart would surely be pulled apart. Way to go, Petra. You hung in there. Petra. Subaru, you better be ready for me to give you a piece of my mind later. You two-timer. Subaru. That's not fair. I can't even touch Emilia Tan or Rem. Petra managed to cut off her lingering sentimentality and directed her pent-up anger toward the imaginary Subaru. Holding a handkerchief to stifle her tears, she sighed as she watched Subaru dance around the reception room, exploding with emotions toward Rem, whose memories had returned. That was when. Rem knows that she's causing quite a disturbance, but it would be helpful if we could calm down for now. Let's talk about that person. Petra. Rem's quiet voice caused the air in the room to become noticeably tense. Although it had not completely relaxed, the atmosphere had started to warm up despite the urgency of the current situation, yet Rem herself wiped that away. That was very admirable and impressive. Emilia. Rem, did Klein-san already explain everything to you? Ram. More or less. Besides, we also saw the devastation in the royal capital. Who would have thought it would come to this? Barusa really messed up. Petra. Ram Nisama, that's quite a way of putting it. Ram. Sorry, let's rephrase that. Everyone, including Ram, really messed up. Petra. Ram's assessment weighed heavily and resonated deeply with everyone. As previously confirmed before Ram and Rem had rejoined them, the severity of AL's actions was beyond one's ability to bear. That being said, there's nothing to be gained from blaming ourselves excessively. Ultimately, the responsibility for what happened ought to lie with the person who caused it. That's what we've concluded. Ram. That's how Ram and the others feel, no doubt. But things aren't that simple. Wouldn't you agree? You're quite an impressive girl. What was all that foolin' around earlier? With that, Ramji stroked his bald head and gave Ram a stern look.
Seeing the understanding between the two, Rem tilted her head and said, "Nay, Sama."
Rem, when you say, things aren't that simple, are you talking about where the responsibility lies? Ram, yes, that's right. Ram Sama wants to discuss the details.
Please go ahead.
Ram, throwing us a load of trouble. Well, fine. As the girl said, regardless of our resolve, the current situation ain't good for us or for all of ya.
Ramji, who had been entrusted with explaining the situation by Ram, pointed at himself and Emilia with his thick fingers. Staring at his large fingertips, Emilia blinked her amethyst eyes and, "Emilia, that's true for us, but Ramji, what about you, the others, and Felchan?" Ram. Ezo was also at the tower.
He was given the task of managing the tower until an official investigation team could be dispatched by the kingdom, but he was unable to fulfill his duty. Even Reinhard wasn't able to stop the helmet bastard nor the divine dragon, and damage was caused to the royal capital. Melee, Booty, thanks to Emilio Onizen, no big rocks fell on the city, re-GHT? So why are we still being skull dead? Ram, if you could gain popularity just by smashing stones thrown at you, then Reinhard could just keep doing that forever. Melee, it's not just the results that need to be judged fairly, but the process as well. Melee pouted at Ramji, who shook his big head slowly with a serious expression. Hidden beneath Melee's dissatisfied attitude lay her frustration that Emilia's critical role was not being properly appreciated. Realizing this, Emilia smiled at Melee and said, "Thank you," causing the pouting girl to turn away even further. Ram, at the bare minimum, we gotta talk about what we absolutely must do. First, we gotta stop that helmet bastard, the man who calls himself Aldebaran, with our own hands. We can't leave it to anyone else or the kingdom. We can only talk about recouping our losses after we've done that. Emilia, why does it have to be us? Of course, it would be natural for us to try our best, but if Al is stopped before he does something terrible. Ram, Emilia, you don't understand. It's no longer just about Aldebaran. He's got the divine dragon on his side. This is a serious matter that could shake the foundations of the royal selection. The only way to reverse that is for the dragon priestess, a royal candidate, to recall the divine dragon. If that can't be done, Emilia, would that mean the royal selection itself would be null and void? Emilia spoke of a definitive possibility, and Ramji drew back his chin with a serious expression. Upon hearing this, Petra belatedly comprehended the gravity of the situation. In the first place, the royal selection to determine the next monarch of the Kingdom of Lagunica was based upon the prophecy of the dragon history stone that was necessary in order to maintain the covenant with the dragon. In other words, it was a ceremony which relied upon the mighty power of the divine dragon Volcanica, and without the divine dragon, the royal selection would not be viable. Ram. For that reason we must. The only solutions to stop Aldebaran, the one who's bewitched the divine dragon, by the hands of a royal candidate. This was a fundamental prerequisite for settling this crucial situation, and for the continuation of the royal selection. The words of the old giant, the wise man from the Felt camp, who had long seen the world, possessed conviction which none could refute. The destruction of the world by Al's hand must be averted. However, that did not mean that so long as the world was spared, nothing else mattered. After the battle ended, there was the matter of Rem. We need to ensure there is a proper place for Subaru Kuan's return. Emilia. Rem. After listening to Ramji's words, Emilia looked at Rem as she muttered so. Rem met her gaze, her pale blue eyes filled with resolve, responding with, "That's how it should be, is it not?" Rem. That person, he did the same for me. Rem's room in the mansion remained exactly as it was before. Because Subaru Kuan thought so highly of her, Rem was able to remember the things she had forgotten. It's all thanks to the morning star that Subaru Kuan polished every day. Indeed, Rem emphasized that forcefully, with an iron ball attached to a chain in her hands, the morning star. Overwhelmed by the chain's rousing resonation and Rem's vigor, Emilia tilted her head. Emilia, thanks to the morning star? Rem. Yes. It may surprise you, but it was in the moment upon touching the morning star. Every memory up to that point came flooding back. Thinking that it was all just that person's obsession was a misunderstanding. There are so many things to apologize for. Lowering her eyes as if ashamed of herself, Rem recounted how her memories had returned to her.
Troubled by Rem's impassioned plea, a wide-eyed Amelia waved her hands about. Perhaps it was a matter of timing. That which Gluttony, whom Al had released from the prison tower, had done was likely related to the rebirth of Rem's memories and name, and that had happened at the same time Rem had touched the Morning Star in the mansion. That was why Rem was convinced that the Morning Star had awakened her. Amelia, you know, Rem, can you calm yourself for a moment to listen? Rem, rest assured, Amelia-sama. With this Morning Star, Rem will surely be of help in getting Subaru-kun back. After that is done, let us discuss what happened in the Empire and the future. Amelia continued to look troubled as Rem clenched her fists with an attitude of determination. Next to her, Meili looked at Ram and asked, "Aren't you going to stop here?" To which she replied, "Ram, it can't be helped." This is something Ram didn't expect either. Who would have thought that Barusu's ridiculous ramblings about polishing it every day would actually prove useful? Meili, it's really bad that I'm the one with the most common sense Meili lamented the situation, in which even Ram had placed too much faith in the power of the Morning Star. In any case, it was necessary to share everything they knew concerning Gluttony with Rem and the others, including their speculations. Petra decided to leave that to Amelia, and turned back to Ramji, keeping the dreamlike interplay between Amelia and Rem in the corner of her eye. And then, Petra, Klein Nisama still hasn't returned with the Master and the others, but we don't have much time. We'll be cooperating with Ramojaizen, right? Ram. Yeah, that's right. It's our consensus that the royal selections gotta continue. Petra. Then, please tell us all about it. Ramojaizen, what have you noticed about Al-san? Ramji had joined up with them in the plains and had accompanied them as they rushed to the royal capital. For the sake of Klein's compression, he had opted to act separately from Tonchinkin and the rest, but he had been laying the groundwork for fighting alongside Amelia and the others, saying that he had critical information concerning Al that he had obtained during their previous clash. From the discussions up to this point, the Amelia and Felt camps were of one mind. It was time for both sides to open up to each other. Thus, Petra urged Ramji. In response to Petra's request, Ramji patted his bald head and said, "Ram, what I'm gonna tell you is gonna sound pretty outlandish and insane. I didn't keep it a secret, 'cause I wanted to seem important or nothing, but 'cause it's so unbelievable." Petra. It's okay. I'll believe you, Ramojaizen. I'm sure Ramojaizen would be surprised if he knew, seriously. Ram, you're also quite the peculiar girl, ain't ya, Petra? Perhaps mistaking it for lip service, Ramji lowered his eyebrows and muttered in exasperation. But there were no lies in Petra's words. Petra trusted Ramji. She knew that he cared deeply for Felt, who had been taken hostage by Al and his accomplices, and that he was a man of fatherly love who would show no hesitation to sacrifice his life for Felt. For that reason, the hurdle of trust about which Ramji was concerned was cleared at the onset. Unaware of Petra's various circumstances, while paying heed to Amelia and Rem, who even now were still reconciling their perceptions of each other, Ramji said, "Ram, this is something I'll tell Amelia and the others later, but this Aldebaran guy, he's likely using some kind of cheat technique called an authority." Subaru. An authority. Subaru reacted to Ramji's carefully chosen words before Petra could. Subaru ceased his twirling in midair and his face stiffened, his gaze fixed intently upon Ramji. The imaginary Subaru's reaction was understandable. They had just heard it from Klein's mouth, but both Petra and Subaru were familiar with the word authority and its more sinister significance. It was a word that had been uttered by the Sin Archbishop of Sloth, and by the Witch of Greed who slumbered in her tomb. The manifestation of a formidable right which allowed one to interfere with the nature of this world, to overturn concepts, to selfishly paint over those laws. The reason Ramji concluded that Al utilized one was because, Ram, this guy, it seems like he's able to go back to time gone by. But it don't seem to go very far back, though. Ooh. In the end, just what was it that she absolutely needed to do? That problem, which had accompanied her endlessly since the day she had been small and weak, continued to familiarly haunt Felt even now that she had been taken by the Aldebaran crew. Felt, geez, it's so damn irritating. Scratching her head at that frustration, Felt spat out the bitterness that had been festering in her stomach. Feelings of powerlessness and resignation, albeit definite, were of no use, this Felt knew. Despite that,
Despite neither quenching her throat nor filling her belly, they would seek to fill up people's bodies, welling up by every means just to get in the way.
Felt. Tisk. With a click of her tongue, Felt sunk her teeth into the dried meat served to her for dinner, chewing it apart. Finding herself clearly unsatisfied with the overly salty flavor, she was disgusted with how spoiled she had become. It had been a mere 2.5 days since they had been parted, yet she longed for the cooking of flam and grassies. Even the heavily seasoned, manly meals that Ezo, Rakens, and the rest would sometimes bring to the table were far preferable to these portable dishes.
Flam and Grassies would get mad at her if she made Reinhard cook, as it was a task below his station, so she did not make him do so, but when Felt had him make sweets in secret, he was not bad at all. Unfortunately, Felt and Ramji's culinary skills were so horrendous that she was amazed she had not died of food poisoning in the over 10 years she had spent at the loot house. That was likely the source of Felt's meager growth when compared to others of the same age.
Regardless of the culinary circumstances of her camp, Felt, I can't cook or nothing.
So then, what can I do? Licking a grain of salt off her fingertip, Felt narrowed her red eyes, her thoughts returning to the initial problem. At present, the Aldebaran crew was moving from place to place, with Aldebaran and the Divine Dragon endeavoring to recover from their exhaustion incurred from the royal capital. Initially, Felt assumed that Aldebaran and his accomplices would make straight for their objective, the Grand Mogolade Geyser, after fleeing the royal capital, but it seemed as if it was not simply a matter of reaching the destination. An element of grasping the right time was involved as well. However, those breaths of respite while waiting for that time were far from ideal. They had been met with the relentless sabotage of a callous pursuer, Otto Suwin. Felt, it's not just talking with bugs, it's an outrageously terrifying divine protection. Or rather, what's terrifying is probably not the divine protection, but Zada Bugniken himself.
Otto possessed a quiet and ignorant face, but his true nature seemed to be that of an individual warranting extreme caution.
Ultimately, every divine protection served as nothing more than just another tool.
No matter how fine a sword one held, if they were not equipped with the strength to swing it, the ambition and opportunity to learn how to wield it, and the courage to brandish blade when the time came, then the sword would merely be a fine decoration. Otto had the strength, the opportunity, the ambition, and the courage. Thus, Felt would have no choice but to prove that she too possessed those things, swordless as she was.
Felt, that Nichan's going all out on the offensive, plotting some damn nasty stuff. With the divine protection of the soul of language, Otto had allied with bugs, birds, and fish. Without allowing the Aldebaran crew even a moment of tranquility, he was constantly forcing them to counter. The buzzing of insects and the distant howling of beasts, the pollution of water and contamination of food supplies, his methods of attack were diverse. Since they were unable to secure any sleeping hours, Felt, being dragged along with them, was also experiencing a headache. But, getting caught in the crossfire like this was something Felt could discount as trivial damage. If possible, Felt would make use of her position accompanying the enemy to mercilessly contribute to Otto's tactics.
Felt, I thought there'd have been plenty enough meaning in serving to suppress the Divine Dragon, but
that alone would not suffice. She had understood that through the battle between Divine Dragon and Sword Demon at the royal capital, even if Felt's presence curtailed the Divine Dragon's power by 10%, the remaining 90% was still enough to display catastrophic power. That was the true worth of the Divine Dragon Volcanica. Considering the possibility that from here forward, Ramji would seek a rematch against Aldebaran's party after his initial defeat, her current state was lacking. At present, that was the problem that the captured Felt ought to face.
Felt, no, I guess there's also one more.
Muttering so, Felt turned her eyes toward the other problem, visible from her position. To her fore, across the crackling bonfire, a man sat facing Felt.
No, he could not be described as facing her. After all, his face was downcast, with nary a glance in her direction. Clutching a sheathed sword to his chest, silently cowering as if he were deceased, the red-haired man radiated a sense of vexation in every direction. Heinkel,
left alone at the entrance of a cave naturally formed in a rocky wall, Felt and Heinkel were spending a dismal time together, waiting for the ones who had gone to ascertain the safety of the surroundings and remove obstacles. For the time being, Heinkel was supposed to be in charge of supervising Felt, but based on the ratio of who was looking at who, it would not have been possible to tell exactly who the supervisor was. That manner of rejecting the outside world, to the point of neither touching his dinner of dried meat nor putting water to his lips, thoroughly rubbed Felt the wrong way. Felt had declared that she had no ruler of good or bad with which to measure Heinkel's actions.
There was no falsehood in that, and she would not alter her view, but she did have a ruler of liking and disliking to measure with. At the very least, his demeanor befitting a hollow despite yet living, was something she absolutely hated. Felt, "Oi, if you aren't gonna eat, pass me that dried meat." Heinkel. Felt, "You can hear me, yeah? Don't ignore. Whoa there." Albeit her initial belligerence, the dried meat she had used to broach conversation was thrown at her as if to shut her up. She hastened to pick it up, but Heinkel cast nary a glance in her direction.
In that instant, thinking it foolish to unclench her fists, Felt called out, "Oi, once more."
Felt, "So, why the hell did you interfere back there?" Straight to the point, Felt boldly cut straight to the source of Heinkel's cowering. "Heinkel." Heinkel kept his silence. However, given that he had flung the dried meat at her, he had not completely cut himself off from the outside world. Seizing on that, Felt lightly exhaled. Felt, "Your old man, how should I call him?" The fight between Reinhard's grandfather and the divine dragon. I'm not really a warrior or anything like that, so I don't know the specifics of who was superior in that battle and stuff. But, you're supposed to be the divine dragon's ally, yeah. Heinkel. Felt, for you to have interfered there meant that things were looking bad for the divine dragon. That's an outrageous prospect, but there's also something strange about it.
If your objective is the dragon's blood, then that grandpa being on the verge of victory ought to have been the perfect opportunity.
Heinkel. Felt, even though you might have gotten your hands on the blood if the dragon died, you got in the way. Why's that? Using the other party's lack of objections to make her point, Felt bluntly lined up her words. As she had said, Heinkel's interference with the battle between Divine Dragon and Sword Demon was exceedingly unnatural when considering his goal. There was also a possibility that he had acted on impulses of a strong grudge towards his father, but before flying off with the Divine Dragon, Heinkel had requested the dragon to apply healing on Wilhelm, whom he had stabbed. In other words, Heinkel had wished for neither Divine Dragon nor Sword Demon to die during that battle. Felt, it's way too incoherent. Just what exactly are you thinking? It had been the moment she was about to continue her words.
Immediately pinned down to the hard ground, an unsheathed blade was fastened to Felt's neck.
Heinkel, you talk too much, brat. Right before her eyes, the bloodshot blue eyes of Heinkel were present. Perhaps because he had bitten the inside of his mouth, his breaths doused her in a reek of blood, causing Felt to grimace. While she did so, Heinkel continued to slide the blade as if to intimidate Felt.
Heinkel, if you don't want to feel the pain, then don't say such unnecessary, goach?
Through an opening in that threat, Felt drove her fist forward without hesitation, straight into Heinkel's nose.
Heinkel exclaimed, ah. Rather than pain, it was the reality of having been hit that surprised him. As he stood up with the momentum, a kick to the chest sent him crashing onto his backside, and Felt looked down upon him.
Felt, there's no way I'd be scared of you at this point. Saying that, Felt picked up Heinkel's sword which had fallen beside her. For a moment, Heinkel's body tensed, but Felt heaved a sigh and tossed the sword back to him. Heinkel snatched up the sword, eyes widening, but Felt just shrugged her shoulders in response. It might have seemed a mystery why she had returned the sword, but from Felt's perspective, it was the natural decision. Even if Felt went ballistic here, she could not beat Heinkel, and on the off chance that Heinkel thoughtlessly tried to cut Felt down, it was clear that Ye would be overjoyed. To begin with, the moment Felt and Heinkel had been left alone here, Ye's aims were made obvious. If possible, Ye wished to discard both Felt and Heinkel. Resorting to violence here was uni-deal, as it would only have been playing right into her hands. Even without such reasoning, there was also the fact that it was not Felt's role to beat up Heinkel.
Felt, then you'd think it'd be Reinhard's role, but I think that also doesn't seem right.
Heinkel, HK.
As Reinhard's name came up, Heinkel was once again greatly perturbed. For a man over double Felt's age to be cowering in fear over her every word and action was absurdly unsightly. However, Felt wanted to uncover the reason behind that unsightliness. Even if that would deliver a terribly bitter flavor to Felt, she wished to know. Felt, same as before, you don't gotta answer anything. I'll speak on my own, and infer on my own. Wiping the hem of her clothes, dirted from being pinned down, Felt waited not for the other party's response, and looked to the sky. Within the night sky, visible through a fissure in the rocky wall, countless stars shone aglow with a brightness that did not belong.
glaring at the ironic beauty in that sky. Felt broached with, as a matter of fact.
Felt, what bothered me about the battle between the divine dragon and that grandpa was everything I said before. Even though you want that dragon's blood, the actions you took don't seem to add up. And so, there's one other thing with you that doesn't seem to add up either. It's gluttony. Heinkel. Felt, let's ignore the fact that that bastard's got the absolute worst personality, and that he never ever stops talking. Even without that, he's a good-for-nothing Sin Archbishop, and there's no way he'd ever be welcomed. But, when it comes to reasons to hate that bastard, you ought to have way more than I do, yeah. Hushed, Heinkel gave no answer, but his breath caught upon hearing the question. Even if he did not respond with words, Heinkel's reaction was far too easy to read, and thus Felt narrowed her eyes.
Released from the prison tower, Roy Alfred was being made to accompany them by Aldebaran as a necessity for his plan. There were endless reasons to hate, to detest the Sin Archbishops who brought forth many a tragedy, but Heinkel ought to have had a more precise, definite reason for enmity. After all, the woman who was Reinhard's mother, who was Heinkel's wife, the affliction of the ever-slumbering Luana Astrea bore a striking resemblance to that of the victims of gluttony.
Felt, I said it once before, but I know about Reinhard's family circumstances. That your wife's been sleeping for over 10 years, and that you can't find a way to wake her up. Well, that might be resolved once you've received the dragon's blood, but how are you going to settle the score?
Heinkel.
Felt, how are you going to settle the score with the fuckface who put your wife to sleep for over 10 years?
Through the assault on Duchess Crush Karsten and the battle at the Watergate City Pristella, the damage incurred by the authority of gluttony had been made clear. Sleeping beauties, tragic beings whose ties had all been severed, discovered in a state of unawakening sleep, with nobody around aware of their existence.
It was uncovered that such individuals were none other than victims of the witch cult.
Of course, that also ought to have reached the ears of Heinkel.
Nevertheless, not once had Heinkel
displayed any interest in gluttony, who could have been the cause of his wife's slumber.
Was it because his utmost priority was to acquire the dragon's blood and awaken his wife? Was the impact of stabbing his own father, bathing in his blood, simply all too much? Or perhaps, Felt, if you seriously are just completely disregarding the bastard, then why?
Heinkel. Wait, what are?
Felt, you don't need to respond. I told you, didn't I?
I'll speak on my own, and infer on my own.
His grip on the sword quivering. With an expression deathly pale, Heinkel did look at Felt.
The gaze of eyes Astrea blue clashed with that of her own red, and Felt was convinced.
Deep within Heinkel's eyes were terribly indefinite, yet ultimately unperishing embers.
Likely, they were heat of the same ilk as that which dwelled in the eyes of Romji whenever he gazed upon Felt.
Heinkel,
appearing to be a despicable man, self-centered, selfish, self-destructive, of wavering heart whilst being ignorant of his own capabilities, and beyond all help, was Heinkel Astrea. If concealed deep within, visible through only the slightest of gaps, was a heat ever present in this man's every action, that would mean.
Felt, the reason you don't even bother to look at gluttony is because you know there's no connection between your wife falling asleep and gluttony. You know it's incorrect, so you don't turn your sword on him.
But
Luana Astrea's affliction of sleeping beauty was definitively different to that of the other sleeping beauties.
Unlike the sleeping beauties whose every tie in the world was severed, Luana was remembered by Reinhard, by Heinkel, by all who were acquainted with her, and her slumber they all did lament. In other words, it was different.
Luana Astrea was no victim of gluttony. Then, while Heinkel knew the truth of the matter, he had not shared it with anyone else.
Why was that? Because he could not afford for any to know. The cause of Luana's slumber. That cause was Felt. Reinhard.
Heinkel.
A pair of motionless, widened eyes, a voiceless countenance, a husky breath void of vitality, all of which became an answer more eloquent than words, lending credence to Felt's conviction.
That which she absolutely needed to do. Finding that out was Felt's current problem.
By her resolve and conviction to face that problem, she arrived at the terribly bitter truth, and that was
Felt. So the one who put Reinhard's mother to sleep was Reinhard himself?
Bonus short stories.
The Land of Nascent Wolves. Undead Busters 3.
1.
Harleen the Iron Arms was a weaponkin whose brutality cemented his name in the history of the Empire. The weaponkin, born with the capacity to wield parts of their bodies as armaments, spanned many variations, such as fashioning one's arms into sharp blades, growing a steel lash in a manner akin to a tail, or morphing one's back into a great shield. Among those weapon-kin, Harleen's speciality was exactly as described by his alias, Iron Arms. Swinging his arms wrought of steel, he was a monster notorious for having slaughtered countless people. However, to brand his nature as brutal, and his existence as a monster, would be a bit hasty. If you asked Harleen himself, there was another side to the unfavorable manner in which the story painted him. His manner of crushing the heads of those he deemed opponents may have been called brutal, but that was the fault of the construction of their heads being weaker than that of Harleen's arms. It may have been said that he mercilessly killed women and children, but that was just to sever off any worries of anxiety or revenge. Above all, the one who truly ought to have been called a monster was not Harleen, but his younger brother. Excuse me. It seems like that would end up being a rather long story, but the more you speak the more it seems like it's an episode that piques nobody's interest, so why don't we change things up to a scene depicting stuff like the leading actor's preferences and trivial daily life that the fans truly want to see. A carefree voice seemed to blot over the introduction, and in an instant, the arms raised aloft were severed at the elbows, and the iron arms from which he derived his alias spun around as they flew through the air. There was no pain. If his body had been reconstructed in such a manner, then he might just be able to reconnect the arms by pressing the cross-sections back together. In the way, that meager hope of Harleen's was extinguished by the hellfire that engulfed his airborne arms. As he bore witness to the arms as they met a terminus of ash and dust, anger swelled in Harleen, having lost his iron arms, and he would attempt to pounce at the enemy who had enacted that. Harleen! Ah! A tiny palm squarely touched his chest. Right in front of Harleen was a young girl of short stature, and he met her blue eyes. Then, Ain. Having been resurrected from death, Harleen the Iron Arms was once again plunged into the depths of OD Lagna. Ooh. Cecilus. Man, that really was an opponent with absolutely no pushback or challenge or sense of accomplishment whatsoever. He bluffed with a name like Iron Arms, so I thought he'd surely make for a fine bout, but the script might have been a lot tidier if that whole scene was just dropped. Spica. You Eved. Cecilus. Right. I thought that you would feel the same way, Spica-san. Well, I suppose that since star eating succeeded with no issues, it's good that your hopes have been met, right, Anya? You think so too, right, Anya? Arakia. Cecilus, you're noisy. Cecilus. Ha 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 ha, what would I be if not loud? We're in a place detached from human settlements. Our stories won't reach anyone unless we raise our voices. He was shot down by a curt comment from his fellow traveler, however. Cecilus still laughed loudly in good humor. Sandwiched between those two, Spica shrugged her shoulders with an UUO. The star-eating pilgrimage for which Spica had stayed behind in the Empire, an attempt to reduce the number of undead resurrected by the Great Disaster to zero, had commenced with the permission of the Valachian Emperor, Vincent. The existence of the undead was something of a headache for Wallachia, in the sense that they were the embers of the Great Disaster which had caused so much damage. Their elimination was desirable both for practical reasons as well as for the sentiments of the populace, which aligned with Spica's desire to amass positive contributions. Spica bore the unerasable sin of having been the Sin Archbishop of Gluttony in times past. Without memories of the past identity known as Louis Arneb, it was a sin Spica had no recollection of enacting, but as long as the world continued to see it as a wrongdoing that could not be so easily forgiven, nobody would lend Spica an ear even if she cried and wailed and pleaded. No, there were people who would lend her an ear, so Spica had no choice but to work as hard as she could to rinse away that poor reputation in order to be together with those people. On this journey of atonement, Spica's ability to properly dispose of the undead with star eating was perfect, and furthermore, her companions on this quest were the two people who were evaluated to possess the greatest strength throughout the entire empire, and yet, Cecilus. To begin with, aren't your selections kinda bad, Anya? Even though I desire to find a more spectacular and picturesque villain, why is it that I only continue to have my hopes dashed? Could it be that you keep leaving me hanging on purpose? Nobody desires that sort of thing, so even if out of personal desire or spite such methods are incredibly petty. Bah! Arakia. I don't think about you to that extent, Cecilus. Cecilus. So you mean that you keep crashing us into the end of the road without thinking, causing us to draw one losing ticket after another? So that would make Anya the type of heroine whose archetype is that of not having anything, but would that not then be quite humiliating? Arakia. Die. Making statements that many would see as being provocative, Cecilus caused the eye-patch-clad woman to avert her gaze. Spica's other companion, Arakia, could not hide her irritation.
When it came to these two, from start to finish and from dawn to dusk, they would bicker in such a manner, causing Spica's head to spin as she was caught up in the middle of it all. But these two, unable to get along, matched each other's pace to an unbelievable extent, and were indispensable for Spica's journey. As a matter of fact, the undead known as Harleen the Iron Arms, who had just been sent away through star eating, was an enemy so formidable that Spica would not have been able to do a thing without these two. As expected from the immovable first and second of the Valachian Empire, which Subaru had referred to as a nation of complete carnage. The Iron Arms seemed to have been someone who had been known for his strength during his life, but the pair had easily evicted Harleen from the mountain cavern he had burrowed away in and finished the job while the sun was yet high in the sky. Hence, she had no dissatisfaction whatsoever with the strength of the pair. She merely wished that they would get along a bit better. Cecilis. Ah. You still only fry the eggs on one side, Anya. No matter how many multitudes of thousands of times I ask you, why don't you just do it? The half-fried eggs are all crying out.
Arakia. Eggs don't cry.
Cecilis, are you stupid? Cecilis. MJKK.
In that case I'm crying.
The tears shed by the leading actor will cause a mere lunchtime scene to go down as a classic that will be discussed for many years to come. Whilst doing this and that, Cecilis and Arakia had at some point started to make preparations for a meal, which led to the beginning of a dispute regarding the manner in which the food was prepared. Having taken in a tremendously powerful spirit, Arakia was preeminent at wielding the forces of earth, water, fire, and wind. Instantly creating a steel plate by compressing earth, she heated it with fire to prepare the tools for cooking. Onto it, Cecilis cracked an egg which he had procured from the nest of a wild bird, and thus they began frying the egg. Spica. Aia. The two of them displayed good communication, even in this situation, and with a sidelong glance to Cecilis, who was deftly preparing the wild bird which he had also strangled, Spica called out to Arakia as the latter fried the egg. Receiving Spica's call, Arakia looked towards her. Arakia. It wasn't on purpose. Spica. You? Arakia. It wasn't to annoy Cecilis. We must keep searching for undead.
As Arakia falteringly selected her words, Spica widened her eyes, and then loosened her lips.
What Arakia was explaining was in regards to Cecilis's prior comment, the suspicion that she had purposely chosen an opponent in opposition to the group's desires. That which could have been called the very land of Wallachia itself, the Great Spirit Muspel, the stone. Having merged with that entity, Arakia could sense the whereabouts of the undead, who had been resurrected using Muspel's power. However, it had still only been a short time since she had merged with the Great Spirit, so Arakia had yet to fully master its power, and thus could not tell apart the strength of the undead she perceived, which caused her anguish. This also brought with it several complaints from Cecilis. Due to that reality, Arakia expressed her apologies to Spica in her own way. Understanding that to be the reason behind her explanation, Spica sat down next to Arakia and leaned her head on her shoulder. Arakia. You're heavy and in the way. Spica. AU-.
Without meeting eyes, Arakia displayed a cold attitude, however made no effort to remove Spica's head.
Spica felt good about that, and together they watched over the egg she was frying at hand. Cecilis. Huh? What's this with you two sitting all nicely together in a picturesque scene? Please keep all developments of unknown events off-screen while I'm doing my best to prepare this bird. Arakia. Cecilis, you're the one who's off-screen. Cecilis. There are things that are fine to say and things that aren't fine to say, Anya. Spica. Isaa zigged. Having reached his boiling point unusually fast, Cecilis puffed his chest out with a naturally at Spica's comment.
Cecilis. All right.
Of course, even those who are not actors deserve their time in the spotlight, and on those occasions the camera should be turned to them. But when it's not that type of scene, the shot should always be angled with the leading actor right at the center. That. As Cecilis began speaking tediously yet at such a high pace that it bore no feeling of tediousness, Spica feared that another fight would break out with Arakia.
Thus, Spica looked towards Arakia in trepidation. But,
Arakia. She was not looking towards Cecilis. Not towards the steel plate frying the egg by her hands, either. Her beautiful features, still with a trace of youthfulness behind the immense power they concealed, were facing upwards, and her thin lips quivered. Arakia. It's coming. It happened at the next moment.
A roar thundered across the campground, and a part of the mountain was blown away. 3. Bresnan the Iron Legs was a weaponkin whose brutality cemented his name in the history of the Empire. Born as a weaponkin with both legs wrought of steel, Bresnan was a monster known for having used his titular iron legs to kick countless people to death. But, if you asked Bresnan himself, the one who truly ought to be called a monster was not Bresnan, but his older brother, Harleen the Iron Arms. Graoaa. Aura! Alongside a mighty roar, struck by the oncoming blow of a black brachium, Bresnan was sent flying into the air, spinning his body around to unsheathe and aim a kick at his opponent's face. The steel-wrought iron legs were concealed by pants and shoes, unperceivable by an opponent upon first encounter. His older brother, the Iron Arms, would always strongly assert himself, but since Bresnan did no such thing, there was no end to those who misread his kicks. This opponent would likewise choose to catch the blow without dodging, and would have his face smashed in by Bresnan's iron legs. That instant, Bresnan's leg was caught in his opponent's jaws and shattered. Bresnan, widening his eyes at the impossible situation of having lost out in hardness, Bresnan froze as the joint of his other leg was met by a flash of claws, severing the fixture between flesh and steel as his left leg was torn from its root. Right leg crunched, and left leg severed by claws. Bresnan had been disarmed in an instant. And then, Bresnan, what the hell are you? Luck hath pissed upon thee. I be naught but a foredeemed wretch. The gaping jaw sunk its teeth into Bresnan's windpipe, nowhere left to run. That biting force, capable of even crushing legs of steel, was something that Bresnan's slender throat had no way of resisting. Fangs gnashed, and the yoke which tethered the empty life was lost. The undead known as Bresnan shattered like ceramic, crumbling to smithereens. Ascertaining that, the one who had enacted that by his own hand, nay, by his own fangs, looking down the slope of the mountain that crumbled due to the tremors of battle, slowly turned around. It's exceedingly wonderful to say that you're nothing but a foredeemed wretch. To not say much and give a sense of mystery in such a scene produces a brilliant performance. Dear me, I might have to watch and learn. There stood a blue-haired, Weso young man, bearing a smile upon his soft features. Thou art he whom? Young man, the leading actor of this world, the one who stands at the center of the stage anticipated by all. In addition, one who bears the duty of hunting you, resurrected as an undead as you are. My name is Cecilus Segmunt. Eloquently, the young man gave his introduction as if having rehearsed it many times before. At the sight of Cecilus, his bestial fur stood on end. Without even needing to look at the two katanas holstered at his waist, Cecilus was visibly a fighter from his posture alone. The fact that Cecilus was so accustomed to giving his introduction was proof of the extent to which he had traversed the front lines of death. Warriors who staked themselves in duels had a habit of giving their name, and he was one who had experienced that opportunity several hundreds of times. And whether or not he realized the heightened tension within him, Cecilus tilted his head saying, "By the way, Cecilus, might I ask your name?" "Vulkas." "Cecilus. Ho! Vulkas-san. That's quite a nice name." A black-furred wolfman gives the impression of an outstanding fighter, but for your name to be Vulkas on top of that is quite exquisite. It reminds me of one of the characters starring in Iris and the King of Thorns, who was a preeminent warrior talked about through the history of the Empire, the Doom Wolf General. Vulkas. Cecilus. I said it reminds me, but could it be that you are that very person in the flesh? With a sudden sparkle in his eyes, Cecilus sought to ascertain that without a hint of malice, and the jet-black wolfman, Vulkas, while scratching his own neck, scrunched up his snout. He had been asked about a name and title he had not wished to hear. Naturally, it caused him to scowl. Cecilus, with that look on your face, the answer's clear even if you don't say anything. As long as I haven't misread your expression, which could possibly be displeasure at being mistaken for a famous person. Vulkas. As long as that, then what? Cecilus. I'll have to apologize to Anya. Truly and certainly beyond a shadow of a doubt. You are the very symbol of the grand climax I've desired. As Cecilus smiled from ear to ear, Vulkas experienced the greatest dread he had ever known, and readied himself. Seeing that response, Cecilus widened his stance, and Cecilus, Blue Lightning, Cecilus Segmunt. Vulkas. Doom Wolf General, Vulkas. Showing that he too was one well accustomed to giving introductions, Vulkas's claws and fangs closed in on his opponent. However, the strength of those bearing the title of general in the current era was, Cecilus, please don't take it too hard.
I'm simply far too dazzling. A flash of lightning and a triumphant proclamation colored the conclusion of the momentary combat between fellow generals emblematic of their respective eras.
For Cecilis, I don't want to do that though.
I'm completely against having Spika-san eat Volka-san here. This place is absolutely chaos flame. It can only possibly be Yorna-san's place.
Arakia, you're not making sense.
I won't play along with your games, Cecilis.
Cecilis, these aren't games, it's romance. Why can't you just understand this, Anya?
If this wish and prayer came true, then Anya's precious little sister princess would have surely been greatly pleased.
Arakia, HK, unbelievable. Just go die.
Die. Cecilis. Cecilis.
Ah, Anya's mad.
Though just now it was my choice of words that was poor. Too loud to just be called lively. The tempestuous conversation reached the ears of Volkas, causing him to slowly open his eyelids.
And then, AAU, right before his eyes, peering into his face, collapsed as he was, a young girl met his eyes.
Volkas.
Behind her was unfolding a duel so fierce it made Volkas's clash with the Iron Legs seem like child's play, but Volkas averted his focus from that. Either way, he had already lost. If his second shot at life had been shattered and come to an end, then so be it.
However, girl, Udoning. Feeling that the young girl, patting his head as she said that, would do no such thing, he closed his eyes. Merely, the young girl's hand caused him to silently recall when a gentle woman had once done the same for him, and thus silently, ever so silently, Volkas. Volkas. Iris. Indeed, calling the name of the woman pictured on the back of his eyelids, so excessively did that voice quiver with love. To be continued.
Do subscribe or do not.